Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Get away with a free first blood. blood that has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him. In this, but if he only has one lineup to check, there's no telling. You can feel it happening, right? You can feel it happening. Sander is certain. Be the tip of the spear. You haul Calamity the touchdown. I thought the full angle. He does it again from behind Envy.
Well, folks, have you missed us? Because we have missed you. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Ash on the desk. And before we get started, it's a new week. The World Cup has started. A Selenite wand wave for us to get all of the energy that does not serve us here right now. Ash, I'm going to go to you first. You look beautiful, by the way, today. Oh, I mean, you're always beautiful. Oh, girl, making me blush over here. I mean, I feel like we're going to talk about Challengers League. We're kind of at the do or die point at this point. We're talking about elimination games today, talking to people on the verge of elimination. People need to step up right now.
Yeah, they really do. I think this is what makes this week so fun, is the fact that it's not just the elimination, but also the qualification into playoffs, furthering your journey along throughout this last stage of Challengers. And then also, you know, the end of some people's last stages within Challengers. And it is also like bittersweet, I think, when you're thinking about the season as a whole and the fact that, you know, after this year, tier 2 won't really be a thing. So it's sad that we do have to say goodbye to a team today.
One last ride, Roy, and you have been here watching the Swiss stage as well. We can throw up that bracket to see how things are shaking out. Like I said, we will have some of our elimination games, but we have some of our verge of elimination games, right now looking at our bracket.
Yeah, you know what I've been thinking about too is like this split has been kind of tame in the sense that like the teams who are top performing, or at least we expected to be top performing, are top performing, and kind of the underdogs are kind of struggling to get anything going. I think the only team that has really joined the equation that I would consider a quote unquote dark horse is SAD Esports, right? They're performing out of their minds. They've been on a tear so far, and I'm kind of eyeing them out to be one of those teams that could potentially contest the remaining of the split. But for the most part, it's really the teams that you expect to be up here who are kind of doing their thing, right? We got the M80, we got the NBG, we got the Core, we got the SRB. ADG is also on a bit of a tear themselves, and it feels like everyone else is kind of scrambling to get things going. Energy Academy is also in the equation as well. But overall, it's been exciting. A lot of the players are really stepping up, and I feel like the teams, despite, you know, some of their shaky results, the competition is improving overall.
I really like that shout out from Roy, because I think that even calling back to 2025, I think a whole lot of the storyline that's been happening over the last year and a half of Challengers have been a lot of like the new talents, new teams that have come together who have really shaken things up, and how things have felt like so turbulent stage for stage, with not really knowing who was necessarily going to be at the top, because some of those super rosters weren't necessarily exactly what we were expecting. But now in this final stage of Challengers, we're really seeing things start to finally level out. It's not to say that there aren't any dark horses in the competition. That is for certain that there are, but I feel like now these teams, after, you know, the last like 6-ish months together, as they figure things out, had like changes to like rosters to adjust to new roles and everything like that, we're finally seeing that, I guess, level out is really the only way that I can truly put it when it comes down to like expectations and how the stage is being set.
I'm glad you said that level up in those expectations, because it is put up or shut up right now. Roy was talking about it in the green room. It is points. There's it's not points. It's just, can you qualify? Can you get the wins that you need? Starting with our first game today, Division 1 versus EVX. Ash, I'm gonna go to you first. I think Division 1, talk about our dark horses, right? You know, our folks that came in here, especially last stage, and I think blew a lot of people away. On the other side of EVX, who have been showing a lot of promise and a lot of kind of that leveling up that you're talking about.
Yeah, I think for our first matchup of today, talking about like this Division 1 versus EVX, it's a really interesting storyline, because you do see some like somewhat newer faces within Division 1, but for the most part, this is a team full of veterans or very experienced players who have maybe taken a bit of a break from competition, have been coming back, who do still have that experience though under their belt, up against an EVX that is more of like that kind of new blood talent that we've been talking about. EVX being a team that originally, you know, like came through promo overcome a relegation and whatnot. And I think that overall, it's a really fun storyline seeing these two teams go head to head and have that clash of the old versus the new.
Yes, and then let's start with talking about our first team of the day, Division 1. Roy, this is a team that I think I remember last stage we were watching them, kind of both of us, I remember like our our jaws were slack because of how incredible this team was.
No, we were losing our minds, Liz, and I completely agree. I think this roster really impressed last late, right? And like their micro was top notch. We highlighted it so many times. We talked about how great it looked on a lot of their maps, and it seems like in this way they're kind of struggling to get the momentum, right? They haven't really gotten their act together quite well, and you're completely right in regards to the time. You know, it is not really in their favor, right? Time is really ticking. Feels like the turnaround needs to happen immediately, but I feel like if I'm not mistaken as well, Dapper's kind of taken maybe the sub times over him. It seems like Beeb has stepped in for this roster as well. So overall, I think in terms of, you know, raw mechanical potential, in terms of what we saw last split as well, this team does have it within them, right? Like they have the skill. We've seen it many times. The roles are good. Everyone feels comfortable. Everyone feels like they have impact in the roles as well. So it really just comes down to the execution. That's really going to be name of the game. And again, points are not an option, guys. This team needs to turn things around. The script needs to be flipped now, and the step up needs to happen immediately, starting with this matchup to get things going.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting for Division 1 because this is the first time we're actually seeing Beeb sub in for Dapper throughout VCL. He's been playing with D1 throughout like the MFH tournaments and whatnot, but now having not just your like an experienced player like Dapper and your initiator out of the picture here, you're also thinking about the fact that, okay, that's also the IGL, that's the leading voice for this team. And now I have questions about, okay, I know that oh my god, words. I know that we've seen Beeb play with this roster, we've seen results from them in third-party tournaments, but also heading into VCL, when again these matches are so important to carry yourselves all the way to the end here within Challengers, it's a question of how is this team going to adapt, no longer having their leading voice in the fray.
Well, let's talk about someone who has been a part of the team and been a part of this magic that we have been discussing. It is Foreign, someone who has the coolest VLR agent pool. Looking at it, he's on the Omen, he's been on the Viper, he's been on the Astra, he's been on all of these agents. Roy, kind of going back to our controllers that we've always kind of talked about and things that the players that we want to see step up and make magic happen for their team.
Yeah, this player has been like one of the consistent players, right? And it's kind of interesting because controllers are typically associated with like, oh, you're supposed to, you know, preserve your life and you're supposed to be the rock of the team. But it feels like within the team dynamic and for a lot of actually successful teams, the controller role is such a mechanical heavy role, right? Like you need players who are really good at making plays. You need players who know how to like interrupt, execute, and kind of just be annoying on the sites. And I feel like Foreign for this roster is that guy. Like he's so consistent on the anchor. He's able to find so much value. His trading has been mostly on point. His clutch factor's there as well. And mechanically, the eye test is passed instantly. Like you can tell this guy's cracked as soon as you watch his gameplay. So I think it's worth us highlighting him. And I think there's a reason why we chose him. And I feel like he's an important factor for this roster success.
In Division 1, and Foreign will have the work cut out for him because they will be facing EVX, a team that I think kind of splashed onto the scene this stage, a team that I think we had a lot of expectations for, a lot of folks coming in. I see one of the players in chat right now. You have a game, lock in. But I mean, looking at this team, I think that, they have come in proving a lot of doubters wrong. I think a lot of people expected them, Roy, just kind of like, go quietly, but they are someone who, if you are not careful, they will come up from behind, absolutely destroy you.
I mean, that's the thing with these teams, right? Is like the raw mechanical potential in these rosters is so high. And I feel like all these players are relatively good in their roles, right? Like they're all able to find values in so many different ways. And it's almost impossible to discount these teams, right? Because we saw VicTix have a really good pop-off win against Alliance Guardians, a pretty experienced roster in VCL. And like there's been so many moments of brilliance from these rosters and these players specifically that it feels like, this team does still have a little bit of growing pains to get through. It feels like, they have been struggling to look, top notch as a team. But individually, the potential is definitely there. The real question for me is whether they can get that team act together before the road comes to an end.
Yeah, we've seen some adjustments from Team of VicTix going from the first couple of stages into this final stage of VCL, and a lot of those had to do with like some role issues that we're seeing as well, right? Which I think have been mostly settled heading into this third stage. Fair has been doing a lot of heavy lifting, I feel like, in that regard, and how flexible he's been as a player for this team, allowing everyone else to really play into their comfort picks and being able to run like that duelist, the controller, as well as like the sentinel there for Fair, I think has been huge, on top of being so consistent again with the heavy fragging mechanics that Roy was talking about here for this squad. But it is definitely going to be a tough matchup here for Team Evictix. However, I think it does have that potential to definitely be a close one.
And let's talk about part of that magic with Team Evictix, and it is Ray Undaunted. That is a gorgeous smiling photo. I love that photo. It's so amazing. We see so many esports photos, like, do the serious crossing of the arms, but I love this joy you find in him. And Ash, I'm gonna go to you for this. We're talking about this Sentinel player, right? We're talking about the people that kind of anchor it down, the folks that make, I always say that make magic happen, but truly, if you do not have your Sentinel player like Ray, you're not gonna find a lot of success.
Yeah, I think that it's a really important role here that Ray plays for Team Evictix, especially with, well, like players like 299 and Fair who have that tendency to get a lot more aggressive. And not to say that Ray doesn't have those moments where he's being aggressive, but very much so, like, trying to play his role has good like micro moments there as well when it comes down to his mechanics in a lot of those 1v1 situations. But my eyes are more on him as that kind of like lurking presence, as opposed to necessarily like the anchor. I feel like on the attacking side, Ray is someone that I have my eyes on here for the side of Evictix, because he's going to be looking to thread that needle. He'll look to go and take those backstab opportunities off of the chaos that the double duelist compositions that we see tending to be run there by Team Evictix, causing that chaos for him to capitalize off of.
For Phillips Norelco head-to-head today, I'm glad you brought up 299, because we're going to bring him up in our head-to-head, but also bring up Boomy, someone, though, I think we don't want to forget about when we talk about Division 1, especially Roy. We're talking about our duelists. I think we're talking about that. I think the name of the game for these teams are that kind of that explosiveness, that going forward, that taking the space. And these are the folks that, like Ash was saying about 299, that you want to look forward to make that happen.
Oh yeah, I mean 299. We've seen the takeovers, right? Like we've highlighted them. They were kind of a newcomer into the league this year. I feel like overall the name has been kind of established. I feel like he's been a pretty consistent duelist in terms of impact and overall value for his roster. And kind of same thing for Boomy, where I feel like honestly, even looking at Boomy's stats, like I feel like it's not even doing him justice. Like they've been struggling, but I feel like individually he's still such a strong player. When we've seen so many takeover moments from him, and we've seen so many takeover matches from Boomy where he pops off and he's finding value with the neon and also with opping, and just so much value overall from both of these players. And I kind of want to go back to something that Ash was talking about as well, which is the this matchup is interesting because both of these rosters have such a stylistic similarity in their approach to the game, right? Like the double duelist, they're looking for that explosive kind of gameplay. They're both very micro heavy, right? Where there's a lot of emphasis on executing their ideas well and kind of just taking over sites efficiently with good amount of spacing and just like getting people in your faces. And I feel like 299 and Boomy are those players for these rosters, but there's so much more to it, right? Like the mechanics overall for both of these rosters is there. It really, it's scary where it's like you see someone and like there's that pressure where like you have to either delete them or you're getting deleted. Like there's just so much pressure constantly, right? From both of these teams. So I feel like these two players are definitely in this equation, but there's also a lot of players within both of these rosters that have that same aura in the server.
This is a game where I feel bad for our observers because they're going to constantly be switching to people and they're just going to die. Like there's going to be so many people just in your face, moving and all over the place because, I mean, what can you do if there is a Boomy in your face, if there is a 299 in your face? But this is something we really want to look forward to, but especially Ash, something that we really are hoping for these teams and our Boomies on our 299s to step up because these teams' players are still looking for that second win, of their Swiss stage.
Yeah, that they are. And again, you want to be able to rack those up like as early as possible, have a bit more comfortable seating heading into playoffs. And it's a long journey for some teams and it's a shorter journey for others. And for these two teams today here between Team Evictix and Division 1, they both want to make their journeys a little bit shorter by getting that second win on the board. Unfortunately, only one of them will be able to do it. And I think that it's going to be a fun series regardless.
Well, I had fun with my predictions. Actually, I genuinely did with all of our predictions today. I hope you guys had fun making them. I was sitting in bed waiting for my hair to dry from the high gloss treatment. I did. Oh, sorry, we're going to maps. I'm so silly. Here are with our map picks. Roy, I'm going to go to you for this because I can. We're starting with Breeze and then going to Pearl, then if needed, and only if needed, Ascent.
Yeah, so Breeze is a really interesting one because we haven't seen Evictix play it in BCL specifically, but they actually have been floating it into third-party events. They are running the double duelist as well. I mean, both of these rosters are double duelist rosters, but just looking at their compositions from their recent history, they're very similar, except the duelists are a little bit different. Evictix is opting for the Phoenix. Obviously, Phoenix has been kind of on the rise recently. There's a lot of value for him. Other than the orbs on this map are very easy to farm, especially on the attack side. So I feel like it's going to be really interesting to see both of these teams clash in that map. Again, we haven't really seen Evictix play it within VCL. It's really just been, you know, testing it in other events. But I'm curious to see if they're going to have that same approach in VCL or if they're going to be switching things up on that first map.
I mean, if you're going to test it in third-party events and you are 1 and 2 right now, Ash, I am expecting you to pick it and make it happen this time, where you are looking for that win.
Yeah, you definitely are looking for that win. I think that it's going to be interesting to see how this ends up like panning out as well. And especially because like sometimes in third-party events, you do see teams running what they actually want to run. Sometimes you see them, you know, pulling slightly different compositions out.
What?
But guys,
sorry.
hold on.
Okay.
Lock in. I was not expecting all 5 of us to be voting Division 1 today. I'm not gonna lie.
Roy, I'm going to go to you for the Division 1 pick. I think you're talking about, we were talking about kind of that explosiveness, right? Yes, we were talking about Division 1. Why do you think all of us went for Division 1?
Honestly, I have no idea why everyone went for Division 1. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of just went for Division 1 because they have the... For me, it was kind of obvious. It was just like, okay, both of these teams are really cracked. What's the deciding factor here? It's time. It's literally just the time chemistry. I'm literally just going with the team that has had the most time to construct things and kind of keep things going. Obviously, both of these rosters' results have been a little bit shaky, but that was my take. I'm not sure what everyone else's take is.
I mean, Ash, what was your take with this, considering that you're surprised?
Honestly, I thought that there would be 1 or 2 votes on the side of Evictix. I can't lie. Like, I think it is going to be a close series regardless. I think that, I'm not going to say I'm changing my answer, guys, but the fact that Dapper is not playing, that also changes things a little bit for me. But as we head into Agent Select and take a look at what is actually going to be run here between Team Evictix and Division 1, heading into Breeze, guys, I like what we're cooking with the Phoenix. I'm not gonna lie. I am a fan of the Phoenix. I think it's fun on Breeze, and especially with like the quadra wall composition, honestly, as chaotic as it was to actually watch that the other week, it was honestly so fun to see what you were able to do when it came down to that space control. And I'm curious to see if Division 1 will be ready for that chaos.
And kind of, you know, on the topic of the walls as well, it's like there's so much freedom for these players to take a lot of risk, right? Because like whether it's the Harbor dying, like you still have a lot to work with. Even if it's the Viper and the Harbor dying, you still have ways to get on site, right? You still have the Phoenix wall, you still have the Neon wall. Like there's so much to work with. But looking at the compositional differences, obviously the Phoenix for the Duelist, for the Jet, excuse me, and also the Viper for the Omen, which kind of gives a bit of difference. But to kind of touch on that as well, I do want to, you know, discuss the fact that Division 1's results on this map have been a little bit shaky, so hopefully they've kind of, you know, patched things up. But in terms of just raw meta, I do want to point out the fact that Division 1 is on the attack side. It's very explosive, so Team Evictix are going to have to answer back.
They're going to have to answer back, but there is a composition primed and ready for some aggression, some of that map control here with the double duelist on the side of Team Evictix. I also want to point out the fact that Division 1 are running that no flash composition. Meanwhile, for Evictix, they're running this comp where Fair does have a lot to work with when it comes down to those curveballs to try and break back into these post plants.
Well, folks, it is about that time where I send it over to our casters. Shift is casting for the first and only time. It is Emily. Friends, take it away.
The way that you framed that right then, Liz, it made it sound like I was casting for the first and only time. But true. And making your debut, how are you? How you feeling about these comps? Just give me the rundown.
I'm actually very excited to cast. I've never done it before, so, you know, bear with me. But I think these are perfect matches to kind of go off on, right? I think this map pool in general is honestly a big surprise to me. I'm excited to see that map too. I think a lot is riding on this first map to see who can kind of come out on top, because on the side of what Roy was kind of saying is that we've seen Division 1 play this. They constantly pick in every single best of 3. However, they've lost every single time. And I think in their last match against YFT, they had a lot of struggles and a lot of clear errors that they need to fix if they want to come out on top here and kind of win their map pick before going on to a map that neither team have played in VCL.
Yeah, this feels like, just based on Division 1 overall and like the records you're talking about, this feels, because the composition has not changed. Like D1 is sitting here saying we can figure out our weaker side, which right now is by far their defensive side. So we'll kind of put a pin in that, hold on to that conversation point when we eventually get to the second half. For D1 offensively, they have been very solid. 52% win rate in the 3 times that they have played. Mostly they just kind of ran out of time to get their offense going versus YFT. So that number may be a little bit hindered because of that. But off the pistol, we got smoked down at the crossway of the first pyramid. Follow-up could be placed. Aldrone doesn't see much. And Victix is just trying to play the cross on the way in. Look at they actually want to possibly try to contest this. Dynamic still holding in front of this dark cover, and a secondary smoke will be placed a little bit deeper. That's enough for D1 to make their way through the paranoia and find the eliminations that they need, leaving Ray, that was the last one standing on the other side of the map.
I mean, I thought that was going to go towards a Victus, right? You see them 4 pushing down mid, ready to flood back into that A site, but D1 just dry swinging through their own utility to get all of those picks and no trades on the side of a Victix.
See if there's anything worthy here from Ray, who's sitting here saying, well, maybe I get one. And yeah, it's pretty clean. Of course, all the eyes now turned over. Recon Bolt will just kind of pause things, and the dark cover will make things difficult for Ray to get through. We'll swap over to the Sheriff. A couple of low health pulls could be something to consider, but Ray will also take a lot of damage, and the hopes and dreams of this round coming into fruition for Victix are pretty much all done and dusted. Looks like Ray may just be trying to play for one more, but no, Dynamic will find the elimination. It's a clean pistol for D1.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, in my eyes, this is already a great start for D1, considering in their past 2 best of 3s, I think they're 2-10 in pistols. So already looking like a new team, especially on their map pick and freeze. Hopefully they can continue with that momentum.
It's a heck of a stat shout right there, Em. Love that idea. So we go to the anti-eco, and the defense not really finding much besides just the single elimination. We'll stay purely onto classics, and we'll just kind of get an early look to see what D1 can do. By the look of it, over towards B. You got Guardians all around, plus the Marshal for Boomy, so it looks like this will just be one of those poke and prod type openers. See if you can find an opening first blood on any potential aggression, which it is brewing over towards the front at A. Ray just kind of throwing shoulders in the back of the side, almost loses his head, but instead it will just be the orb collected, and the offense will make their way onto B.
And what a great read and opening coming out from D1, sending their group over towards that B site, leaving Omen to kind of see if there's any aggression that they could speed up on. And overall, it's just the right call. Viper immediately having to fall back and play into a full retake with only classics on the entire side of a Victix. It's going to be a tough one.
Well, Victix had predicted incorrectly with that A stack, so now it's just down to what choices do you want to make against all of this extra arsenal here for D1 and the anti-eco. You would have to figure maybe at best you play for exits, otherwise you're probably just going to sacrifice yourself to the spike. So for now, D1 looking clean. I'll tell you, I mean, granted, this is a freebie because of how the first round went, but still solid nonetheless.
Yeah, if I'm in D1 shoes right now and I see 3 people towards that elbow side, I'm hoping Calamity can pick up as many kills here to try and get their ultimate online, being only, what, 4 orbs away.
Yeah. Well, Victix holding over towards elbow. Fair will drop. No follow-up through elbow for the rest of that defense as Dre was able to find one on the backside of the side. Beeb is going to be in a little bit of trouble here getting out, especially with just the Sheriff. Ray will find that elimination, and then everyone will perish to the spike. So anti-eco comes through pretty solidly. 3 Guardians make their way into the bonus, and Victix will, well, be on a full purchase, but because of the nature of how these rounds have gone, it'll be a little bit hard-pressed, you would think, to feel very comfortable knowing that no one's really shot their weapon yet.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really had a chance to, but this is the time for Victix to kind of step up and shine, and it looks like they are going to play more towards A side heavy, maybe taking a bit of that A main space, whereas D1 are going to try and slow it down a little bit on this bonus, look for picks towards that mid site, and hopefully their mid won't be abused on the side of a Victix.
Yeah, very true. Well, quick aggression comes through for Dynamic, able to find the one-tap headshot onto Raccoon. That doesn't feel great for a Victix. That's unbelievable.
Not at all.
Allow Victix feel like they have to force something, and they're gonna make their way through A main. They don't catch any timing here, though. So, yep, you got to retract back over towards A. Ray is gonna be by themselves, and this doesn't feel good. Relay bolt coming through, but whoa, headshot actually connects out to Boomy. That'll slow down the play just a touch here for D1, and the Victix will have a chance to try to rotate in, but Ray now under pressure on the backside of the site. Finds a second, huge. Aldrone will scout him out. Follow-up is good, people to find elimination, but now all of a sudden on the backside of the site, the Neon is in. 3v2, defense still prevailing in numbers, and the spike has not found an opportunity to go down yet. Dynamic still holding on the corner, may run into this line of sight, but still able to find the connection. 2v2. Very doable. Dynamic able to hit another. Fair down to the 1v2 situation. Has Beeb right in front of them, but the shots are starting to land. Beeb takes away the angle, finds elimination, and D1 win the bonus.
I mean, that opener into calling that right read by leaning towards that B side with the solo Viper, even though he was able to buy a lot of time for his team to actually rotate in there, just getting those solo kills and no trades to follow up on a Victix, that was a tough one.
It's just, the opener is unbelievable, not only because you get yourself the early 5v4 in a bonus, but it's also the only intel gatherer that you have for Victix who are playing this heavy wall setup. So you even kind of see it, that A main push. They try to get a little bit of extra space by playing through main and then realize nothing's here. We have to use one of our walls just to get back onto the A site. And so far things have fallen apart just a touch, as Ray is the only one really trying to do their best to stand tall on the B site. So far Victix have not really had a solid look at mid nor at A.
Yeah, and moving past this eco, I'm hoping to see that Victix start realizing that they have to play, if they're going to aggress one side, so say if it's towards that A main side or towards mid, they're going to have to start playing retake on one of the sides so that they can actually go into a full retake. I like the Viper delay, but it almost doesn't feel worth it when you have so much utility that can just go into that full retake. You have the Phoenix flashes coming out. You can have the Neon wall coming out, the Viper mollies, the Sova dart, the Harbor wall. There's just so much utility that they could be putting towards into those full retakes that we just haven't seen being used yet.
That's fair. I mean, we are only one gun round in, and I was going to say, kind of to that same point, for Victix, they also have the opportunity to try to play with some aggression to set something up early with that extra space to regain the site like we just saw at A. But I think you're absolutely right. Like, at a certain point, if D1's going to find entry success like they currently are, you may just have to forfeit the spike being planted, not play contest, and just play for full retake. But a little bit of aggression here for Victix, trying to set themselves up aggressively through mid. They do have a couple of sheriffs that could make this interesting.
Yeah,
Dynamic
going for a little
charging up
flash
the
setup
dash.
here.
First shot misses. And there's information, but not enough to follow up on.
Now that their trap mid has kind of fallen apart, they have to go into a secondary plan. It looks like the Viper is just going to be pushing all the way through B, hoping to find some sort of an opening here for them.
That's a really good shoulder from Boomy. Follow-up headshot going to land for Calamity, makes that kill very simple. And that will be a wide open B side. Rest of the defense is rotating behind the play, but to be fair, no wordplay intended, but easy wordplay involved. Fair will drop. Now it's down to the DRE. Dre, 1v5. Good luck. Have fun. Nope.
Not much he can do there against an outlaw. And when you're just looking at D1's ults going into this 5th round to kind of put Victix back into an eco if they lose this, they have a lot of good ults coming here. They have the Harbor ultimate that can use to just kind of push back a whole site. Meanwhile, the Sova ult coming in to kind of, you can use that as a little bit of a combo, because if they get hit by that ult, the Harbor ultimate, they get deafened, they get blind, they get slowed. It's a deadly combo.
I like that call. On the flip side, something new here. We have the operator out for 299. Looking like they want to take this over through the mid barrier and then potentially use that toxic screen as a retreat mechanism if things go a little bit awry. But no one home at elbow, just a little bit of pressure being established by Foreign, who could potentially just kind of throw a couple of dark covers and then back away. I'll drone to scout out towards A main. No one home. It looks like Victix have taken your advice here, Em. They're going to just play on the backside of the site, trust the first contact with the op, and potentially just play full retake at A.
I mean, I do really like it, right? You have them locking down that B site, having that elbow control with the operator that Foreign's about to peek into, and unfortunately gets picked off. But that doesn't really do a whole lot for D1 because they still have the second controller. The Harbor wall's coming in towards A. They're playing full retake. It just depends on if Victix has the utility to come in. They don't have the dart up yet. They have the drone to kind of get some sort of space, but they all have to be on the same page here.
The other problem here is you play off the site if you're Victix to the threat of the Reckoning and the Hunter's Fury, but because of how free D1 are able to plant, neither of those ultimates are needed. So now all of a sudden you have that as post-plant security. There is the defensive wall up. Can you find a way to put some pressure on if you're Victix? You got to go quickly because, again, that Reckoning can slow things down dramatically and make this post-plant extremely difficult. There's the Reckoning, make its way over through double doors. Calamity for the first. Follow-up from Raccoon is good. Trades are even. Numbers still holding with the defense for a small time, but now it's just down to Beeb. 1v1 with Fair. Has to run it back, but you really can't use it here. And instead, Fair's gonna have to just wait for it to come back through, try to find a way to jump on, but Beeb can just take this the easy way. Or can they? Wait a second, this firewall's getting some space. No way, Fair's able to defuse that. Oh, what a calamity. not what
I'm
you wanted if
surprised he
you're
didn't just rip
D1.
his ult. No, not at all. You have the time on your side, right? You use that soul ball, you hit him for the last 2 pulses, you either kill him or there's not going to be enough time. You still have a shock, you can still swing into and spam later. That's a little bit of a misplay coming in from Beeb.
Wow, that's I think we can go ahead and say that is a catastrophic misplay from Beeb.
Yeah.
I mean, initially these trades are fine. I mean, Evictix get their way back on with some numbers, but like you talked about, we got a shock dart still. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, and that round was looking so good. That Reckoning coming in from mid doors was huge.
Well, early knives, Dynamic trying to assert some dominance here at mid-map and will be able to do just that. Raccoon does have a trade involved, but Boomy has already cleared out all the defense at A, and the spike will make its way over.
Just a lot of these solo picks falling without too many trades. We saw that one trade on the Jet mid, but it's just not enough.
Well, defense going to reclaim part of mid. Calamity still watching the cross, able to get himself one. That's a fine trade. Spike now planted. Just down to Fair. Boomy is low, but Foreign and Beeb are still full HP, and it looks like Fair is going to find a little bit of respect to this 1v3 and say, I'll just maybe play for one, and then likely, I would imagine, just sit here to save this weapon. The time is not going to allow him to make much of a play, but
Just feels like Evictix are getting a little bit caught off guard here. We saw the Jet Dynamic still get some picks there towards top mid. While the trade happened, there was also a player mid doors, and it looked like they were setting up for some sort of a mid play that they can do together. But with the Neon Sun and the Jet updraft, it's just so hard to kind of play off of each other. You really can't. You get punished, and they were unable to win the trades.
So outside of the one misplay out of D1, it has been a perfect half to this point. Obviously, the credits here for Evictix are miserable, so they're going to be in a pretty dire spot here through the first quarter of this half. If you were to put on the coaching hat here, and I mean, we talked a little bit about the idea of just playing straight retake, but even that doesn't seem to be purely working. What are you thinking right now if the Evictix were to consider how to get back into this half?
I would start running a lot more like 3-2s. I think the Neon floating mid is completely fine, especially when they have that operator and kind of sending that harbor towards that A side and using his wall to kind of delay and just flood. We don't want D1 getting in positions where they can play off their post plant utility. They still have that Sobalt up, they still have shocks, and we have a lot of players here that like to kind of fight up in front of all that.
Well, this round, Evictix will play a little bit forward. You got to consider the fact that, like you talked about, those ultimates that are ready and available do provide a potential win condition for Evictix and what would be a thrifty. Hero rifle out for Fair, who is threatening and kind of knocking on the door of a potential second run it back. Dynamic not quite able to see the shoulder of Raccoon there. So it looks like our teams will meet at this front gate at B.
It's almost a blessing that Evictix didn't catch anyone with their elbow set, that they can rotate into site rather than taking that early brawl. Now they're stacked towards the B site, and it looks like D1 are gonna be slowly working into it and trying to just do a slow push exit here.
Well, the coves get exchanged. Fair trying to throw a shoulder gets punished. Ray steps up, the relay bolt connects. Recon will also be deleted. Oh, and that's just, okay, yeah, you miss all the shots you don't take type situation. Flawless round for D1, 6-1 the count, but it feels a lot worse than that.
I mean, they had the numbers there, but they were on an eco and they just couldn't make anything out of that stack that they had. But I do want to give some hope because D1, their defense is where, like you said, they struggle the most. And when I'm looking at Evictix's comp, they can actually do a lot of damage with it, right? You have that Phoenix being able to just run out and spam a lot of those flashes alongside the Neon, which I think for the second half, D1 do tend to get caught off guard a little bit. And if they haven't fixed their mistakes, we could see some sort of a comeback in the future rounds.
That's very true. But right now, it just feels like Dynamic is on one, Beeb at 7-1. Like everyone's just popping off at the moment, and there really hasn't been an opportunity for Evictix to build any sort of advantage really in any round to this point. Aldro to scout things out. Viper's for the defense, congesting the B choke point, and a little bit of a read there in terms of where D1 are. That will allow Evictix to play a little bit further forward. Hunter's Fury bold, blindly being tossed over, but Dynamic's able to find first blood. That's onto the Viper. So that pit at the front of B is gone. Boomy is just zapping the backside of the defensive spawn. This is going to lead to a post plant.
Yeah, that Viper getting pushed out all was so unfortunate. But honestly, a lot of the time, you never want your Viper solo playing in their all, right? You need someone there to break the drone. You need someone there to pick up the tons. And they were just playing so split that it just gave D1 an opening to go for a full B crunch.
Oh, here come the flash. And the high tide to try to dissect this site, isolate just a touch if they possibly can. Paranoia in response, just a delay, and D1 will back off just a touch, just again using the clock as their biggest ally. And now as the fights have to ensue, it's Boomy, Foreign, able to find the first couple eliminations. There is a response here from 299, but is there enough time to get back over to the spike? We still have the Hunter's Fury. Surely Beeb won't drop this again, and Calamity on top of the site will make sure that it's still not needed. 7-1, D1 running away.
The trades and the team play just coming in from D1 is insane. I know Ash was talking a little bit about how they might struggle a little bit on the attack side just because they don't have a strong flash character. But to be fair, they don't even really need it. Like, they are all mechanically on point here, using a lot of the harbor utility to create one-ways like this to hold down site that by the time that Evictix is ready to kind of go into it, they don't have the flashes to use. And they're just kind of forced to swing into it. And they're just losing out on a lot of these aim duels.
I'll see if there could be anything in the form of these sheriffs that are in play. Once again, run it back, Reckoning. You have the overdrive ready, the defense of Evictix, but it all feels very desperate. Nice shot there from Dre, does land. Headshot onto Calamity will be first blood. Weapon not in a collectible position, at least not as of yet. Defense is rotating through the B elbow, though, potentially to re-wrap to mid. High tried trying to delay for Evictix, and ooh, Dre, very fortunate to still be alive as the post plant will be through, and now it's just down to can Beeb stay alive behind this play at A main.
Looks like they're aware of the flank here, but you're right. It all just comes down if he's able to kind of win out this 1v2.
Finds the first one. Fair is held back. The rest of D1 still putting the pressure onto the front. Snakebite doesn't quite get to where it's intended to go. And that means that all of a sudden, these sheriffs will be overwhelmed. Still no need for the Hunter's Fury in the post plan, and still D1 barely dropping any members in these offensive looks.
I mean, they're so in sync there. They were able to kind of flip sight as soon as Silva made contact towards that flank and just get those trades out towards that tunnel area. It's so hard to kind of pick them apart, especially, yeah, they're on sheriffs, but still, Evictix really need to focus on trying to split them up, put a lot of pressure, and actually use a lot of their utility to try and win some of these fights, especially going into this round. They have 3 ultimates that they can use to convert this round. They have the Reckoning to go for maybe a retake. They have the Phoenix ult as well, and Neon ult to kind of just go for some more aggressive fights.
Yeah. Well, he's got to have this round. Dre's able to find the opener. That's nice, especially on a Dynamic who has been taking over. I mean, straight pop and take. But look at this quick route, yeah, from Calamity. Ray's trying to watch it, but gets beat. Now it's down to Fair inside the site, able to find the sound cues of the footsteps and gets the response. Numbers will hold here for Evictix, but here come D1 from the front. Moving over the top. Does not expect that. Fair's going to chail that, and Fair is taking care of business here. Follow-up flash gives him a chance, and Fair will find 4 in the round to give Evictix their first really convincing round.
Yeah, and without using any of those ults that I mentioned previously, but that was great from Evictix. We saw them get that first pick towards that A main. Just the Harbor actually doing it by himself and able to kind of fall back and lock down sight. And even towards B, even though the Viper got picked off, Fair just played around this back wall, able to secure kill after kill and just close out the round. He didn't even need any help.
Well done, well played. And just straight timing to get Dynamic out of the picture is huge.
Yeah, but you can't constantly rely on solo players being able to do that. We're going to need to see them, the anchors, especially towards that B side, play more in a harmony, I would say. Just more team chemistry there.
A couple of power weapons on the field, though. Operator connects for the first. Dynamic taking a lot of damage from the Odin in the backside of the mid stage. But Calamity is able to find one over towards B. That opens the door slightly, although Fair is still here. Oh, this push. Do you expect this if you're Raccoon? Apparently you do. Now Fair able to see the barrel. Should be an easy one here. And it is. That's your spike down. Okay. Nice little finish to this half on the way at the moment for Evictix. Beeb is still going to give this the good old heave-ho try in the 1v3.
Not much he can do here, though. He just has to really rely on trying to go for a lot of these solo 1v1s and hopefully not get pressured. But Evictix are playing very disciplined. They're not trying to take any fights here, take any chances to lose this round to put them in a 9-3 half.
Yeah, I mean, rounds are hard to come by right now for the Evictix defense, so you are still on your toes here. 33 seconds on the clock. Beeb, this point of contact is going to likely determine the round. And, well, it looks the wrong way. It doesn't look both ways if we're crossing the street. And it's an 8-3 as we go to the last round of the half. Still waiting on Beeps Hunter's Fury with now a couple of extra ultimates recharged for D1.
Yeah, and honestly, it's looking pretty strong for D1 because they do have ultimates as well, as like you were talking about for Beeves. It looks like they might just go into a straight up B exec, maybe get a tag and try and rip that Hunter's Fury early. Or if they get sight for free off of the info with their drone, then you know they're gonna have that for post. But on the side of the Victix, I'd like to see them play a little bit further back, or at least find a way to use their ult. But it looks like they have a read here.
Reckoning to be cost immediately. Blades are out, everyone running away. Overdrive through elbow, looking to try to force it. Dre's able to find one, over towards window. Aldro not gonna see too much. And this is Victix just absolutely trying to run it down. It's gonna work out. Opening, looking good. Reckoning now on the response, but this is in a 2v, well, I was gonna say 2v4, but Calamity's able to find the angle into 299, and all of a sudden, a 2v3 changes how this round could potentially look, especially with as much time as there is on the clock.
I mean, what a read from Invictix to try and or to actually get that numbers advantage. Now they do have to just kind of group together and try and play that and go for trades, because with D1, we've seen how they've been shooting. They can win 2v3s, 2v4s quite easily, at least from what we've seen in this map. So they don't want to take any chances. Plus, they still have that Phoenix wall to go into retake. They have a Molly and that Cove to try and gain some space. And as long as they play it together, but they're actually going for a flank here, which I don't think D1 are expecting at all.
No, you wouldn't expect this. The timing is going to be everything, though. Boomy still sitting. Shots come through. But do you expect that? Calamity is close. First one comes out, but fair. Nice shots, able to find it, and that leads to an 8-4 half. Good recovery in the last handful for Victic.
Yeah, those trades and the proactiveness about them taking space on their defensive half, like walking down like we just saw there. And just the fact that they were able to start playing a little bit more together, get a lot more of those trades. We want to see that continuing into this half. Now, for the side of D1, the one thing that I'm worried with is that the last time we saw them play against YFT, they were very hesitant to rotate. They didn't know whether or not they were going to play retake one side or what the case might be. And they were also very passive when it came to a lot of that harbor utility, and just it never felt like they were on the same page. So this will be kind of the first glimpse into see if like they were able to fix a lot of those previous mistakes.
Yeah, I like that. And I think the biggest thing here, again, looking at the composition staying the same, it really, I have to imagine, comes down to decision making. You know, we've seen Dynamic just essentially try to force these opening 20 seconds first blood battles, and they've come out on top of the majority of them, but could potentially be a boon, especially, again, you drop a player and you're playing up against all these walls. You're not going to feel very good about that. Flash comes through. Beeb already feeling some pressure before he's able to find first blood to the backside of the site. Boomy giving some space back, trying to keep the backside of the site in the name of D1 as the defense is trying to rotate over, but Evictix have found the eliminations they need to get the spike on.
Harbor wall coming in is huge. They don't have a lot of space. They have to push through, but they get the pick, and now they're going to sprint towards that A site.
And no respect there whatsoever from Calamity. Just pushes right through the wall, gets punished. Dynamic, well, just got a crab walking his way through tunnel, and Raccoon will finally get a little bit of a 1v1 there versus Dynamic, and we'll let him know about it as a pistol goes to Evictix in the second half.
I mean, that's huge. D1 had the right idea. They had 3 towards that B site, and they were playing quite a nice triangle setup or crossfire there. But that harbor wall coming in and kind of forcing Evictix to push through tunnel actually did not work in D1's favor like they were expecting, because they pushed through and they got those picks, kind of reopening the round for them.
So now we get Evictix and their anti-eco. Very similar build to what we saw from D1 in the first half. A couple of the Guardians, and Outlaw, 2 Sheriffs. And yeah, it looks like Dynamic still feeling a little froggy here. It's got the Marshall out, able to find the elbow, but both players will largely whiff. And now D1 is looking for some pressure through main. That's also read by Raccoon, who really just needs to keep this position safe, and that will back off the defense completely with Evictix rotating to B.
I love it, showing a lot of presence towards that A and mid, pushing Evictix to go towards that B site, but will D1 get there in time to actually have a decent flood?
Well, Foreign's hearing all of this, tries to take away the angle, but not quite. So D1 try to rotate in through arches. Got a couple of players nearby. High tide will fall. Nice shot from 299. And D1 are a little bit stuck on site now all of a sudden, so see if they can find a way to create something out of nothing. Doesn't look very good, though.
No, a lot of it's relying on Boomy to make something happen, and one goes down, but instantly traded out by 299.
No problems there. And Evictix looking clean in their anti-eco. Actually, a little bit cleaner than what we saw out of D1. They're going to have a pretty formidable bonus here, especially if they pick up that extra Guardian that was left behind by Fair.
And if they prioritize getting that orb, either A main or B main, they're gonna have that Phoenix ultimate to kind of go for a hard exec here.
And that's exactly what it looks like they're gonna do here, Em. They've got Vandal in the hands of Fair with the full armor. So expect that there will be some fireworks coming through here. See what I did there?
Ah, very funny, very good.
I hate myself. I hate myself.
No, I love jokes like that.
I'll find
It's a population of 1 in that in that town. So we'll see what exactly comes through. I like this little cove play, just putting a little bit of pressure onto Evictix to see if they can maybe spend some utility for the position, but Fair will get it. Running back will come through. Wall is out. D1 just trying to survive on site, but a hot hand's actually able to connect on the Dynamic, plus then Fair finding the elimination onto Calamity. This will be a very comfortable post-plant 5v3.
I mean, what a clean exec for them. But the fact that D1 didn't throw out any of that harbor utility to try and stall or put up at least like a wall or a smoke to kind of delay them and have to use a lot more of those flashes early on rather than to kind of get those picks there, that's kind of a misplay as well.
It's a fair shout. Well, D1 going to give it a go. Trying to contest this post plant, but the walls are abusive. I mean, there is just so much utility in the way, but Foreign's able to connect onto 2 somehow. That firewall coming up late actually gives maybe an opportunity for the Paranoid to cut through, and now Boomy's just going to step right on into it. 299 feeling the pressure. Foreign able to cut off and find 1, but the time is going to largely run out. Foreign finds 4 in the round, but not enough time for this defuse to come through as it wasn't quite able to get to half. It was close, but not quite. Evictix now just down 1.
Yeah, I mean, what a round from Foreign, though, getting those first 2 kills. That harbor or back site is used as a little bit of a one-way, actually. That is some very fun harbor tech that's really hard to push through. And even though they Omen blinded it, it just did not get them success.
I mean, Boomy is so close to getting at the halfway. So close. But not quite.
Not
Sheriff's and a Marshall now in hand for D1 and save round. And Evictix are starting to build up some bank accounts. Looking pretty solid for them in this offensive half.
I like that even though D1 are broke, Evictix is taking this a little bit slow, seeing if, you know, they will be able to get a pick on Dynamic or Boomy, trying to go for something to just give them a little bit of a numbers advantage on their eco buy. But they're playing pretty passive. I like this mid setup where Neon is only visible to that elbow side.
Marshall in hand for Boomy. Little shoulder peek. That gets punished. And so it comes through just as you predicted, Em. Wait for the first pick, and then we'll start to set up what our offensive execute is going to look like. And it will be over towards B that D1 have vacated. And it looks like they're going to like to try to play some sort of a retake at best. And they're going to actually try to contest
right here
through elbow with a little...
I mean, they have no info right now. They're just pushing to try and find some sort of answers to what their next move will be. But if they just get picked off here, they're not going to have a next move.
Aldrone was the trigger for that little double peek out of D1, but it was avidly being watched, and Evictix will have, well, more space to work with than NASA right now. Free B site, free plant, 4 and 1v5.
And again, if we're just looking at the ultimates on the side of Evictix, we're 2 away from this Phoenix ult. And I feel like they haven't even been like hardly or insanely prioritizing the Phoenix ult, but just the amount of orbs that they've been able to get, whether they're leaning towards the site towards the other round or the picks that they get mid-round, it's gonna benefit them a lot here. And especially since they're also 1 away from that Neon, and we've seen 299 go kind of crazy with it.
Yeah, absolutely we have. And I mean, this is just a reiteration, especially depending on what happens in this round right here, of the same stat lines we were just talking about at the beginning of this map, where for Division 1, they keep picking into this map, and defensively, they keep struggling, like big time. Talking 3 rounds in the last 2 times they had played it, and we're tied at 8. So you drop this one, you're looking at an 8-10 game, essentially, based on the ultimates that are being earned or about to be earned for Evictix. Kind of feels like a must-win here, I can't lie.
Oh, it definitely does. And especially, it's just with how D1 play defense, it just feels like they're not always on the same page. They're not playing in harmony. You see them starting early for that B exec is what they kind of predicted there with the 4 stack towards B. But now we're kind of floating all around and we're not in a set setup. We have 2 people towards Nest. We have Harbor kind of playing retake A, but anytime we've seen Harbor do that, we haven't seen him throw any sort of delay utility. So it just feels very awkward for D1, even though they're in pairs.
Awkward turtle. See if we find a way to make things happen here. Delayed play for EVX. And again, because D1's playing back, they're going to feel pretty confident in their setup at the moment, you would have to imagine. Like these smokes, these things that are going over towards the choke point at B really shouldn't deter what D1 are thinking based on how they've set themselves up. But it's all about timing of when they decide to try to play their own delay utility to the front at A. Here's the flash, high tide, hot hands. EVX have committed. Spike is on its way in.
Like we're going for a little bit more of an aggro position, which I don't mind considering that D1 are gonna have to play a full retake. And I don't think they're expecting it.
Oh, and EVX so far forward, but immediately traded out as Foreign finds a second. Reckoning for the offense coming through. That will slow things down dramatically here for D1, but there's not a lot of contact positions here to follow up on the hesitation. Long wrap back through mid into mid doors for the side of EVX. Boomy trying to create some noise. Slides out of the cove, able to find another elimination dynamic. Connects onto the player at that flank. Nice shots though from Dre. Can't quite tally a second. And plenty of time this time for D1 to defuse. They will regain the lead.
I mean, what a retake too, especially after getting caught off guard there towards that spawn area by Phoenix, but they instantly traded him out, and that harbor orb towards that back site of A did not seem to pose a threat to them at all, and they were also aware of the silver rewrap.
Yeah. I think honestly, just getting the op up and still watching that angle with all that utility in front of you, that's almost like one of those situations, like you're almost happy that there's that much offensive wall presence on the map because it gives you the opportunity just to sit there and just hard scope knowing that you're pretty much safe from being peeked from the site. But it's still a lot of trust that your homies are going to be able to find the eliminations that you need to actually regain the site at the same time. So really good stuff for D1, but still things to talk about.
Yeah, I also find it interesting how when they're retaking towards that A site, they're mostly funneling in from back site. We hardly see anyone ever coming in from doors or going towards that left to front site path, but it's working out for them.
Really, really well. I think on the other side for EVX, like what you talk about here is like, hey, we're still finding good entryway. I mean, that round I think maybe messes with you a little bit on like the mental side because you spent all of this opening utility. And yes, you get a free site, but at the same point, you were also not able to isolate anybody for a first blood. So it's kind of like, okay, are we overspending? Like, are we throwing too much of the kitchen sink at these entryways if D1's going to play this far back?
One thing that you could look at is the wall usage, right? Because they're not using the harbor wall to cycle. They're using it as a double layer so that when that Viper wall initially drops, they still have a little bit of space before that harbor wall does. But if they start realizing that, hey, they're not really playing for a site, they can start cycling it. But here, it's a completely new look.
Bears able to find one from the front. D1 trying to get aggressive. Foreign pretty much committed onto this. Already sitting at low health. Orange just going to wait to see if someone peeks through the cove. No contestants. We're just here for the orb, and we'll back away. Orange will have to do the same.
Poison's off.
Again, playing it super slow, waiting for D1 to kind of take some space here, which we saw towards mid.
Don't place.
Well,
Grouping up, they have that Phoenix ult to just kind of go into a full exec again.
Paranoia will come through first, trying to delay. Foreign able to shut down Fair, but Beeb gets caught. And 299 will benefit with a double kill. Calamity trying to make their way on to see if they can find a crossing angle, maybe trying to open up some space, pull some attention as Boomy's on the flank. But Ray is staying very stealthy, but Boomy gets the read. Relay bolt gonna come through. It connects. Ray can't quite get away. Easy one for Boomy. But now you've got to get something if you're Calamity. Wait a second. Raccoon misses the opening shot. Boomy's able to get a second and a third. Oh, that's a huge misplay. So now Calamity is just sneaking their way from the backside of the site. Boomy, the hard focus right now for 299 and Fair, who are stuck on the outside of the back part of B. Spike becoming a bit of an issue. Cove's gonna go down. Calamity gonna start for the defuse. 299 has to jump up, but Boomy's watching it, looking for one more for the ace. Calamity still sticking, still holding. Fair can't get there in time, and it's another misplay, this time out of EVX, as D1 will get the double digits.
I mean, Boomy just having some insane shots there. They were aware that the flank was coming in, but they just kind of left it up to Raccoon to kind of post up with the off there, but unfortunately misses that shot, just opening up the round entirely for Boomy in the harbor.
Wow,
I mean,
that is a huge misplay out of the post plant right there. I mean, you're in a 4v2, you just have to play the clock. Play for, you know, essentially just easy noob positions. Play those close corners. Just get yourself the easy one. but fighting off more than they could chew. And now Victix is certainly in a little bit of trouble financially. However, overdrive is available. 299 will pop that immediately. Dynamic trying to be slippery, but you just cannot beat the fast feet of the Neon. Yep, another follow-up there. Ray's able to catch Boomy before they can rotate in, and Calamity, the last one left, has to consider if it's even worth looking at this 1v5. And will be tested. Finds the first, not the second.
But a complete 180 from the round that we just saw. We saw them change a little bit of that utility on their exec, using that close start instead to kind of take away any of the upper positions that Omen could be possibly playing. And it worked. They caught him off guard. They were able to get that spam kill and then just basically do a full 4v1. And then Viper was aware of that elbow space and was able to kind of kill a mid rotate coming in. That looked so good and such a good read and adaptation coming in from Evictix.
Can you get this through the threshold? Get it through the hoop if you're D1. You're on a save, but you've got all of these ultimates, and you would have to feel like, yep, Dynamic's gonna pop the knives.
It's really up to that Neon ult and knives. I don't think they want to invest big ults into a round that they might not win, but if they get some openings here, it could change the entire course of this round.
You've got A main control. Calamity's in a position forward, but you would have to feel like with this one-way being positioned, Evictix should surely clear this with an L drone.
Yeah, as soon as his orb goes down.
Dynamic is playing for a little bit of help. Calamity's able to find one. Are you kidding me? There's just no way. Reckoning now comes through.
still have Neon
able to
stun.
hit the first. Calamity able to find one in response. Trying to shake things off. The Hunter's Fury will come through. 299 dodges a lot of it. Hits the secondary shot. What a pick that is. We've got a 2v2.
Yeah, but the Bandit is not a great gun to have in this position. Especially when I doubt Evictix are going to be wanting to take some deep aggressive space here.
Shock Dart comes up a bit short. Spike not fully committed for the plant yet. Owl drone out, but like you call, simple pistols likely not to get the job done. Okay.
Interesting harbor all coming in.
Yeah.
Not that they need it. Oh! I was about to say not that they needed it, and then I thought I was about to jinx them.
I mean, I'm hoping that was a fat finger. Like, we're in a 2v2 post plant. You knew where one of the two were.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's a little bit strange, but whatever works. Whatever secures them the round, I guess.
That's some next level coping.
Yeah. No, this is some nice shots and great reaction out of the Sobalt. They got those first openers and realized, guys, we can win this. Start investing those ults. Gain a lot of that man advantage, but just Dre and 299 able to kind of regain by getting a lot of those picks. That's a hard round to lose after investing 3 ults.
Yeah, I'll say.
3 ults, yeah.
It was contestable, but yeah, not quite gonna get through. So 10-10 full purchase here for both sides. This is not necessarily the game, but D1 needs to start putting in some eco damage onto Evictix because they are feeling very comfortable. And Fair is very close to getting another run it back. Dynamics able to connect for first blood. 299 looking to try to respond over towards A. They're on an island by themselves. Fair trying to make their way over and has found some pretty, wow, unbelievable timing. Hot Hands goes over towards the front corner. That will force Boomy back, who does just have a judge. Flash comes through, but Fair can't hit the shots. So now 4v3, numbers to the defense, and D1 will use the paranoia to stall out any hit from the front.
Spike down B.
After that first pick on your harbor, it's hard to kind of position towards that B side, but they felt confident in it just because of how pushed up Fair was in the space that, you know, he was able to gain. But getting traded out there, that's tough because your teammate was not there to kind of capitalize or follow through and regroup with you quite yet. This push coming in from Calamity, just kind of closing it out here. I really do like the ideas that Evictix are having here on this attack half, because D1 are playing pretty stack heavy and gambling a lot of the time here. We see them doing 3-1-1s majority of these rounds, or even 4-1s sometimes. And Evictix, by playing slow, just being able to use that slow utility to try and figure out where they're stacking to and not really kind of just gambling and running into a possible stack, it's very smart.
Okay, now the pressure is on. Raccoon can purchase, but will be low on armor. Ray with a Viper's Pit is going to go into a Judge. So that gives you the intention of what Evictix are trying to do. Use all that control utility to get control of the site, plant the Viper's Pit, play that as your post plant. Calamity, oh, and that's really well done. Able to put a little bit of utility down, slow down the play just a touch. Wall also comes through, run it back, trying to scout him out. Does it get around the corner? Not quite. So Fair clears space, but doesn't find any eliminations. Viper's Pit now called in for the post plant. 5v5.
Will the Viper be enough to help Evictix secure this round? We've seen their post plants and it kind of fall apart by D1 just using a lot of that utility that they saved up the entire round. But Drone is out, Dart is out. They have nothing to effectively clear the ult now.
Oh, Thorn able to find one, but 299 able to take down 3. Ray, as dropping, will have the Viper's Pit fall behind us, but it will not matter. 299's able to find 4 in the round, just kind of holding around the backside of that pit. And all of a sudden, we're tied at 11.
I mean, 299 is just going off. The fact that they were able to get a lot of those multi-kills in that ultimate was insane and kind of saved the round. We saw Thorn kind of do a little bit of a TP play, get a pick, but instantly traded out, and 299 just denied them from taking any space in that ult.
Clean. Okay, so back on to D1, essentially playing for overtime, and the defensive half continues to be a major problem. A little bit of control at A main, not much, but a little bit with that one-way smoke being positioned. Spike is still down, and Evictix are at least threatening some space towards mid.
And I think they're just waiting to see if, you know, any player on D1 tries to go for some sort of info to play out the rest of the round and hopefully get a little bit of a pick. And they don't even need to.
Calamity dropping puts Beeb under a ton of pressure. There is no help anywhere nearby. Evictix hit the pause button.
I think they're waiting for that owl drone just to kind of, you know, do a full exec, because the last thing you want to do is underestimate what's going on at the B site and then get ran over.
A late recon bolt for Beeb after he takes a lot of damage. A couple of tags, but not able to confirm. Raccoon follows up with another, and it looks like we will have map point here for Evictix unless Boomy can 1v5 with a Judge from backside spawn. Don't feel that that's likely to happen. Fair is in the way. Boomy, I believe, has just been heard with those footsteps. Maybe, maybe not. May not make a difference. It's 1v5. What are we talking about?
D1 are really going to have to try and find some sort of a solution to their defensive half, because they've been stacking towards B, relying on their retakes towards A. And while it's worked, I think, 2 or 3 of the rounds so far, when Evictix has these big ults and they're coming up on another Harbor ult, it gets a little bit harder. And I think Evictix are really good at kind of adapting and taking different positioning, taking different fights, and D1 just have to be ready for it and have to be kind of expecting the unexpected here if they want to take it into OT.
Yeah, and on the flip side of things, I just want to give you a shout because you were talking about it like halfway through the first half about Evictix just kind of underperforming on the defensive side. But you made the point that once they get to the attack, things are going to look way different. And you can see that represented in the scoreboard. 27 and 15 for 299, 24 and 16 for Fair, who has generated 3 run it backs this half. So, I mean, it's just the takeover potential for both these duelists is astronomical. And Dynamic, who at one point I think was like 13 and 5, is now 19 and 17.
Yeah, I mean, 299 and Fair, the Neon Phoenix duo kind of feels a little bit unstoppable, but it's not like they're putting too much pressure on them from the side of D1. We've seen, you know, Harbor testing the waters a bit by throwing that Orb A main, but when Evictix are just completely just walking through it and not respecting it, and then using a lot of their utility for that exec, and even past that, pushing through their own walls to try and find some sort of man advantage before falling into a post plant, it's very hard for D1 to kind of continue to repeat and recycle the same setup over and over.
Yeah, that's a really good call. It's just, talk about a tale of 2 halves though right now for D1. I mean, yeah, it was 14 and 6 for Dynamic in the first half, 10 and 4 for Beeb. So you can do the math. Both of them are combined for 5 eliminations this half. 7, pardon me, I can't do the math. Rule 1 of commentating live on the ARM, never do math live. Never works.
Noted.
Never works.
A little bit of a mystery though from D1 kind of falling out of their positions on B side just based off of that wall and that Neon ult towards mid. Now they're sitting in really awkward spots here.
Fair is going to generate some space to work with. Foreign, seen, dealt with. Oh, man, it just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? Relay bolt, largely avoided by Fair, but Boomy still connects, finds the trade. Ray on the corner, trying to deal with Dynamic, but the right clicks continue to tag, and that's just not how you anticipate that going. 3v4 situation, Evictix down in numbers, but rotating to a wide open A site.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised.
Win.
And that's a huge pick. Now going to the retake, they have a Neon Wall, a Sova drone, but hasn't shown to do much in the past for their retakes. I feel like the utility gets broken quite early. You know, Evictix are ready there to kind of get some trades through that Neon Wall.
Well, even more important, the Reckoning is earned with that plant. So 299 has cleared out mid-dub doors. Reckoning is going to get called up maybe a bit preemptively.
Early.
Recon bolt behind that. Dynamic trying to find some sort of an entry. Time to go. The Raccoon just sprays the corner, finds first blood in this engagement. You don't have time for the recon drone here through D1. You got to go. 299 connects on one more. It's just down to B. 1v3 situation. 299 just running and gunning. Oh, no. It goes into the same story pile that we were really worried about. D1 picking another breeze. Still cannot find really any success at all defensively. Yeah, woof.
And that's just a map you're hoping that goes towards D1's way, because now we're moving on to Pearl, a map that neither of these teams have played in VCL yet. And so you don't really know what to expect. And just based off of how this first map went, Evictix was so good at kind of coming up with adaptations on the fly, whereas D1, as we saw in that defense half, they weren't really able to do that. So that brings me some sort of worry or worriedness feeling for them heading into map 2, where there is so much unknown.
Yeah, and just to kind of throw it into the mix, we talked about the first half. It was just guns were not hot for Evictix, but boy, did they warm up quickly. Convection oven style right there. Brilliant stuff for Evictix, taking away D1's map pick. We're going to head to break. It'll be the desk and then map 2. Don't go far.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Ash on the desk. And if you're just joining us, it was a map and a half, but genuinely just one map. Roy, I'm gonna go to you for this. I think we were looking in that first half saying, oh, it might be a quick trip to Pearl, our second map of the day. And then EVX said, no, hold on. let us show you how the second half goes.
Yeah, it was really looking like it at one point, right? Where you see the first half, everything's going well for D1, right? They start off with a pistol round win, looks nice and clean. They win the bonus, and then boom, next thing you know, they're up 4-0, right? Next thing you know as well, after that, you snap up a finger, 7-1. At that point, I'm like, all right, I'm starting to think, okay, maybe, just maybe EVX is cooked here. Division 1 looks really locked in. Dynamic is popping off. I mean, even Beef was the kind of the newcomers also popping off. Like, everything just looked perfectly lined up for them. They looked really good, right? They were switching up their game plan consistently. They were so ahead of the adaptations coming out from the EVX side. And then somehow the half ends 8-4, which is a really nice recovery from EVX. And then the pistol goes through, and next thing you know, we're 6-8, and they win the bonus, and boom, 8-8, tied up.
Yeah, I think that it's the big marker for them to even kind of pivot into this like reverse comeback here for the side of the EVX was the success that you were mentioning that they found towards the later end of that first half, somehow bringing it to that 8-4. And it came down to, like, I think a lot of the momentum that EVX was finally able to find out of some really nice like aggression that we saw out of them. Like, we're seeing it in this round here. I think that was one of like the final rounds actually of that last half, of that first half, sorry. And that's when we really start to see, I think, Bear and 299 get a lot more like confident with like a lot of the fights that they were taking as well. I think the utility was really measured there too, and just being able to kind of catch Division 1 off guard, and not just that, but really kind of shake things up from their end. And that just translated into really great momentum, especially winning out in that second half pistol round. Overall, I think for the side of Team EVX, they've got to be very happy with how they came back into this matchup.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I was pleasantly surprised watching them. I didn't think I mean, to Roy's point, when it hit 7-1, I said, okay, that's cool. You got around. I don't think this is going to change the outcome of this map, and color me wrong, because that was a wonderful, I mean, it was back and forth, right? This absolutely could have been overtime looking at that scoreline. That's why these replays, we're seeing so much Valorant, because it was just back and forth and back and forth. It was 10-10, it was back and forth. And so you have, if you're, I mean, to Ash, to your point, if you're EVX, yes, you're happy about this. If you're Division 1, it's not the end of the world that you lost Breeze, but to lose it in this manner could be a bit of a morale crusher, Ash.
It could be a little bit of a morale crusher, I think, because they were up like beforehand. But again, I think these teams are so experienced, the players on the side of Division 1 are so experienced, that this is something that they should also be able to shake off as well. You know, it's one of the first few Swiss stage matches. They're still comfortable at like that 1-1 at the moment. But overall, I think that even taking a look at the timeline at the bottom there, that string of rounds that started off on the defensive side there for EVX, but it really, I think, focuses in on that round 15 where they're able to win out on their bonus up against Division 1, and that was like the further momentum roller there, I think, for EVX to be able to shut down that second half up against D1, because they find that economic advantage so early on.
Dude, yeah, not only the economy, it's also like the ults. Like, it feels like everything started kind of lining up for them. They had a lot of their options open, because like, dude, you have Phoenix who's 6-point ults, you have the Harbor ult, which is very valuable. Obviously Sova ult and Neon ult are also super valuable on this map. But I think for me, it's not even just like the kind of the round that Ash pointed out. I feel like that was the tide turner for a lot of the players on EVX to start waking up. Like, we really saw Fair and 299 starting to get really activated at that point in time, and it kind of started to feel like they were becoming more and more unstoppable as the rounds went through. Like, so many hero plays, so many like multi-frags and pop-off rounds, like back to back from Fair and from 299. So I mean, it is a huge step up. They started off really slow in the first half, but as soon as those sides switched and kind of like towards the end of the first half, like, it feels like the EVX woke up, and now they're just energized. They're probably feeling really good after that win as well. So I mean, this is starting to get into like dangerous territory if you're Division 1.
Well, I think that's what Schiff said, right? Like, you know, it was a tale of two halves for them, right? They weren't really shooting back in the first half. They were kind of finding that struggle, or finding a struggle to deal with, and then immediately turned it around. I think also the Evictics that we were talking about, the Evictics that we expected from them, and told the audience that we would like to see from them, tale of two halves, right? We didn't see them in the first half. We saw them the second half. But for our Philips Norco head-to-head, we're going to highlight two folks on Evictics. Ash, we're going to highlight 299, who had a game and a half with the 323 ACS, but we don't want to forget Fair on the other side, who really helped bring Evictics back into it.
Yeah, I like how you kind of frame that up, right? How Fair was the one who really helped bring Evictics back into it. He was a big reason why they found the couple of rounds of success on defense that allowed them to really get the ball rolling on the attacking side, which is where we saw both Fair and 299 come alive in completely different ways. Roy was shouting out how it was a bit of a quieter start for the team of Evictics, but 299 into that second half of attack, he goes 22 and 6. Like, that is actually just insane. He completely took over that second half of attack, but that's also not without the help of Fair, who maybe doesn't have as crazy of an attacking sided scoreline at 13 and 8, but 6 of those 13 kills were also first bloods on the attack. That's just insane impact to be having from your duelist pairing who's going for these really aggressive plays to open up these rounds.
Yeah, the crazy thing is between the two duelists, they're 9 and 2 on openers, and you add Dre in there as well, the Harbor. He's also 5 and 1. I mean, really, it's really just Raccoon and Ray that who kind of just ruined the first kill ratios, I'm gonna be honest, but it feels like they were winning a lot of those fronts, and that you know, Fair kind of took a lot of the weight in the first half. He really secured so many of those important rounds that they desperately needed, gave them an extended lifeline, and then in that first map, and then it feels like 299 took that, ran with it, started really heating up, and I mean, they're winning the openers, and they're also really clean in the late rounds as well. So if you're a Evictics right now, you're feeling so good on a map that, one, you don't have a ton of reps on. It feels like you're kind of just you're just vibing your way through the map. The comp looked great, the team play looked good towards the very end, and now you're going on to a map that is your map pick, hopefully coming into with a really good game plan. We've seen Evictics play Pearl before, so we know they're not strangers to it. But that being said, guys, they still don't, neither of these two teams have a ton of reps on Pearl, so I imagine there's still some growing pains. But if we're going to go off the momentum, narrative, I'm liking the odds for Evictics here.
I mean, Ash, let's go to you about this. I just saw 299 say in chat, I agree, all I do is play for stats. So, I mean, he's going for it, right? He is going to make sure that he is in your face, kind of that, the duelist we just highlighted for Philips Norco head-to-head. As we move into Agent Select right away, Ash, we see him on the Neon, Boomy on the other side. Not quite a mirror matchup with the Chamber on the side of Division 1, Ash, but we still see that Phoenix we know and love on Breeze.
Yeah, exactly the same compositions like you were talking about there, Liz, except with the Vice there for Ray, and then Dynamic on that Chamber, a Sentinel that we know and love to see him on, with how good Dynamic is at like finding those right moments to go for those lurk picks, get a little bit aggressive, and he's constantly trusted to be able to kind of like play on his own and find those opportunities here for Division 1 when the rest of the team is looking to group together. But they're going up against a Vice composition here on the side of Evictics, where you know that Fair and 299 are going to be fighting for some control. They're going to be wrestling for it a little bit here on the defensive side. And you also get Ray getting to start out on defense, where that Vice utility is something that we're going to have to see Division 1 try to deal with early on into these rounds, so it leaves the mid-rounding a little bit more open to them. And curious to see how creative Ray is going to be with these Vice setups.
Yeah, and I feel like you're absolutely right on point. The aggression for Evictics needs to be there, right? These orbs on Pearl are very attack-sided. They're very easy to get when you're on the attack, but there's also Phoenixes on both rosters. Both of these teams want those ults as much as possible. So I'm expecting a lot of those, contests happening early on, and whoever starts to win those is going to really snowball their way in. And if Evictics is trying to get proactive and they're trying to deny map control and things start to not go their way, they're going to have to be creative with how they maneuver this map, because it could be very suffocating to play against Division 1's comp.
Well, both teams are looking for their second win. Can Evictics make it a clean 2-0 for that 2-2 scoreline, or can Division 1 bring us to a map 3? I'm going to send it over to your casters. It is Shift and Emily.
Aye. Let's do this thing. Let's get this thing going.
I love the way she's saying my name. That was so special. I feel so special.
It's like 3-part harmony. We need the desk to work on that just to give you a more grand entrance when we get into the second series. Yeah, I think Des points, when you talk about essentially mirror matchups, are very valid, very straightforward. I just kind of go back to the same idea, though, the basic of neither of these two teams have played this. D1 is coming off of a very bad map 1 loss after being up 8-4, not being able to correct their defensive side. You got to spark something here if you're D1 right off the get-go.
Yeah, especially, you know, having Boomy back on the Neon, Dynamic back on the Chamber, you're going to want to see some confidence out of both of these players to kind of, you know, put D1 at a little bit of advantage here. But I'm excited to see how these early rounds play out, especially because Roy was kind of saying they're both running Phoenix comps. They both want to fight for those orbs. And while they might be a little more attack-sided, we've seen some absolute brawls out in A main when we're watching this map. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of that. And, you know, whoever can kind of come out on top of those early on fights, it can be huge here for how they play the Phoenix.
That's very true. Very true. Well, let's see how things kind of unfold here as we get into the pistol. Opening defensive utility thrown out over towards A, trying to get at least an orb collected, which Fair will have. Ooh, a little poke and prod over through mid. Doesn't really lead to too much, unfortunately, though. Just a little bit of damage on the Boomy. And Calamity actually takes a bit of a headshot there, so ooh. All of a sudden, Evictix have a health pool advantage, and they've also got a defender playing forward on Pillar. Would you expect this? 299 gonna try to push out. Boomy gets the first, Dynamic Calamity combined for the next 2, and that leads to a very comfortable 5v2.
I mean, that looked like a great setup on the side of D1 early on, but, you know, we have 3 players on site all taking individual fights. It's looked fairly easy for D1 to kind of pick them apart there. Going into this retake, they only have 1 flash about to be used to try and get some space towards his back hall. But no value.
Yeah, tried for the elevation. Raccoon able to get 1.
I mean, they're all low.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is possible.
This is 3 right clicks.
It's down to, can you get close enough? Now with the big problem. Foreign a little bit deeper.
No more distractions.
Doesn't check it. And a moment of second guessing if Foreign is actually playing towards Pillar. 1 more tag, Raccoon. Not gonna fake it, just gonna stick it. Oh, but just gets toggled off. Foreign does just enough to secure the pistol, but woo, only barely.
The amount of confidence that Foreign had to just choose when they were going to swing there, especially being 1 HP. That was a great read coming in from Foreign to kind of secure that first pistol round. Again, D1 huge on these pistols. These rounds are very, very important. And I also liked how, you know, early on they didn't try and fight for that Phoenix orb. Instead, it seemed that they had a set pistol play. And even though the Vise wall towards that alleyway there was put up, they were able to kind of work around it and push back Evictix to not really find any value off of it. And also just these right clicks. I saw it coming from a mile away, bro. 1 HP, classic in hand, let's go.
Yeah, getting your comm from your teammates, like, everyone's 1 HP. Just go ahead, just right clicks, get in there. Works out pretty decently for some damage, but D1 will have the anti-eco. Raccoon, though, will bring out a shoddy, playing over towards B Pillar with a little bit of help here from Ray.
You know, a lot of pressure on Ray having to break a lot of the spade utility that should be coming out and to kind of clear this, but looks like they're not throwing anything.
Oh, Raccoon's able to get 2. Oh, no.
But I was so late.
And Raccoon's not going to go over to the pistol to find a 3rd. That is insane value. Don't throw this away. Do not throw these numbers away.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to do. But classics in hand for all 3 players now. No info utility to come out, so
1 enemy remaining.
good for the first.
Dynamic catches the info 1-to-1.
Guardian in hand too. They just have to play really well off each other here, and it should be a round secured for Evictix.
You've got the spike right here, and yeah, Fair pops up. Dre right there to help if needed, and if Thrifty comes through in the anti-eco, Evictix tie us up early. That's going to change out how this first, at least a couple of rounds play out in this opening half.
I mean, they're playing this pretty flawlessly at the start here. Even though they lost that pistol round, they're farming that Phoenix ult towards A main, not allowing D1 to get any of that space there, and just my Fade playing up Pillar with the Judge on a save round. It's crazy. He shouldn't have gone away with that, but it worked out in their favor.
Wow.
Going into this round, they do have some good ults here for some sort of a retake, but I doubt they're even gonna have to use it. Just looking at D1's buy.
Yeah, very true. And again, it's just like, you don't want to let anything go here if you're Evictix, but at the same rate, you also, like you mentioned, just want to keep your advantages. Razor Vines will do the job to stop this initial play at B, and you're going to follow up their mid. So very comfortable here in what is essentially a responding anti-eco from Evictix.
1 enemy remaining.
Foreign gets you 1, but nothing more. Clean, close, and I would say just generally swift rounds for Evictix, just not allowing any of this map to go away.
Yeah, especially after, you know, D1 securing a pistol round that I feel like are pretty impactful for D1. When I look at their past history, even in matches that were super close, that they just barely lost, just one pistol going their way would have won them that. But to get eco'd on a round that you normally don't win, it's kind of brutal, especially after just getting reverse sweeped in the first map.
Breaks over.
They're just gonna have to kind of clear it all out of their minds and take it round by round here now. They have Phoenix Ult to do so, so off of any contact with this Fade utility, could just rip it and try and go for something.
Well, it's just going to be down to the timing of how this works out. Dre going to hit the Nova Pulse, get info, and then back away. A little bit of pre-fire through the smoke. Not really going to connect for too much. Both teams stay healthy, but keep your eye on Calamity. Ooh, he will be affected by the Nightfall. 299 going to push out in towards mid, trying to catch this rotation back, but it doesn't really work as intended. Dre will at least give you one in response. So 3v2. Raccoon still holding on to an Odin, which could be a formidable tool even against the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, playing back like this is honestly the play, especially after Dynamic was able to get that pick on that Vise towards B site. D1 are just trying to focus on regrouping. Meanwhile, Evictix are just trying to find some sort of info, maybe get a pick so that they're not at a disadvantage anymore. And there's the first, and that's Bob.
Yep. Telling you, this Odin is not to be slept on.
No, and there's not
go down for Vorin.
Not a whole lot of util being able to actually be used in this retake. It's just going to be fights.
Dynamic. In the corner. Trey sneaks up and finds him for free, though. Wait, that's through the front side of the tower pillar.
That either had to have been a nasty spam, or maybe he saw like the back of his elbow or something like that.
Oh. Holy cow. Now
Who starts to
Foreign,
play
shoulder
around
been
either?
seen. Raccoon gonna put pressure under the spike. Foreign has to go. Oh, and Raccoon's holding with the Odin. But this is taking time. Raccoon is gonna try to search this out, and the timing could not have been any better for Evictix. They're gonna go up 3-1 and force some financial trouble for D1 in the next round.
I mean, that was a great round coming in from D1, though. Getting that pick on the Vise, opening up that B site, getting a lot of those trades that I wasn't really expecting in this mid fight right here. Kind of just shutting down Evictix aggression. Just came down to this final 2v2 and not being ready for it, or not being able to kind of play together. I mean, that spam pillar that you pointed out was very unfortunate for Dynamic.
Wow. Yeah, I don't even know how that hits. It looked like there was maybe a small sliver of like an elbow showing, but it didn't look like it was enough for the spray to come through. But telling you, the Odin makes everything feel like paper mache. So works out beautifully. And D1 are already going to talk about it. I mean, it's just one of those things that I think the biggest problem here for D1 is that they're getting tested right at the get-go. They're not able to get clean executes really whatsoever. And Raccoon has taken over this map right now. 8-2 has already sent out one Nightfall. And you still have to consider Fair has the ability, if they want to play retake with a run it back, or to take more space early with a run it back. Like, it just feels like Evictix are really happy to take the battle to D1 early.
Yeah, I mean, they're feeling very confident, especially with the way that they're shooting right now and how able they are to get these trades. I want to see a different look coming out from D1, though. Maybe trying to gain some sort of different space, because going for the straight up XX, granted, they've played like, what, 2 eco rounds out of the 4 rounds so far? It's kind of tough. But yeah, just kind of working the map a little bit more and kind of having a set end plan in mind.
Okay, well, we'll probably not see much of whatever was talked about here, considering that you're just on our pistols. I'm just going to pull a Stinger into the mix. Fair will get some early aggression through mid, dealt with. Boomy does find one in response. The forced battle is coming through. Foreign able to actually turn that into a kill and array. So a weapon is collected here. Foreign turns that into actually 2 technically, if with the Stinger being brought back into the play. And whoa, Dre gets kind of caught looking at 2 things at once, but 299 may have just saved the round by finding that pick. They know that Foreign's still playing just inside mid connector. Now footstep comes through. Looks like 299 should have this shot and will, no problem.
I mean, even though it looked a little scary there for Evictix, they were still able to close it out in those last few fights. One thing that I'm noticing, though, is Dynamic keeps going towards this B site, and Evictix are just too aware of it and constantly getting punished. Meanwhile, there's a whole other site that they, Dynamic, could be lurking up, right? We've seen them trying to farm that orb, taking that in main space on the side of Evictix, but for D1, they haven't really contested it, which it looks like we're gonna see a little bit more something here. which is a nice new look to just kind of test the waters so that they can hopefully start getting some sort of read on what EVX's initial setup is.
Well, whatever it is, it has to be good here for D1, and it's not. Just so much early pressure from EVX defensively. Calamity trying to get the running back off, but there's a really good reveal behind that. Plus, you get the early shutdown, and EVX is smelling blood in the water. They're going to reclaim not just Link. They're going to push them all the way out of Art with how much connected on those tendrils. So just from bad to worse, all of a sudden, as Fair connects onto another, that's your tour de force down, and D1 can generate nothing.
Right there.
I mean, they're doing such a good job on the side of EVX at picking off the weak side or the lurkers here. But it almost makes me feel like D1 need to start putting pressure on the extremities.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Beeb will make it somewhat interesting, but 40 seconds of the clock, 1v3 from here. Don't love the idea of this coming through the hoop. But they have a little bit of space to work with to possibly give themselves a post-plant chance.
Left.
Depending on how things unfold, but
They are playing pretty passive. You have Raccoon here holding, you know, the cross to sight, and Ray ready to peek off of it. And that's really all they got to do is play for the trades at this point.
yeah, well, Beeb gets the opener.
Yep.
Utility
Not
out,
only does
Ray
it-
shows themselves in the corner. No need to overpeak this, finds a second. Just do not die here if your 299 has the overdrive out. Beeb able to find a couple of shots, but not able to land them. And 299 will save the round, but yeesh, a little too
It
close
got a
for
little
comfort.
scary there. Yeah, and you know, having to pop that neon all just to secure it. But I mean, it keeps you in the lead, so why not? But like I was saying before, and I want to get your take on this, you're getting some trades towards mid, but your extremity players are constantly dying, whether it's dynamic towards B or the Astra towards A. I feel like they're kind of playing a little backwards, right? You want to be able to set up your lurker. You want to take that early extremity space, leave them in a safe spot where they have room to work with, and then go back towards that mid and try and execute some sort of a split, which we haven't really been seeing.
No, and a lot of that I think is just thanks to, you know, on the side of the defense where Victix Fair is happy to contest with just himself. Now 299, whoa! Right, drawing circles around this D1 setup at main. And that's kind of another look just on the other side of the map where Victix are just not going to allow D1 a second to breathe, let alone set up right as soon as the barriers drop.
I mean, what a read coming in from EVX as well, going for their first B main push. I don't know if it was based on the fact that Foreign now has that Astra wall up and they have some good ults for, you know, B post-plant exec setup. But whatever it was that made them do it, it worked out in their favor. And again, we're left with Dynamic, who was supposed to lurk towards that mid doors and, you know, in a tough position here. However, EVX are playing this a little bit different. They are taking 3 different 1v1s here, not really kind of surrounding that spike and ensuring the round that way, but with how they're shooting, it doesn't even seem like that much of a risk.
No, it really doesn't. Yikes. This has not been ideal for Boomy and Calamity, who are combined 6 and 14 after their first half. And map number 1 was really solid. Beeb as well, just not quite able to get things going. And it's just one of those situations, like from the offensive side, like this should all be on your tempo, your identity, and we haven't seen any of that yet. Even the pistol got too close for comfort. That's the only round that's come through.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to start trying different things, not just different execs towards sites, right? We don't want to see them just, you know, straight up going into a B exec. They're gonna run into the Vise utility. It's hard to push from there, especially when they have 2 agents that don't really have any vertical, not value, but any vertical abilities, right? Because normally when you have a map like Pearl, you see a Jet, you see a Waylay alongside a Neon and a Phoenix, and one person can actually go through the wall, the other one can updraft over, so that their execs are a little bit stronger. But here you kind of just have to force through it as a team or leave someone on an island. And I mean, they haven't really gone up far enough to experience that yet, but if they do plan on trying to just going for more B execs like it looks like they're setting up for, they're gonna have to be ready for that.
Yeah, they really will be. And it just, again, like, it's one thing to set up the game plan of how do you do that. It's another to confirm the fact that you're going up against a couple of really huge ultimates defensively for Victix that can essentially shut a lot of those ideas down immediately. You're talking like things like the Steel Garden. So see how things unfold. Orb collected over towards A. 299 under some pressure, backside screens. Tries to step in towards the fast lane. And the wall will actually delay this hit nicely behind that Nightfall being called in. Boom able to find one. Calamity comes in as the Nightfall will fade, but the problem here is Evictix calling the Steel Garden and it really doesn't get any value.
Yeah, a little late on that, considering that they were already flooding outside. They already got a pick down. Now left in a 2v4 retake. It's almost a full kit, though, for both of these players, so it's not impossible, but they're going to have to do a lot here if they want to try and keep this win streak going.
Well, they're going to look the way eventually for the sound cue, and Fair, as he pops out, will fall. And maybe if you get to run it back, plus this Nightfall, there's a chance at it. But now Raccoon has to take some heavy weaponry into the more mobile side of Valorant, and it's not going to work out. But he locks down the angle. D1 on the board for really what feels like the first time, considering that the only other round was a pistol.
Yeah, and again, if you look at where the defensive players died there, they're playing so split on B, even though they had so much delay because of that Vise wall. Instead of D1 trying to push past it, they stayed behind, they hit the wall, stayed behind, and then went and re-hit into their full exec. And it gave Evictix so much time to reposition or kind of flood in, but it just did not work in their favor. Now they have an op online in the hands of Boomy, and it looks like they're going to try and deny some of this A main pressure that Evictix have been conditioning every round.
Yeah, that's one way to contest the aggression out of Evictix. Just take an angle, see if you can hit an opening shot.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing it in hands of Boomy rather than Dynamic, who's been kind of trying to do a lot of lurks towards that B site.
Well, A main is free this round. And a lot of that is thanks to Nightfall, run it back, Cosmic Divide, things that you can delay for what feels like forever, but also use as a potential retake if you don't like the look of how this execute comes out from D1. DYNA's also holding this corner. Able to shut down the run it back. That's like an initial delay. The Razors will follow up to make sure that no one gets into sight. So now you're down to under a minute, and D1 are looking to go somewhere else.
And the Vise wall isn't even towards that main side to kind of delay them going into this B site. Dynamic has a lot of info here. You can see him pinging out where possible spots that they could be sitting in some sort of crossfire, but
30 seconds left.
Well, the run it back clears things out defensively at A. Cosmic Divide down for the offense. Arc Rose deleted. D1 have claimed the site. Great timing on the peak, not going to work out. And Raccoon wanted to get the judge into play, but was worried about the Prowler, and D1 will find the first handful of eliminations. That may be enough to actually confirm the round right there. I don't think, 299's not going to bother with the operator. Just going to back away and save.
And it looked like they had such a good crossfire. You see the person alley, the Vise alley, having the cross towards that back hall for our fade, sitting there with a judge, but the timing of the peaks, you were right, they're just so off, and they end up getting picked off and kind of leaving Evictix in a 3v5. And that early setup towards A, that delay was great. The fact that they're still throwing some Vise Thorns towards that A main, they have the smokes, they had the op posted there, ready for D1 to do that full exec. But it just backfired when they ended up shifting towards that B site, even though they had players there.
Okay.
I do like seeing Dynamic be a little bit more aggressive, though, in the lurks.
Yeah.
Especially now that, you know, the op wasn't towards that B side.
Plus, on top of that, I think the decision's made a little bit easier for Dynamic because Evictix have been throwing so much early aggression that, hey, if no one's here, I probably have a lot of space to take away. And it works out that round, obviously, because the judge is what's the only defense mechanism of B, but still, it's just one of those rounds that I think you're absolutely right. Like, I think Dynamic's making the read that, okay, if I'm going to be trusted to lurk and I haven't seen any utility thrown my way, I can probably just walk my way up and at least control some space, if not catch a couple of the sound cues I need defenders moving around in the site.
Exactly. And it did look a little bit scary there for D1 because they called the bluff on the conditioning util towards that A main, right? They just continued to walk up. But I don't think they, you know, expected 3 players to be sitting there at the back side of A, ready to kind of use a lot of those ultimates that you were talking about to go into a full retake. But, you know, fortunately for them, 299 was only able to kind of pick off the Phoenix ult, and they were able to kind of go into that regroup. So hopefully they have a little bit of a better idea of, hey, you know what, they are throwing a lot of pressure towards that A main, but it doesn't mean that they're necessarily holding it or kind of keeping space there, which gives them a little bit more options on how they want to kind of end the round or even go about these openers on the attack side. Because again, they're throwing that star, but I think they're starting to realize that there might not be players actually behind it.
Well, I like that call too, just using the word options. That's just something that D1 have not had at all. They haven't had any options. I mean, they're getting pushed off the map in the first 30 seconds that your only option is either to full rotate into no information or to retake into what will be a very expensive execute. So yeah, I like that there are variations starting to develop here for D1. And more importantly, here as we get late into this first half, you're starting to build a bit of an economy now for the first time, which is helpful.
Yeah, Evictix are in a little bit of a weird buy here, and D1 saw that Fade Dog coming out early, but continued to push into it because that's all they saw. And now they're having the right read, but they got to be a little bit quick so that Evictix aren't there ready to flood.
Good haunt. Fair able to follow up, able to take down one. The trade is in, but D1 up close and personal through the smoke. 299 is able to tally one though in response. 2v3, very doable here for Evictix, but as Dre drops, now it's only on the 299 who's swapped over to a Vandal. And the spike is out of there. Beeb still hanging around in the site just to catch the rotation, and D1. Feels a little familiar, doesn't it? Like shoes on the opposite foot here. Almost the exact same setup that we had in map number 1 coming to fruition here, map number 2, but D1 are benefiting with the backside of this half.
Yeah, but it feels like we're kind of seeing a similar version to D1's Breeze attack, right? We're seeing them kind of starting to put the pieces together, having the right reads and acting on them, and it's working out in their favor. It was a little late for them to kind of figure out what they need to do, but now that they have, they're taking it by storm and making this a competitive half.
Well, aggression, the name of the game here for Evictix early, looking for an orb. Grabbed and retreated. But that's the problem, is you're still dealing with just a very severely weakened arsenal. And D1 will find first blood, take their time here to set up their 5v4. Should be clean, should be.
Still playing it slow and not trying to commit to anything, even though they have the man advantage. The last thing they want to do is, you know, like I said again on Breeze, is lose out on an eco here when this could very well turn into a 6-6 half for them.
Yeah. Great. Nice timing on the peak. Gets away with one, but not a second. Defense swiftly to rotate, but we'll be here late.
Even though they're coming in late, they're going to rely a lot on 299's all here being popped and trying to go for something if they choose to do that.
But the play over towards Secret, not going to work out. Hot Hands zoning out that position, forcing Evictix to have to play through Flowers.
Now they have nothing to work with.
Oh, or do they?
Sorry.
Raccoon grabs one. Flash coming through, not going to be able to do much there as Raccoon. And Calamity will say, all right, Ray, you want to play back there? You can play back there. We're just going to set ourselves up for the free round here.
Unfortunate. Bandit long range is not a fun gun to have there.
Last round before the switch.
Okay. Putting it together. 4 in a row here for D1. Looking to stretch into a 6-6 half.
Great turnaround. Last round here. The Evictix are going to have to try and invest a lot of these ults here. They have the Astro Wall and the Fade ult for some sort of a retake here, but looks like they're going back to their bread and butter of just fighting for the same main, but D1 are here and ready to fight back.
Yeah, they need to.
This could be the first time we see a brawl.
Yeah, we've got a couple of players on D1 that are one away from a critical ultimate.
Exactly.
299 going to go quickly. Smoke, Nova Pulse behind that. Hot Hands, zones away, and that's enough for Evictix to say thank you. We'll take that, but it is a lot of utility spent, and that, like you call, now sets up the rotation back through mid for D1.
Yeah, I mean, immediately retreating is not what I expected. You'd think that they'd want to put up some sort of a fight or even re-clear, but they're just avoiding it altogether. Dynamic's in a great spot here, but they seem to be aware of it, but the timing just might... Oh, no, it doesn't.
And Ray was never supplanted from the backside of the B site. We'll find 2 before dropping. Fair not able to find any of those. Foreign Tex and double of his own. 2v3, but the problem here is you've got every ultimate you could possibly want if you're Evictix. Just wait for the commitment on the plant. Pop the Nightfall and you should be good to go. There it is.
Oh, wow, the pop, it only hits one.
Overdrive
that might just be enough.
Whoa! Huge shot from Beeb. That immediately gets the response to the Nightfall of their own. Foreign finds a third after being down low and in a very troubling position. Now Dre has to 1v2. Cosmic Divide gonna come through to try to finish off this half. But it's a straight Venn diagram on the site. Dre trying to work through. Able to find the first, but not the second. What a hero play from Beeb. connects on a huge shot onto 299, calls out the Nightfall, and gets us a 6-6 half.
I mean, being in that 5v2 and 4 and getting those 2 picks on that B site, and you know, EVX just kind of holding on to their ults just for a little bit too long there, allowing Foreign and B to get that info that they needed. And also just that shot on Boomy was insane. What a round to kind of come back into and secure when it really shouldn't have gone their way.
No, not at all. I mean, you had everything you could possibly want if you were EVX. So 5 rounds in a row for D1 resets the map as we move into the second half. And with, again, near identical compositions, sub out just the chamber for the Vice, you kind of have to feel like EVX are going to look to still play with some aggression. I'll be interested to see if D1 almost do the same thing that EVX did on the defensive side by just spending a lot of utility to gain A main control early and putting that orb out of question.
Yeah, I think we'll start seeing that towards once we get to more of those gun rounds. But I do like the fact that it looks like they're setting up for more of a mid-heavy pistol or fast rotates, because at the end of the day, you want to kind of redeem yourself for winning last pistol and getting ecoed, right? You want to have a strong start here, especially since you are kind of on a heater. You won the last 5 rounds back to back. But yeah, I think one player that I really want to highlight is Foreign, because Foreign played a big part in a lot of those rounds on that first half. We saw them secure the pistol by playing around that pillar. We saw them basically secure that last round single-handedly in that 2v5, yeah. And it's just being an outstanding player for them. And I'm excited to see, you know, what Foreign can continue to do on this defensive half, whether it's, you know, playing more of as an anchor or more of as a float. But I don't see Foreign slowing down anytime now. And it's kind of been a lifeline for D1, really, keeping everyone else in the game. And I think once players start kind of not shooting back, but waking up a bit and being more on the same page, especially on defense, because you have to be a little bit more fluid. You know what I mean? You have to kind of be able to play around each other a lot better. And it should be a good look for Foreign moving forward.
I like that call. So see if that kind of gets established here in the opening portions of this half. Tech pause will fade, and we will get into the pistol. So far, D1 have been very good in this particular round, both maps.
Just a great new look for them.
Yeah,
love it.
2 and 10. 2 and 10.
Yeah.
Yeesh. Ray finds one. Foreign. Ooh, shoulder. Nova Pulse. Going to be avoided, but the help is here, and D1 will absolutely suffocate that play just down to Dre in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, what a crossfire coming in from them, especially with that stun. And EVX just kind of trying to force their hand there. Just did not work in their favor. Just got instantly punished. I am curious though to see like which team, now that we've swapped halves, will be taking that A main space and really farming those Phoenix orbs, because so far it is just pistol round, but we haven't seen any team kind of lean that way. And when we saw D1 on the attack, they weren't really prioritizing it. So hopefully it is a little bit of a change of pace for them. If not, EVX could start farming that and get a lot of those ults for their attacking rounds.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Dre, what you got? Nada. Absolutely nada. 4 in the round for Foreign, so you call it out appropriately. The hot hand from the last round of the half follows up with a brilliant pistol here. And Foreign's going to say, yeah, I'll keep that going. Give me that Vandal. Let me get that.
You know, I love to see it, honestly. I love when my Astra buys a Phantom second round and just locks down a site or whatever it may be. But it is a little bit scary for D1. They're going to have to make sure that they're not, or they're playing super disciplined here, really focusing on their team play, not really allowing EVX to find any gaps or any advantage here to try and get a gun, because it could fall apart from there, as we saw in the first half.
I'll find you.
Well, opening play on the way. Free space at Art for now. D1 looking to try to recover by playing a little bit further forward. We do have a little bit of a forced purchase in here, and Fair will find Foreign in the astral form. It's a big weapon collected. Now 299's turn, but Calamity goes a touch unnoticed, able to slip back into the site where he's got a little bit of help, and now we'll go to the 4v4, but Fair putting the pressure on. already behind, has D1 completely claustrophobic on the site, and they're going to rewrap back out through a secret. Fair predicting this, though. Does not quite see the information initially, but still finds one. Beeb will get the Bulldog, and just missed the timing to possibly confirm a trade.
I mean, the way that they were, Victix were able to not only get that first pick, but have that flank coming in, even though it was spotted out without a kill, just kind of push D1 out of their comfort spots, having to fall back a bit. And now they're in a scary spot. Oh my God.
Oh my God, indeed.
Hey,
There's
so
no
remember
way
what I
this
said
happens.
I didn't want to happen? It kind of happened.
Kinda or absolutely? Feels like
Oh,
absolutely.
absolutely. Especially since our first kill was the person with the Phantom. Like, that's a toughie.
Yeah, that's a big time toughie. Wow. I mean, 19-9, but still coming up short after finding what looked to be a potential win. Sheesh.
Yeah, it's also hard because Astra isn't really playing a little bit of an anchor role, which I normally like to see. Like, ideally, you would be having like your Phoenix and Neon kind of playing towards the mid and going for some sort of early fights, but a different look for D1's defensive half, which I feel like is kind of a common denominator with a lot of their defensive halves. It's very unique, I would say.
Well,
I
this timing, I don't think that they saw Calamity, but already out of the picture. And the problem is Calamity also has not seen this play up through vent. So, yep, the Victix have the jump on him. First blood comes through. Plus, you get information on the second. Wow, nice shots from Dynamic. And now you're onto the site, but Calamity's still hanging around. Just if you could get one, if you're Calamity, that would feel like a miracle, considering that you are completely trapped, and they will not know that 299 is behind them. Should lead to a plan here.
Now they're in a 3v4 retake.
Spike planted.
Only a Marshall in hand. They have full fade kit and a stun, but they just need to find the opportunity to use it and
Yeah.
instantly get punished.
Well, what else can you grab here? Well, Beep gives you another. Makes this potentially doable if you can connect to your Dynamic, and they can. Marshall, 1v2. Time running out. Dynamic's got to go, and 299's hearing all of this. So you'll trust that your teammate Dre will sit back and play the clutch position. And you can also just do that. That works too. The Victix respond nicely. 8-7 now the count.
I mean, the Victix are playing this so well. I love how they're willing to just contact up, even when, you know, D1 are on a bit of a weaker buy. They're not scared of running into shotguns or anything because they're so confident that they're gonna get those trades. And with how D1 are playing, they're constantly sending their fate to get that A main info. That mid round, they don't know where people could be. That's how, you know, Victix are able to kind of get in these deep positions while D1 are completely unaware.
It's unreal. I mean, the timings that we've seen have been so slight, and they've been so impactful. And now we're going to start to get a Victix once again playing aggressively over towards A main. They're going to get the orb for Fair, who now has the run it back to play off of. So a huge advantage in this round by generating space off of that ultimate. And the orbs go down, stars go down. Ooh, Calamity just kind of holds on the trigger. Those able to find Ray. That'll soften up what will likely be a post-plant Sentinel. And it's just down to, actually, will the Victix actually commit for this plant? Yeah, they will. 299 off close and personal. Finds one, knows the second on the corner. Runs directly away from the Prowler, but Beeb's able to find the shutdown. Dynamic only gets one before falling. Nightfall has already come through for the offense. Dre and Raccoon playing towards Art. And Raccoon's going to trust the op instead of the
The
Odin.
smoke spray.
Ooh. Now it goes back to it. Boomy able to respond with some spray of their own. Gravity well in, a little bit of damage, but Dre cannot find the connection. Beeb still hanging for the defuse. Being bodyguarded by Foreign, past halfway, and Foreign will find the elimination. We'll get tied at 8.
I mean, I like the idea of their post plant there. They tried to take some space towards, what is that called? Not graveyard. What am I thinking?
Pit,
Towards
dugout.
the pit, thank you. Towards pit and dugout. I don't know what I'm thinking. But instead, pivot towards that art because they were getting just too much pressure there and lost our Phoenix ult and 299. So it was great reactions coming out from Evictix there, but just the kills were not there. The trades for that first push were not there. But it now looks like they're changing the pace a little bit, going for a heavy B exec.
Now smokes are down, front doors at B.
Recovering it.
Foreign. Just gonna pull back the star. Sees a little bit of information there, and it's gonna force out a little bit of spray from an opposite angle. There's the utility. Foreign just backing away. Prowler Detlef. Boomy's able to find the first. You can hear all of these footsteps in the back, and Boomy slides forward to stand tall in front of all that played through screens. Oh no. Evictix now completely trapped, isolated, nowhere to go if you're Raccoon. You're just hoping somebody makes a mistake and walks into your shotgun, of which one does. Weapon collected, but you lose your teammate and Dre. And there's just not much of an exit here. Boomy will shut it down. Huge stand for D1.
But that is exactly the site hold you want to see coming in from a defensive B hold. You have a player playing back halls and a player playing up front. The back halls player playing anti, able to kind of help you with those first fights towards that front site, but able to pivot and kind of deny the back halls push so that they can't get crunched. That was played down to a T.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, what a read. And just generally, I love that it's all quarterbacked by Foreign, like on top of a box, just like pulling off stars, pulling them back, letting Boomy do what they do best. Foreign just continues to be an X factor in this map. 21 and 10 for crying out loud.
No, exactly.
And
honestly,
a timeout for Evictix.
I'm really happy to see Foreign's kind of pivoting away from that mid and playing more as an anchor, because I feel like it's a lot easier and you can be a lot quicker having reactions with your stars when you get to dictate yourself on when they should be popped, right? Because if a player has to call for it, there is a little bit of a delay there. And also, I feel like Astros are really good at knowing how to play around their own smokes or their own utility. And so far, it's looked great for Foreign.
This looked unbelievable. I mean,
yeah.
What else could you possibly want?
Exactly. Insanely close games too, that I don't think anyone was really expecting, all of this, but it's looking good for both of these teams. They're really neck and neck.
Out there.
I'll see what we get here. Pivotal round for D1 to take cleanly. Evictix has shown the ability to fight though with Sheriffs. And D1 are not going to allow any more orbs to be collected here at A. Instead, it's going to force the offense over towards Art. Fair just going to go quickly, though. And they're just going to hard commit here. Separate the defense out. Dre in some trouble, but is going to recognize that. Now just needs to play their life as long as humanly possible. But
get popped.
Not going to happen, at least not initially. The pinch and the... Wait, hold on a second. This is looking pretty decent, but the overdrive is called to the flip side. And Calamity will step up to deal with another last blood in that affair. Goes all the way back over towards the defensive spawn, where Evictix will be hoping that Fair can do something with this Phantom.
It did get a little close there, seeing two ults being used from the side of D1, the Phoenix ult and the Neon ult. But I gotta say, Raccoon with this dang judge is making these rounds that shouldn't be winnable, kind of winnable.
Yeah, for real.
I don't know how he's not getting punished, bro. It's a fade running at you with the judge. It's
Shouldn't
funny.
be that close, but
no.
30 seconds, no spike.
Left.
D1 should get the double digits here. Finances will be okay for Evictix coming into this. Calamity will be seen on the shoulder. That's one.
Good shot.
But I just don't know at this time how you possibly work through a 1v2. This shouldn't happen, and it won't.
Yeah, not really left with a lot of options there. I do like D1 actually standing their ground towards that A main rather than, sending some fade utility for info, but actually taking that space, farming that orb for our Phoenix. I think that's going to be a big game changer for us, but kind of pivoting away from that. Going back to what's been working for them.
Okay, critical round here. If you're Evictix, have to have it. Operator out, Nightfall at the ready, Odin out. D1 have everything they could possibly want to get this to 11 and put some financial strain onto Evictix late into this map. Pressure established at mid. Flank watch for Dre over at B, which there is a slow walk down. starting to occur. And honestly, if this ends up being a B finish, Evictix very well could surround this play.
Yeah, but just they have to be aware of the Astra behind pillar and actually clear it. Otherwise, this could go completely backfire on them. Boomy goes down and
follow up from Calamity is good, but the immediate trade is coming through. Forward able to find the spike here. That is massive from that position through B long. The offense is now stuck. Fair is able to find another. So now it's all of a sudden just down to what Foreign can do. And how many times have we said that sentence already? Smoke should be fading here in a moment. Foreign's going to have to decide what they want to do. And is going to call the Cosmic Divide in. Fair's going to go for the run it back. Shut down, but Ray still able to provide the trade. And now the offense will separate B from the rest of this play at B main. People would have to go quickly. And as they do, they find one, but not a second. Huge win for Evictix.
yeah, attacking, being able to get that pick on Boomy, pushing up towards that B main, kind of just really taking options out of D1 and a lot of their space that they had to retake from different angles. And throughout the round, you see Evictix clearing out that alley, clearing out B main, and even pushing spawn and just catching D1 completely off guard, not even giving them a chance to go into a retake. That was very proactive. And we need to see more of that if they want to try and do a little bit more of a comeback into this game.
Yeah. Ooh, buddy. Feels like we are in that world. 2 to 4 out for Dynamic, looking to get aggressive. No help here.
Timing
this is
here,
just
killer.
straight timing. But Ray, oh, do they see the barrel? They do, and Dynamic cannot connect. Oh, almost a chance to pop off, but now it's a 5v4 for Evictix.
Again, the timings in this game have been unreal. Evictix are really good at playing man advantage. They do not like to have kills go untraded here. Again, continuing with their playstyle, just walking up slow, not really giving D1 any info to gamble off of, and possibly gonna, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the playstyle of playing super slow and walking up. It makes the enemy team, in this case D1, panic because they don't want info. They feel like they need to go for something, especially being a man down, and Evictix are baiting them into that.
They sure are. I mean, you can see D1 is sitting here saying, like, we know that this is going to be one of those contest-based maps that we need to stay tall, but you lose those battles and the whole round just falls apart instantly.
That lure
So now
coming in
B,
from Ray.
1v5, there's no way they go for this.
It's the economy and the money's looking like on D1 since they used the chamber op. They should have a okay buy going into next round.
Get back.
But I don't know, it's getting close, and this is where we see D1 start to panic a little bit. Not being able to come up with adaptations to whatever Evictix is able to kind of cook up here. And
Yeah, facts.
we just, the last thing they want is a repeat of last map. They want to stay in this. They don't want to, you know, lose out here and then be one match away from elimination this early on.
Not what you want, not what you want at all. So D1, take the time out, want to talk about it, rightfully so.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they have such heavy mid presence that I feel like it really shoots them in the foot when either they get picked off or they don't have one of the mains. Because yes, mid pressure is good if you're going for some early picks, but you can never be sure of what's happening if you don't have a deep line on that B main or a deep line in A main. You're kind of left gambling, which we've seen round after round here for them. And while sometimes it works out if they're able to get an early pick towards that mid, like I said, but if not, they're kind of left just sitting in spawn waiting for something to happen, or they have to push for info. And that's exactly what Evictix want. And I think in this timeout, hopefully they're starting to realize that and come up with a plan to kind of counteract that, whether it is trying to farm that orb towards A main, even though they have the Phoenix ult already, just using it to gain some sort of space so that they're not left wondering the rest of the round. I mean, this timing was insane.
Yeah, it is.
Literally just a hair away from getting one of those picks double doors.
Okay, well, D1 find themselves in a very familiar position. Not necessarily a must-win round, but kind of is. Operator is going to be invested into. Judge, one rifle. Dynamic, it's going to already be blocked out of their line of sight. Orb collected for Fair, who's going to be likely probably just one off once they go back and collect the A1 that's free.
So leaning towards the A site where there aren't really weapons to be held there. A lot of the hero weapons are towards that B and alleyway. I'm not gonna have to face too much pressure here.
Right there.
Oh, here
And
comes the
D1
execute.
Yep, and D1 are completely unaware of it until the last second because they just don't have any info.
Yeah, and the problem is your operator's not here.
Look
so
at
now
the
you're gonna
spot
have to
that
be
Thorn's
playing
taking,
retake
though.
with it. Even
Will
to
they
find one, though,
expect
is
it?
huge. Wait a second. You've got an opportunity for Four to stay on top of the bomb site and find themselves another. Oh, not what you want. Bear shuts down Calamity from getting the run it back to regain that space. 40 seconds on the clock. Ray lurking. Prowler out. We'll read it. Can you get isolation here? Onto the fade. Yes, you can. Beep drops. Now Evictix trying to get the spike onto site. Ray trying to play forward. Nova Pulse comes through. Doesn't really do too much, but now you pull the Steel Garden. That gives you likely enough opportunity to get this spike planted. Over through dugout. Dre's able to find one. Run it back for Fair, but he earned off of this play. Flash comes out, able to find and blindside Calamity, who really wasn't affected by the flash. And now it's just down to how much more can you grab if you're Fair? Only so much. But you know where at least one of the two are. Now you've got a response here from Boomy trying to work their way in with the judge. Stopped by the Thorns. Fair still holding close. Could be in some danger here as Dynamic is able to take away the angle, find the kill. Dre in the corner, able to get one. Shots are down for the second. Evictix will get 11. Dre will have 4 in the round, and now we start to sweat if you're D1.
I mean, what a comeback into the round, especially when it looks so rocky. You have Foreign playing in that spot, top box. They get 2 spam kills out of just their positioning alone and that fade eye coming in. But the fact that, you know, Evictix were able to work together, get that Phoenix ult going, and Dre honestly just going huge here, taking space by themselves and getting 2 picks off of it. It was so clean.
Wow. I mean, you get 1 more pick if you're Boomy. That changes everything. Or, more importantly, if Calamity can just work in with the run it back, maybe you get that space back, but
Yeah.
instantly shut down.
Your D1, you really want to get some sort of advantage here, especially being on an eco round. You lose this, you're at match point, the pressure is on, and it is really looking like a repeat from last map.
Hello? Wait, no chance. We hit a sheriff shot on one side. We get blessed timing from Dynamic on the other, but Evictix understand their advantage and just force it forwards. Follow-up starting to come on through. Flash out for Dre, can only do so much damage. Raccoon though with the Odin, able to spray it down to at least one. 2v3 situation. Fair, hot hands, not available. It's just the firewall. And it takes away the space, the time before and response. Response here from Raccoon to the other side. 1v1 with Boomy. Has a Phantom to play with. Raccoon resets, doesn't win the battle. And Boomy gets it to 11-11. What a hero round. Oh gosh.
Exactly what D1 needed to stay in this, though. You do not want it to get to match point where, you know, they're already feeling pressure, because if they lose this map, the series is over. But they were able to avoid match point by getting those first picks that you were talking about. Basically, simultaneously, you see the Lurker getting picked off mid. You see, I believe it was Phoenix getting picked off towards that B side, putting a damper in the exit that they're kind of able to try and push out there. Huge eco round coming in from D1. That's literally exactly what they needed.
It's unbelievable. I just, how? So now, what could be the map right here. Cash is still not great for D1, but it's hurting on the same front for Evictix. Ultimates are completely off the table. Fair is very, very close to another run it back, though. And that might be the difference maker if he can find a way to earn it.
Are still leaning pretty heavily towards this A side. The op's not even holding the deep line towards B anymore, and Evictix are going to be able to get a lot of space going back into it. It's not like they even have really big ults on the side, or any ults on the side of D1 to go for some sort of big retake here. Just sacrificing so much space just because of that one trip broken. Like, they're so paranoid about lurks, and it's playing well into Evictix's favor.
Big shutdown, though. But look at the lurk from Ray. Problem is, Ray thinks, hey, we can come to A. I'm free. I'm good to go. Defense is here, though. And Boomy could rotate quickly. Oh no. And now all of a sudden the Victics are like, shoot, it's 30 seconds left. We have to commit to this. They're going to stay away from the operator. Cosmic Divide, well timed for D1. 299. Throw an initial shoulder. Relay bolt trying to come through. Foreign doesn't take the bait. Oh no, they're stuck. They're completely stuck.
Might as well save at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to preserve some weapons going into match point to bring it into OT, but D1 played that so well, even though they did sacrifice a lot of space towards B. Just by shutting down that Phoenix ult, Evictix got so scared of pushing any further.
Match point.
Man. Oh man.
It is so like neck and neck and back and forth here.
Checking the situation.
Doesn't get much closer. Not at all.
Yeah.
But the save is critical. You've got 3 weapons. A Guardian can be purchased. A Judge can be... I mean, you've got the weapons that you want, considering the finances.
D1 are playing more towards the extremities and more for sight, even. Victics are just going to try and work a pick towards that mid to gain some sort of advantage in the round because they don't have that in weaponry.
Mid pressure established. Flank watch on both extremities.
Victics were able to see that they have full control of A main on the side of D1 just based off of that dog.
Here we go. Gotta have it. Beeb gonna get some information there. You still have Boomy playing forward. On to try to delay. Defense still staying solid.
They have full A main control. They see no one's there. They know that it's a bluff, that they're not actually going to split towards that A side. So the B players don't have to move or skip a beat at all.
Nope. Victics feel nervous. Cosmic Divide cuts across both sites. That puts a bit of a question mark into D1's minds, but that fast lane will give you the intention that this will be a play over towards B. Initial spam not going to connect. Shots for Dynamic eventually able to land for first blood. The Calamity's still going to hold with the firewall in play. Dynamic still holding close to Raccoon, so we look at the plant down. 4v5. Retake required. Knife out punish, but Foreign's able to get the trade. D1 still hanging on to backside halls. Host plant largely relying on pillars, but Ray is tucked in a corner. Here comes the retake.
Huge here.
Can you find the timing? There is the trigger on the spike. First shot's not gonna land. It's just down to 2. Dre, Raccoon, trying to hang. Raccoon though, pardon me. So now it's just down to Dre for the 1v2 situation. Boomy just throwing absolute insane speed at you, and D1 will respond by taking a Victix map pick, and we're to go 3.
The fact that they were able to kind of turn it around after that timeout and start actually securing rounds, playing for the sites, playing for the extremities, and not worrying about mid as much, really closed out the map for them. It made Victix feel like they were in control when they weren't. They were already ready to kind of play that defensive setups that they had, that they just looked so good in. Those crossfires, the fact that they were able to hold back sight that long,
yeah,
it looked really good from D1, and now we're headed to a 3rd map.
I don't even know, but it's been chaos. These first 2 maps have been chaos. It almost shakes down the same way that map number 1 did, legitimately. I mean, it's a hot start for Victix. D1 respond with a great backside of the first half, back and forth affair in the second, and eventually the breaking point is met. So we've got ourselves a 1-1 map count, map 3 coming up at the desk first when we come back from the break.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm host Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Ash on the desk, and we are going to a map 3. Selenite wand out, waving all of the unwanted and unneeded energy out, because we are going to need it for a map 3. Because Roy, these have been slobber knockers of maps. They've been back and forth. It seems like one team has had a lead that it was going to be a quick map, and then they said no. Especially with Division 1 taking this map of Freeze.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little too crazy, guys. Okay, it's starting to get a little wild in here in the server. It's getting a little wild, right? Like, let me put it this way, right? Division 1 wins both pistols. They get thriftied on both pistols, and then they also get a thrifty themselves, and it turns into a 13-11 game. This is as close as it could possibly get. We're going the full distance. Obviously, it's not an elimination match. It's really just to turn things around. These teams are trying to get into playoff form, right? Like that's really what they're fighting for at this point. But it's getting more and more out of control as the game goes through. Players are heating up, and it feels like, you know, we're kind of alternating, right? We bought up enough time for some of these players to heat up in the first map. Now more players are starting to heat up, and I feel like as this goes on and on and on, we're going to get even crazier and even wackier as we get into this third map here.
Yeah, I think that Pearl is really interesting, especially like Roy's talking about the journey about how it was like the 2 pistol rounds for Division 1 and to, you know, the rounds being stolen away there by Evictix. And I think overall you also have to think about the fact that Evictix started up 6-1 to start this map up. Like, we originally thought it was going to be a very similar storyline, I think, to the first map that we saw today, where Breeze looked like it was definitely going to go the way of Division 1. Things end up swapping. It ends up being like an upset situation for the team that didn't end up picking that map. And same story here on Pearl. I think that Division 1 being able to end off that first half 6-6, considering how things started, was really nice to see. It felt like Division 1 were really struggling to find answers to how Evictix were playing the push and pull across the map, because we did see them fighting for a lot of that space like we anticipated. There were a lot of those early like B main fights, some of the A main fights coming in there as well. And it took a while for D1 to really, I think, adjust to the pacing at which Evictix were taking that the initial like first 30 seconds of the rounds on defensive side. But once they got an understanding of how Evictix wanted to play that kind of aggression, they didn't force themselves to continue to fight forward into it like they had previously on those rounds that they were losing. They make the change. They managed to make the call to either make those rotations away with inserts from Dynamic on the other side of the map, or just taking the fight in a much more comfortable way instead of feeling like it was forced into their hand. And that's where I think we really saw that shift in momentum there for Division 1. And things, you know, in that second half, they go a little bit more back and forth instead of being like those really streaky rounds and whatnot. But overall, I think for Division 1, you definitely have to give a lot of credit to, I think, Foreign and his performance. Like a lot of the hero moments that were going out there for the side of Division 1, but Evictix, they definitely had hero moments for themselves as well too. Like Fair was having a crazy game as well.
I mean, yeah, we're going to talk about all these guys soon when the KDAs pop up on the screen. But I think this is kind of just a tale of these two teams, right? Like you were saying it, right? It was getting a little spooky. It's been getting a little crazy, but there's been a pattern here, right? When you look at these teams, you see Fair, you know, you see these duelists coming in and you see these folks making the space exactly what we expect them to do. But it is a tale of two halves every single time. Pearl, just another bit of that.
Oh, I mean, it's been honestly wild. I feel like the duelists did a phenomenal job, but the supporting cast for both of these rosters had so many pop-off moments, right? Like we saw Foreign, obviously Foreign's at the top, so it's easy to talk about him, but we saw Beeb have his moments as well. We saw Dynamic have his moments. Obviously, Dre and Raccoon were absolute menaces in that entire series. And honestly, I don't know if this is weird to say, but I genuinely feel like Evictix's macro was a little bit more on point this map. It just kind of felt like Division 1 were winning out a lot of these sort of like late round scenarios, or you know, a lot of the multi-frags were happening for them. So it kind of just felt like, you know, the game plan was in their hands, but it just kept crumbling towards the very end. So shout out to Division 1. We highlighted coming into this game the mechanical skill ceiling. This is the way that it manifests. This is the way the cookie crumbles. And this time is Division 1 claiming the second map and extending us to the third.
Yeah, and I mean, Ash, we talked about this when we tied our predictions, right? Like you said, you were surprised that more of us didn't go for Evictix. And I think when you're looking at this, you know, going back to Division One putting up that fight against Evictix, that's why you see these score lines with Foreign, that 13-11. It's Foreign. I mean, we highlighted him in the beginning as part of that magic making it happen, that aggressiveness.
Yeah, not just the aggressiveness, but I think the consistency is what we really highlighted here for Foreign. And he's one of those players where I feel like we don't get to highlight him as often because you have players like Dynamic, you have players like Boomy and Calamity on this team that you tend to shout out more frequently. But Foreign is always that steady presence in the background. The performance that he's putting up on Pearl, though, he was absolutely taking the limelight here on this map. Like, just the decision making in certain moments was so well done here by Foreign, playing around his utility while also supporting his team all at the same time.
And I think the wild thing is he didn't even really get these stats like going too crazy. Like he wasn't going wild, right? He was just playing his role. It was all falling within his lap. He was capitalizing off things perfectly. When it came down to the team fights, he was pretty much present. He was capitalizing, he was multi-fragging. And when it came down to the clutches, he was an absolute beast. So shout out, he performed his role phenomenally. He didn't have to go too wild for the stats. I think all of the stats are high impact, high value. So it's not like they're empty stats either. So I mean, he's the very clear MVP for us on the desk, I think, for the second map.
Thus far, because we are going to a third map, and it's the land of my people, the folks that did not qualify for the World Cup thanks to Bosnia. It is Ascent. I've not forgotten.
Italy?
Yes, it's Venice. It's Venice
Roy,
blown up into the air. Roy, it's been years of this lore.
All my hours in Valorant have gone to playing the video game. Okay, I have not delved into the lore. That is why. See, Emily's also a competitor, and she also doesn't know that this was also in Italy. I'm just gonna throw her under the bus.
Well, calling it Emily on her first day of casting is wild work, by the way. But here we are going to, and I love how Emily's getting the fullest first day, 13-11, 13-11, and maybe Ascend will also be a 13-11. Ash, in the green room, you were looking at those comps, you were seeing that this thing, we might see some differences, but at least no Phoenix, I believe that's what you said, on Ascend for one of these teams?
Yeah, for Evictix, they don't run in a Phoenix composition, which I think when we look at the overall win rate for Phoenix comps versus non-Phoenix mirror, like, yeah, okay, you guys know what I'm saying. Anyways, when it's a Phoenix comp versus a non-Phoenix composition, Phoenix comps tend to take the win, like much more than 50% of the time. I think like closer to like 60-something% of the time. For Team Evictix, though, instead of the Phoenix, they opt to run the double Sentinel, which, starting out on the attacking side first, is going to be really interesting. I think especially when I'm going to be curious to see who's going to be mainly taking on like the lurking role between Fair and Ray. I would imagine that for Ray, there's more of that opportunity to try and flash for the team, but also you could argue that opportunity to play for himself there as well. I think that it's going to be fun to see how they end up dealing with some of the aggression that we're expecting from Division 1-2 when they're looking to fight for some of that extremity control. Overall, though, D1, they've been really solid with the pistol rounds. I'm going to be looking at Team Evictix for actually picking up a pistol of their own first to kick things off, especially when you're trying to keep Boomy off that off.
And to put things in perspective, both of these teams are quite versed on this map, boasting pretty good win rates as well. So but I think for me, the main thing that I'm looking at is the change of pace that's going to be happening on the Team Evictix side, right? We have Fair playing the Chamber. We haven't really seen him in the dedicated op role just yet. And with the composition that they've opted to run, which I like to call the Wadada comp, by the way, shout out King Fred. It's a composition that is very slow, right? On the attack side, you don't have a lot of explosive util. You only have the Jet, you only have the Omen Paranoia. It has to be played slow. It has to be very grindy. It has to be very slow attack op style, which is going to fall a lot of pressure on the Fair side of things. But for Division 1, their comp is tested, it's tried, it works in the current meta, and Phoenix is in such a good spot to capitalize on this map. So lots of pressure here on the duelist as well for Division 1 to claim this final map.
It is the final map of Ascent. Both their teams looking for their second win. I'm sending over to your casters, Emily and Shift.
Thank you, friends. Yeah, I mean, just based on how this map has unfolded over the course of the last couple of months, it just feels like this is going to be another one of those, one side will dominate, the other will try to match. So do you look at that the same way? Do you look at Division 1 saying, hey, you got to dominate this opening defensive side, or is there something maybe different in the mix that you're seeing?
No, I mean, I completely agree with what the desk was kind of saying. I think Division 1's comp is definitely more optimal for, you know, how people are playing this current meta. And I think just their defense alone on Ascent has been looking really good for them. On the side of Team Evictix, I get the idea with the comp, especially on defense. You know, when you're playing against teams that run like a KO or something, you can play those anti-KO setups having the double sentinel, but we're not going to be seeing that here. They are starting that attack. They're all going to have to be playing a little bit slower, and that's completely fine in the early rounds, right? When they don't have an op online. But once they do get that op online, you really got to use your Sova util to the max and ensure that you're pushing that op back, getting that information, and being able to make something out of it. Otherwise, you know, as Void kind of mentioned, it might be similar to what happened in Wadada's case. And for those of you who don't know, it did not look great for them.
Yeah, that's
on this
very
house.
true. Very, very true. Okay, well, let's see what we get, because like we've talked about as well, and the desk ran away with your point. The pistols have been very good for D1 compared to normal, at least. And they will be off on the opening defense, like we also mentioned. If Boomy can find some opening success, the operator being part of the defense makes this half way more friendly. But it's quick mid pressure here for Evictix with a late owl drone to search out market.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of chip damage coming in from Boomy, and looks like they're really leaning towards this B side of the site, and players already from D1 ready to move over, but getting caught off guard there by the rotates, and Ray getting that pick is huge. The flashes are now gone on the side of D1 for any sort of retake.
And that works out nicely. Boom able to find another from bottom side stairs. Dynamic took him a second to find the connection, but he's able to find the kill that he was intended to. Beep right back behind that. No problem. D1 clean pistol. I mean, really nothing thrown out of Evictix to get those positions under stress. It's just straight contact plays off choke points.
Yeah, I mean, just even in that mid round there, just trying to kind of find picks towards that market side, towards that cap, but just getting punished. And one thing that I'm really looking for in these future rounds from D1 is a lot of the times they do like to run Omen Phoenix towards that A main, taking a bunch of different ways to kind of control that space, and Cypher and Sova just really locking down that B site. And they really have their defense side down to a T, and as long as they keep that up in this map, it should be a pretty strong start for them, especially that they got the pistol down.
Yeah, I 1,000,000% agree with you. Early shot tries putting some pressure down, though, as it's going to be a quick play over towards Dynamic. He's able to snap and find one. Now he's just trying to chip away through the smoke as Beep is well with him, and yeah, that will work out nicely. So tried for a little bit of a gut check play here from Evictix. Gets shut down right at the threshold of B main. Dre going to be hot hand to death. It's a fiery grave as D1 clean in their second round. Good response.
This is going to be the first glimpse of what Evictix might be trying to go for with this comp on the attacking half. We haven't seen too much of it in VCL. We've seen them play it one map so far, which I believe they ended up losing, but if I can remember correctly, it was a pretty close score line. But I'm just curious to see like what their initial approach is, especially in these early rounds where, you know, that op isn't online. Will they be trying to get info and going for straight up XX, or continuing to play it slow?
Good questions. Find out soon enough here in the full gun round for, well, Evictix actually, because the first purchase will not be in a full gun round. Misspoke. Sheriff's out, but we deals with the initial. 299 will able to be at least scaled to spike back into their hands, but yeah, when you force purchase into an anti-eco and you find nothing, you are stuck trying to force something in this third.
And we just saw like one of the many variations of the A main control that they have on the side of D1. Just getting picked apart the rest of this towards that B main with our two lurkers. But no, I really got to give props to D1 for how many different looks they have for taking space there. You know, sometimes you'll see them doing the standard Phoenix trap with the flashes and the mollies. There, for example, we had our jet push into Wine, completely catching the players towards Orb off guard, especially with that Phoenix molly added on top of it. And that's a pattern that we're going to be seeing throughout the rest of this half, is them kind of just having a bunch of different looks, controlling that space, even giving it up sometimes, but holding insane sight crossfires. They have a really strong defensive half, as we're kind of seeing being played out here. And Evictix are going to kind of have to start gaining some rounds here. You know, we don't want to, even though they're going to have a good defense half, you don't want them running away with too many on the side of D1.
Yeah, it's like we've seen, like the defensive side on this map has been by far the favored, although the comps have changed just a touch over the last couple of months. But still, you get an operator up early, this map becomes so difficult to approach on the attack. Judge is always an option every single round, including this one. Although Dynamic playing a one-way off of his own cyber cage. Yeah, really good spray through the dark cover to at least get the two intended, but Fair, who takes the purchase, makes good use of it, tries for the headhunter, and Beep cannot find the connection with the Guardian. So now a 3v2 the other way, but Dynamic knows the spike is down and is watching the perfect spot. First shoulder comes through, no worries there. Now Fair and Dre are looking to try to pinch this position up, but there's help from 4 and behind over through door. I think he saw Dre.
Last player standing.
Yep, sure did. And you know that Fair is playing in towards mid, so just play a crossfire setup. Don't let him connect onto you.
I mean, a little bit of a misplay for for D1 taking those fights toward mid after we spotted the op, because in reality, as soon as that drone was used, they didn't have any more info utility to kind of use, and our Cypher Dynamic was able to get a lot of those picks there and just kind of secure that spike down. Not even worth going for. The last 15 seconds, going to try and save this up and carry it over into the next round and make something happen.
Yeah.
They don't even have Blade Storms going into it. A lot of it is going to rely on Farah trying to find an opening pick, but I don't think D1 are going to be willing to give up lives that easy, knowing what's coming in the next round and what's being saved.
Well, you can hear a little bit of the information, but yep, everything will fade off without much consequence on either side, but good recovery. It looked like things were about to possibly get out of hand over there towards Tree, but the double that comes through is massive. And then, of course, being able to take away that space from Dynamic secures the round. 4-0 start back over towards Pistols, except for that operator that was held. So Victix are just playing for picks here.
Really early timeout. Very early, but I mean, it's not a bad thing considering that they have lost their gun rounds at this point and they're forced by. I think they're gonna have a hard time no matter what, especially that they're playing like the Chamber and the Vice together towards that B site. They're not having that flash potential that Ash was kind of talking about there, and especially since they have an op, they don't know where it's going to be. They're kind of using that Vise wall for info, as we saw in the previous round, towards that B main to kind of ensure that the op isn't doing a deep line there. But even then, could very well be sitting right behind it, and you won't really know until you either peek it or you regroup with your team and try and avoid it completely.
Okay.
It's just hard because, you know, they really don't have a lot to work with. I know we kind of talked about that already, but I think D1 are doing a great job at kind of shifting their setups a little bit, putting that Cypher in spots where they can just easily punish the drone and go for those spam kills with the one-ways on Cat like we saw.
This goes here.
It puts Evictix in a really tough spot.
Yeah, it really does. And that's just whoa, I was gonna say another kind of element of how this works. And you're absolutely right. So the operator's off the table here for the offense, but what a play from Calamity. Reads the timing perfect with Recon Bolt coming out. Gets 2 to still out-trade the initial first blood battle. And now we just have to play a little bit of recovery here at mid after dropping the op.
Not ready yet.
Some potential here with the weaponry that they have. Just trying to work the op to look for any sort of opening to site, but not gonna find it.
Not initially, door will close. Dynamic up top, sees a small shoulder. Has to worry though about main. Nice shot from 299. Dynamic has to give away that space up towards heaven.
Out of charge.
Are just gonna go into a full retake. Yep, exactly. With that Phoenix ult to
Take flight.
play it a little bit safer, especially knowing that there's an op right there.
Spike planted.
So Calamity will be dealt with quickly. Not a lot of space gained here. Dynamic will eventually be able to put himself in a position to work over towards Tree, finds Dre. But the defenders of this spike on site are watching each other's back. Recon Bolt will force a bit of an extension. Who wants to go first if you're D1? Doesn't make a difference. Raccoon connects out of the first, 299 the other, and that's how Evictix get on the board? Unreal.
I mean, what a turnaround. Just taking that dry op fight towards mid and coming out on top just to, you know, end up losing the man advantage just to a Phoenix peeking behind the wall B main. That was a huge play coming in from those last 3 players there towards that A side. They, you know, D1 had the right read trying to retake with the Sova drone Phoenix ult combo, but they weren't able to get a tag off. They weren't able to go for any sort of spam. And in that last 2v2, Dynamic was so aware that an op was posted right on him that he needed the Sova to make the first move, right? But gets shut down by Raccoon. And honestly, Raccoon in this whole series has had like some pretty outstanding moments in rounds where like, they've needed him to step up. I think it's insane because he might not be at the top of the leaderboard every match, but I think his impact that he brings with the kills that he gets is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a handful by way of the Odin purchase, which has been a huge savior. But considering that this whole series started off with that 1v1 Breeze with the aggressive peak, Raccoon drops not once, but I think 2 different times, for him to still to step together and, like you call, save a couple of rounds has been big. It's almost like the same impact that we've seen from Forn on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. Victix really like starting with this 2-3 kind of look. Vi's consistently going towards that B main, throwing that wall down, and Chamber just trying to work any sort of pick towards mid with the op. I think after that last round, after getting punished, D1 are a little more hesitant to go for an instant fight there. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to get offed in the face.
Nope. Well, thank you.
I'd rather just play off my Cypher trips in one ways.
Take flight.
Okay, well,
Off
here
a
comes
little
the
early,
drone through tree. Oh, goodness. And Fair just peeks it. Dynamic can't quite get away. Caught trying to throw a late trap. So now Victix have numbers. Vice Wall will drop. Calamity trying to get away with what they had from 2 rounds ago by just finding timing on the B main peak. Not going to work, and B is considering the same thing. But Victix are waiting, killing the noise, and really forcing D1 to sweat it out.
I mean, history repeats itself. This is a common trend with a Victix. No way Beep gets both there.
And it's the spike carrier 2M.
It's looking tough. 3v3, but 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to kind of commit towards his B-side or just instantly sprint it up. But Foreign is on the flank.
Although they read it.
And they're where?
Can you find the pick? Yes, you can. That's a wide open A site. Easy rotation in. And look at Fair watching the cross. Boomy's got absolutely no idea about that. So what looked to be a disaster with the double coming out towards B main is saved on the flip side. Just this back and forth teeter-totter of a round leads to an Victix 3v1 post plant.
And surely you just want to say the op at this point, but wow, what a round from a Victix. It feels like they're finding their footing. And I was saying history repeating itself because they love going for some sort of a pick early and then just holding, waiting for D1 to panic, feel like they need to go for that infill and push. We've seen it on every single map at this point. It just matters on if D1 is going to keep falling for it, if they're going to realize, like, guys, we cannot keep falling into this trap. We cannot, you know, start losing our lead now. Because if you're D1, you want to get as many rounds on this defensive half as possible, because going against the double senti, even though it is a Chamber and a Vice, it's still really tedious to deal with.
Yeah, it really is. And it's just, every round feels like a huge win if you're a Victix right now. Considering how this map had started, you still have enough purchase to at least make this defense somewhat contestable if you're D1, especially with the Hunter's Fury in play. But look at the utility available for Victix. You've got full weaponry, you've got the Odin op advantage, you've got all the alts. I mean, it's just what a swing 2 rounds can be in this map.
Yeah, I mean, you're really just going to focus on where that op that you're kind of gambling that D1 saved, right? With that pick towards Jet and knowing that Soba did prioritize saving something, trying to find that and either full flood into it with that Omen blind or just avoid it completely.
Yeah, absolutely. Calamity. Firewall is, kind of whatever. Who cares?
The timing here could be crazy. Just barely misses it for Fair.
Yeah, footsteps though heard on that little hop. So B main owned by a Victix. Ugh, you just do not want to have basic pistols here on D1 side. Calamity trying to find timing. Wow, the timing of that smoke dropping just barely avoids people to get one though. That's not bad. That happens on the backside of the site. That actually stalls the Victix just a touch. Boomy has the operator in hand. And the Victix are obviously very aware of this threat, or not wanting to do anything crazy. Steel Garden will come through just to make sure they don't get caught by this, but Boomy's able to avoid it. Can't quite find the connection though. So now it's just down to what can Beep do on site? The answer is absolutely nothing. Follow up for Foreign, some damage, but nothing worthwhile, at least for the most part. And as Boomy drops, Dynamic will find the same fate. Victix now back to within 1.
This is our new standard.
Even though they're on a little bit of a weak buy on the side of D1, Victix only having to use 2 alts here just to secure the round and continue with this momentum that they've been building was huge. And, you know, they had the right read on the side of D1. You saw the Jet rotate over and kind of position on that main, but it just, the Visol comes in, forces you to take a shot and just immediately fall back, leaving an opening for VicTix to actually flood into sight there. It's looking really good. And now it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a change of pace going heavy towards this A main, which is a great call considering that D1 are finally not fighting for it.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, so true. So
these reads are crazy.
Is there going to be a chance to isolate on the site? Hold on a second. Ooh, 299 was looking on the site. Misses the right click, but Dynamic will still fall. Quick possibility for Boomy to work their way in to contest heaven. But you don't want too much space to go away, so you use the Hunter's Fury. Connects onto one. That's 299 who had a shotgun up. Front side of the site cleared. Smoke to block the choke point. Tree will open up here with that door falling. Owl Drone only reveals one. Hunter's Fury and the response here for the post plant. Just clearing out some of the space, able to connect on towards the opposite Sova. 4v3, numbers for the post plant. But here come Boomy and Calamity. First two eliminations are good on the site. Spike is still the big question mark, though, as Fair still holding an operator. Raccoon's still holding on towards the Odin. Boomy's gonna have to connect here. Toggle off the Spike.
Though.
Shoulder coming through. Boomy trying to find the angle. Shut down by Fair. Gets to halfway, but there's no one else standing.
And I don't think Foreign realized where the bomb was actually planted. That had to have been a miscomm because he used it towards the gen plan, now actually towards the dices, and just let them completely open, especially having an op constantly going for a jiggle peek on you.
Wow. 4-4 in a game, in a match, in a series that has largely been heavy swings on one side or the other.
Find a way to
How do D1 get back into shape form here? Because right now, they are struggling, and the purchase is not great. Boomy tries to connect with the headshot with the Marshall, nothing there. Tour de Force is out for the attack of Evictix, and they've got mid-map.
I just feel like Evictix are playing so slow. They need to get info towards that mid and start actually going for some late re-clears towards the mains.
Oh, 2 to 4 shots off camera, misses, and Boomy connects. It's a lifeline. Still have to worry a little bit about mid-map, though, as this round develops. The only bit of good news right now is you've got Calamity in a position with a Bucky to possibly hit a safe run it back for now. And you've guessed correctly, if you're D1 in terms of your defensive setup, you're stacked at A in the right spot.
It is looking good for the side of D1, but we've seen them in stacked positions before, and Evictix using a lot of the right utility to clear it out. Starting off with the drone. No dart to follow up, though.
Well, here we go. Thorns are out. Dre finds the first blood. Smoke does possess this choke point, though. And 299 eventually able to get the reset. Then go to Shorty. Huge shots connecting. Now one more up top. Wants speed, but is punished for the over-aggression. May not make much of a difference, though. Yeah, you've got a little bit of spray through Heaven Wall. And Beeb is down to 34 HP and a bit of a dream. Sheriff Marshall, the combination for him. One shot lands, but nothing more. Evictix still stringing them together.
I mean, the confidence that 299 had to entry with an operator, getting that pick Heaven and somehow getting the second on dice just looked so good. Again, D1, they were in a great setup. They had 3 people there, but the crossfires weren't there. They weren't able to get any trades off, and you know, Foreign sitting back there with a shotgun just wasn't able to actually get anything out. You need like a sight smoke or something else to play around. Otherwise, you're just gonna get cleared out, as we saw. But D1 going back to their bread and butter, trying to get some main space, but instantly getting denied.
Yeah, that hot hand saves maybe a life right there. The reveal was critical for Evictix trying to play for that first blood, but look at this from Boomy. First time we've seen this level of aggression through mid. We've had a couple of peaks from Boomy through tree, but nothing like this. And Raccoon is not going to be able to see it from this top position at Catwalk. So if you can force the offense to commit to A, there should be a rotation win here for Boomy, but shock darts come through. Boomy wants to try to peek and catches Raccoon trying to spray at something else. So first blood good. D1 finally have a numbers advantage.
Gets away with it. They don't have any utility to actually clear out the sites now. They're going to rely on what they don't even have Omen blind. They have nothing to kind of exec with or give them any info or advantage, and just getting picked apart.
Yeah, just a lack of adjustments after first blood, I think, has been the story for both teams right now.
Yeah, exactly. Hard to kind of bounce back into the round when either of these teams are at a disadvantage. They just don't. They start to panic a little. They start to feel cornered.
30 seconds left.
And I feel like they don't really weigh all of their options. They just kind of default to what seems most convenient.
Well, Dynamic will be isolated here. I don't think he's going to recognize Fair playing this close. That trademark gives a little bit of away. Dynamic playing off some sound information. He's lucky to still be alive, but Fair puts him to rest. Got to commit for the plant. Fair misses the first shot on the run it back. This is some pressure coming through. Curveballs in the way. Calamity able to find the first two, and then eventually gets sent back to spawn. Now it's down to the pinch. And 299 can only do so much. Yeah, for a moment there, you kind of thought that Fair getting forward over towards Boathouse was going to maybe lead to something, but the trademark kind of gives Dynamic the alarm system, and he says, whoa, hold on a second, and is able to finesse long enough for help to arrive.
Yep, and also such a huge ult coming in from Calamity, not even just to get those picks, but to apply pressure and not really allow Victix to set up to any sort of favorable post plant. Just being stuck mid-site worked out for them on the side of D1, and also finally stopped the momentum coming in from a Victix. They figured out, you know, how to get those first picks and not lose the advantage. A little bit of a change of pace for Victix now after that last round, wanting to go for a little bit more quick-paced B main aggression here.
Well, here we go. Opening battle over towards B main. Little sloppy. 299 just trying to put some pressure on, but it's an immediate first blood for Dynamic. Not much cause for concern there. And Fair just tries to walk into A.
Yeah, kind of bunny hopping. Just again, I feel like it's panicking. Great setup coming in from Calamity and Foreign to lock down that A site and deny the A split. That just felt a little too rushed on the side of a Victix.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just like 299 is thinking maybe they calmed out that there were 3 players over at B, like throwing shots his direction. So everyone else is like, well, let's just rush with our weapons, our numbers towards A. But that was a very weird execute. Not something we've seen a lot of from Evictix, and now they find themselves trying to save a 6-6 half, which, to be fair, again, on the offensive side, you're looking at 6-5 saying, we're chilling, and you've got full purchase here. Like, if you can end 6-6, that's going to feel like a godsend.
And it looks like they're trying to run back the same play, but a little bit more cautious. Trying to actually going into a fake and pulling a lot of these rotates off, but D1 are calling it. They see no one going out B. Trying to get back into some sort of a crossfire here towards Cherie.
Oh, you just can't fall there if you're Calamity. The hot hands on the firewall is meant to be a delay tactic, and now there's a little bit of disrespect for and just trying to find one before being traded with that quick burst from 299, who finds a final elimination and a second over the top of the A site. And Dynamic, the last one left, able to connect on to one, but there's a Steel Garden. So you don't love your hopes here. Trying to sneak past the Aldrone. Not going to happen.
Yeah,
and
that
we will have
too.
a 6-6 half here, Em.
Hey, might as well rip the Vise off. No time.
Can't take it with you.
No, and just that little bit of hesitation and panic you saw from the players on that A side, you know, seeing Foreign and Calamity start shifting away from their original crossfire just based off of the same utility that was thrown towards that B site, really messed them up more than, you know, it should have. It completely destroyed their setup that they had ready to trap, and Raccoon getting that first pick and clearing out the Omen just gave them A site for free. So great looks, but now we're on the other half of things. We're on the other side of things. Now you're D1 going against a double Senti setup and are gonna have to figure out a way to kind of dismantle it, especially that they're running double setup on the same site because they don't have a KO to play against. They don't need to run anti-KO setup. So they're gonna have a very strong B hold here.
I like that call. And you can already see not only will the agents involved give them maybe a big advantage, they're also going to put a little bit of pressure on the main. Dynamic slip in through over towards the orb box. Up here, Aldrone out. And it's a straight teleport back for Fair. Not bothering with it. Flash through mid, connects. Fair will be the first one to fall. D1 now looking to crunch on towards this B site. Dynamic able to connect onto Ray before things get a little bit too messy through main. Hot hands down to block off the defensive spawn. This will be a, well, should be a free post plant, but Raccoon somehow gets one from the front. Shock dart could cause some deterrence. And Evictix is in a position to try to contest this setup, but how do you get the angles initially? A couple of tags from Boomy through arches. Calamity, getting away with one there. 299 is going to want that one back.
2v4, but they are all 1 HP.
Oh, not going to make a difference. Raccoon stuck, tried to drop in towards the site, and another pistol win tallied for D1.
Yeah, that looked really clean from D1, actually. A lot cleaner than I thought it would be. I think EVX Fair kind of panicked a little bit after hearing that drone. Didn't even really try and go for a shot and keep it into market after market door is already closed. So it seemed like there's a bit of a disconnect there that we don't want to see continuing on, especially when, you know, we should be kind of having a little bit of a stronger start on defensive half for EVX.
Yeah, absolutely. So now into the anti-eco, nothing but basic pistols for EVX. Guardian, Marshall, Phantom, 2 Bulldogs. A whole smorgasbord of rifles here for D1's offense. Heavy stack. Really on both sides. We had a walk down at A main already coming through. The same happening over towards B. Shoulder coming through for 299. Maybe considering the challenge, but look at the play on the other side of the map over towards A. Boom is in some trouble. But Raccoon, who was on the late peak, will fall for first blood. And now the numbers for D1 should understand that, yeah, we've got mid wide open.
Just gonna have to try and look for anything. Any sort of pick here and gets punished.
Why not try to catch some timing here if you're EVX?
Yeah.
See if you can try to create a messy situation over at A. Smoke is down, 50 seconds on the clock. Hit, starting to develop. 299 just dodging bullets inside the smoke, but eventually revealed and dealt with. Dre playing towards door. Finds the timing to peek for 1. Ray another from the backside of the site, but that will be it. It's 4 in the round for Dynamic, who's 1 away from a neural theft already. That could be huge.
Yeah, and I really liked how they took their time there. They didn't rush the smoke. They waited for the drone to clear it, ultimately, you know, picking off 299 and using a lot of the utility there to flood out, even though they were at a really big man advantage. They don't want to, you know, give them any sort of chance to find a way to get back into that round, and it worked out for them. And D1's pistols on ascent, looking real good right about now.
Yeah. And they win the bonus. We'll see. They were able to do that mostly thanks to EVX force buying into round 2 in the first half. Led to a gap that currently exists on the scoreboard. Spy cam comes out. Boomy will fall, but Beeb is able to confirm 1 trade. And how about Calamity 2 from right in front of the vice wall? That shouldn't happen, but so much pressure established through B main leads to the trades, and now the Spike could find a very open post plant.
I mean, what a quick round, too. Felt like you blinked and it was over, and now they're going to be set up in a pretty good post plant here. EVX, it's even tough to say if they go for something here. Because you risk, well, I mean, they already have Phoenix Ult, but you risk feeding orbs to Beeb or maybe Dynamic using future rounds. And yeah, now you're just trying to get whatever you can here and hopefully save that operator to, and not even going to be able to do that.
And more importantly, that's not the operator. I don't know if that was intended to, I want the Phantom, not the op, but hey. Regardless, bonus comes through, and now EVX are feeling the pain. And it's one of those, I'm telling you, it's like this series has been so bizarre. And we often get stuff like this when we're dealing with teams that have had a little bit of a struggle to start off their stage, where it's just like, oh, we caught a little bit of heat. And like, it's just tough to find adjustments if you're down early. But then eventually something clicks, whether it's an ultimate or a purchase that comes out. And then you start to kind of build on your own momentum. And that's currently what this whole series has been. 5 rounds here, 6 rounds there, 4 rounds there. Like, it has not been back and forth whatsoever. One team will hold control. Ultimates will turn it. That team will lose their eco. And it starts to shift the other direction. So we'll see if EVX can use this timeout to come back in.
I mean, it almost feels like mind games a little, like whoever is able to adapt quicker. Sure. Which I feel like is something that both of these teams have shown that they can do, but also struggle depending on, you know, the situation. And I think here D1 has been the lead of it all, right? Whereas on previous maps, you see maybe EVX getting that lead and D1 struggling to find the answers and having to go into a comeback. But like we kind of said on the desk, both of these teams have had reps on this map quite a lot. You know, D1 have only played 3 maps, Ascent, Lotus, and I believe Breeze, the entirety of VCL so far, or this stage. So it's given them ample time to kind of figure out, and this map almost feels like their bread and butter. It feels like what they feel the most confident on.
Ooh.
Nice shot.
I mean, Boomy had everything they wanted by design, and Fair is making the headhunter name ring true. 1 taps across the map. and now numbers start to develop. But I will say, Dynamic has taken some space. And keep in mind, a neural theft could be huge if they can find a pick, but a trademark stops their route through mid. And Calamity's going to try to create some noise here by A, but the spike is going to rotate to Market. Dynamic not quite able to find the first. But Calamity's able to get one.
Spike down.
And now we're just in a mess. I mean, there's this D1 just completely scattered.
Standing.
They're going huge though, getting 3 with the Headhunter. Insane shots from him.
Well, I don't know how you get this one back. I don't think you do. Orange running out of time. No spike. Fair is popping off.
Left.
Here comes the check. I don't think Fair had spotted Foreign, but it may not make much of a difference.
20 seconds left.
Oh gosh,
Wow,
4 in the
okay.
round for Fair. Thrifty comes out, and the Victics are again going to use that, I would imagine, to start catapulting their way back into the second half.
What a great round to break momentum on, an eco of all rounds to do so. Just bringing them back into the game and, you know, not letting D1 run away with it as much as they could have. I think a big thing from that round was just the confidence, especially coming in from Fair, as we saw. But, you know, they are running the double senti. You imagine that they do want to play more anchor site heavy, but I think that round kind of showed that they do need to go for some sort of aggressive picks here, whether it's the Omen and the Sova all going here towards that A main, or, you know, the Jet going for that mid peak. Gonna cancel on that Sova ult though, because there was no sound, but just rips it anyway.
Wow. And that's
Huge
enough to find
ult.
Calamity. That is massive. So this is what we're talking about. Those string of rounds in a row comes by a pause thanks to a Victix pulling some heroes into the fold. Fair able to find 4, and now the Hunter's Fury connects her first blood. Damage onto Foreign. Boomy's gonna have to be the one to connect here. And honestly, it's just gotta be what? Owl drone and a dash.
And not even gonna use it. Just going for some drive peaks. Good delay coming in from Dre. Smoke up in 2. And there's already 3 here. They're in such a good setup.
Oh, and Fair connects on the tour de force here as well to make matters worse over towards B. So no lurk for Dynamic, who has just been desperate to find a pick to pop this neural theft that was earned so early in this half, but cannot quite find the timing to pick anything up. And now Boomy and Beeb essentially just have to play here and save, make sure they don't get punished.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what you want on the side of D1. You want to be able to have a little bit of a strong lead here going into that match point, trying to get there without having as close games as we've had in the last 2 maps. We don't want another 11-13. We want to feel good in our lead. We want to be able to close it out, but I mean, these last few rounds are the hardest to get. I think every player says that and feels that. And I think we're starting to see Victix have more confidence here, whether it is, you know, our Jet kind of going for these off peaks, whether it is us just ripping ults, not even off sound there.
Man.
You know, it feels very similar to Breeze, where Victix are starting to take a lot more fights, having a lot more confidence in their site anchors too, especially with Dre just kind of not giving up his life, but using a lot of that util and going for those peaks towards there. One R on a weaker buy here, just going for straight up A main pressure.
What else
See
can
how
you do?
well, yeah.
Owl drone shut down.
Love the one way.
Yep.
Huge one way.
Absolutely massive. Flash also with part of the problem, as Boomy will be caught. And yeah, I mean, you didn't really have many options here if you're D1. You're just trying to brute force your way through a choke point on one side of the map or the other. And unfortunately, you go right into the teeth of this defense.
And it really was just all of Dre and that smoke doing the work.
Clean.
But Beeb coming in with some insane shots trying to fight back into this round. The op posted up.
Well, follow up.
Cannot be.
Maybe a chance
my
for
God.
something. But no one's able to connect the shots. Speed, second opportunity. Able to, whoa, find another. So at least you force a couple of the repurchases, but double op setup for Victix, that's comfy.
Yeah, and honestly, it's fine to get out the wisps there rather than, you know, this round that is gonna determine who's in the lead here. But no, again, great setup coming in from Dre. This one way was insane. Being able to get 2 and then secure this 3rd on Boomy, not giving them any room to work with. It was huge. And, you know, Beeb getting these last few kills here were huge because I believe off that 1st or 2nd one, got the all going into this next round that hopefully we can convert to try and take away the lead again. D1 stopped working that mid space and started going for these straight XX that haven't worked out too well for them.
Okay. It's just, at what point do we get out of this back and forth string together rounds? Because I don't know if we've had, outside of what you're seeing in 10 and 11 and then 12, like, I don't know if we've really had many stretches of less than 3 rounds in a row for either side. And we're getting late into this map now. And the operator defensively is a huge issue for D1 to talk about. You're in a full purchase. You've got Boomy, who's close to knives. He's been quiet this map, though. So, like, can you play for orb timing in this round? Try to save that economy for a potential secondary buy? And it looks like, based on what we get off the timeout, Boomy's not purchasing, so very well maybe. I mean, he hasn't bought anything, though. I mean, you would figure that at least armor is going to be purchased, but there we go.
A bit of a counter call here to what they originally thought going into the round before the timeout, but that spam is just insane.
Yeah.
The fact that he gets one on a round like this.
They found my trap.
And now again,
Well,
D1 are down numbers, and we've seen them struggle trying to find answers to get back into the round here. Great info.
And you find a time off the bow, almost. But now all of a sudden, Fair has their attention pulled and is able to connect.
Spike down A.
A little bit of trouble, but I mean, double ops, you can just watch every crossing angle, force D1 to have to be in a chokehold, essentially. And with the spike down, less than 60 to play, Raccoon's spam doesn't feel very fun. Doesn't fully connect, though. And so now Ray's going to pick up the scope, able to see just the footstep of one, but doesn't connect. Spike grab, door shuts. Possible lifeline here for D1.
Yep, and they have the Sova to try and make something happen towards this heaven side, but it's a full 5-man retake, or at least it was.
The thing is, you're just slow clearing angles with 2 operators. They're essentially watching the same thing.
Yep.
Be able to find another. Foreign still unnoticed on this little pop-up. Fair puts the scope down. Beeb shows a shoulder. Boomy. Looking for timing, but it's Foreign who's able to connect first. Now the spam starts to come through. Ray's trying to get involved, drops in with the Odin. Pistol shot's not going to work out initially. Ray's able to counter. It's just down to Boomy now. 1v2 situation. Fair, last one left. Has to try to do something under the spike, though. And as he tries to get it halfway, Boomy connects. Huge save for D1. Now up 1 late in the map.
And that just goes to show how hard it is to not only retake with 1 operator, but 2, because you have to take your time. You can't just run out and do like a fast flood. Like, honestly, what they should have. It's a 5v3. You know, they're all tucked on site. They're not ripping their Sova all. You need to use the little bit of utility that you have and try and not let them get into comfy positions or let them fall back into the main. But double off, and they're gonna go for it again, because early round it works out, but in rounds like that, it's scary.
Yeah, it really is. Okay. Purchase is still fine for Evictix. Generally, the money is all right.
Really love going for more of these quicker hits, whether it's splits or XX, and it's working out for them so far.
Shorty out, 299 just guessing, predicting, but it's Calamity set up for a couple off the run it back. 299's gonna have to pop off, not gonna happen. The
Nice
knives
shot.
over the land. Looking for an 11th round is D1. Ray and Fair. In a 2v5, money a little bit tight for a couple of players. Yeah, that you've got to save this.
Spike planted.
Saving those guns, trying not to let the next round slip away and go into match point, but it's hard. You look at the ults that D1 are going in with, they're gonna have that Phoenix ult to go and continue this streak of XX that has been working out so well for them right now.
Yeah, it has. And it's just like, it's nothing fancy. We're using our utility. We block off the opening choke points. Likely we're finding a first blood more often than not. That's been the case the last couple of rounds. And then you're just like, all right, we'll take our numbers. We'll take the site. We'll set up our post plant. And really, it's gone well. And some of that is like you know, if you're Victix and you're trusted to double op setup for a couple of rounds in a row, like someone better hit that opening shot because retaking with 2 ops is not fun.
Not only that, but as Ash was kind of pointing out, they don't have a Phoenix, right? They don't have something that they can run trap plays like we were seeing D1 do on their defense half. So when they start doing those splits, start taking that tree control, all you can really do is spam through the smoke. And when you have those 2 ups, what are you really spamming with? There's no weaponry there.
Well, now trouble is brewing. If a Victix drop this round, they are going to be pretty broke, except for Ray and Fair. 299 is 1 off of knives. That may have to be an insurance policy, though, in case this round goes against them.
Phoenix All is going to completely deny the op shots, though, that they're looking to have towards A main, or sorry, B main here for Evictix.
Back in play.
The spacing is right.
First shot for Fair misses, has to snap back to the teleport. Trademark revealing some info. Raccoon trying to follow up with the tag another one. Defense able to hold strongly with all that information, but D1 have gotten through B main's threshold. Now it's just down to can you work your way onto the site. And the longer you wait, the more these smokes are going to fade and the more pressure that'll be on D1 to try to make a call. And there goes the last star cover. So you're hoping for a little bit of spray. Fair takes a little bit of chip damage, but is still holding the angle with the op. Hot hands avoided. First shot lands. Headhunter able to connect. What a shot from Fair. Ray gets one of their own. They get 2 of their own. There's no way. D1 looked like they were about to crunch on the site. They don't find a single elimination.
I mean, they had no space there. They didn't have any spawn control. They weren't splitting from stairs, really. And they didn't have any of that back site control. And when you're in a 5v5 kind of, I don't want to say retake like that because they didn't have to get into a retake. It was just the backside people anchoring it down. That was a really awkward spot for D1 to be in, just with how much they lingered towards that boat side and towards that market door. They just had to be able to find a way to clear out that backside. And unfortunately, you know, Fair just steps up to the plate and is able to pick them off 1 by 1.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, huge round. Fair's been really stepping up when he needs to. What? That B main pick was crazy. Fair got that through a Cypher cage, by the way, sitting crouch scoped in. Insane. He is really turning up here.
Could be critical with the numbers now.
Someone blind out. There's no delay on A side now.
Unless you find good timing from 299. Oh, but the scene. Oh my goodness. 299 mutual information connects onto Foreign, who I'm sure for a split second thought they had a freebie. You just barely see the ponytail of the Jet. Doesn't work out. And now Evictix 5v3, and they've got full map control.
They're going to be spread out looking for any sort of pick that they can find, but even then, how will they be able to act off it? Look at this position. You have 1 main, 1 tree, 1 mid. You're going to have to kind of start regrouping and look for picks together so that at least you can, you know, capitalize on it if you're able to find them.
D1's looking for a mistake. Or just an unbelievable individual moment. But the barrel is seen. It's an easy one for Jet. Boomy. I mean, what do? You've got to force something. Beebs is going to grab an orbit. Wow, they're going to back away. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You're running out of time. It's 2v5, but
10 seconds
man,
left.
That doesn't feel great if you're D1. We're going to get tied at 11.
And look at the ults coming in from the Victix that they have to convert it to try and bring it to that match point here. The same can't be said for D1. They don't have that Phoenix ult. They're so far away from the Sova ult to try and make anything kind of happen. And I think their economy's a little off as well. They're not even going to have full buys here.
Yeah, it's shaky. And if you force purchase,
I mean,
this is
they kind of have to force purchase because they save those 2 guns. You want to buy around that to have the best shot. And that's exactly what they're going to do. But a lot of it is riding on this round, and it looks like they're going back to what was kind of working for them. Just a straight up exec.
I'm actually surprised that Fair's pulling the op here, not the tour de force, and giving the op somewhere else.
Yeah.
Spy dart reveals Fair. Just going to hold, look for something, and then immediately snap out of there. So B main control to D1. They're going to have to burst, you would feel.
Taking their time, not forcing anything, which is honestly a good look, but it's giving Evictix so much time to set up to have these rotates coming over.
Or the idea that there could be.
Yeah.
Aldrone essentially traps D1 over towards B. It just does not feel good trying to re-clear into mid.
Not at all. But if they do try and create some sort of pressure, allowing our Jet to go for an op pick, but get spotted out, it's...
Oh, no, and the trademark. Yeah, that's an easy follow-up. 299 just pops over the top of the wall and gives you first blood onto Calamity. Evictix now with numbers. Under 45 to play in the round for D1. Whatever it has to be perfect. That much we know.
Yep, and again, we have this setup coming from Evictix, this double back site that worked so well for them, I believe 2 rounds ago. So hard for them to get cleared out here. We have a dart, though, and an element blind that could be used in some sort of combo to try and clear them out, but will it be enough? And they're taking it so slow.
And it has to be clean here. 4v2, you've got the advantage. Steel Garden comes out, perfect timing. Fair able to find the first. Ford jumps in, able to connect onto both, though. Spike is down, trying to hold the rotation is Boomy. But there's no time. Is there time to plant this? Well, the no-scope hits for Boomy. It's just down to, does the spike get planted? And yes, it does. 2v1. Dre, trying to work through market. Neural Theft for Dynamic finally comes out. And now Dre just has to try to avoid the spam. And it's nervy. It's taking time. You've got to go. Dynamic holding, connects. And we're going to need to see the timer again in slow motion because Boomy absolutely destroys Evictix through mid. But the big key is that it gets to fractions of a second and the spike just barely gets planted.
I mean, that's probably the best comeback into a round we've seen out of D1, being at a man disadvantage. How quick they were to be able to get those 2 kills backside coming in from, I believe it was foreign, even with that classic onto Fair was huge and so critical for them to even have a shot at getting that bomb down.
I can't believe it. No replay feels bad, man. It was close. It was super, super close. Quick takeover through B main. Evictix can still full purchase.
Again, very surprised that we're not seeing... Oh, I take it back. I didn't even notice that the Headhunter was popped. But great opening pick. Again, the Phoenix goes down. No flashes to kind of go and help their exec.
Oh, messy from Boomy. Oh, no.
His crossfire was insane.
All the reads in the world, Andre. And he's able to pull the focus, let the defenders on site do the work. Now it's hero ball. Dynamic and Beeb. Dynamic avoids the Aldrone's going to get 1 for free. Hunter's Fury out.
Crazy solo.
299 able to hit. Odin responds, but 299 connects, and we're going extra.
I mean, yeah, as soon as that Phoenix goes down, they don't really have utility to clear out wine with any sort of damage, right? You have the shocks, but that wasn't enough. And, you know, they were so tunnel visioned and hyper-focused on trying to clear him out that they became completely oblivious to the op just posted on them from A site. This is where, like, a lot of these minor mistakes really start to matter. You start feeling a lot more pressure. You're in overtime now. All it takes is 2 rounds to keep moving forward.
Holy cow. What a map. What a series. I mean, this has been a grueler of a battle.
And Fair 26 and 13 attack opping, I love to see it. Like, that is an insane stat line.
That's Fair saying, pass me the rock. Shoulders from Dre, 4 in, doing the same. Little dance between the omens. The dark dance, but one that does fade away.
You know, I'm very surprised that D1 also didn't force an operator, considering they're having a lot of success with that. True. Because they only have a Sova, or a singular Sova to try and get that info, and, you know, was really the only threat to an op. The nice crossfire here on B. Being so patient. Evictix love doing this. And oftentimes it works out for them, but D1 aren't pushing anything. If anything, Evictix is gonna have to take the first peek here, the first fight.
Yikes.
Oh no. And the slow walk up doesn't work out. Boomy playing a crossfire position with Calamity.
But look at how fast they're rotating off of that A site. They need to take a timing here on the side of Evictix to have a chance at coming back into this round. But it's not going to happen.
Nah, the defense gets the read. 30
Yep,
seconds. Beeb
completely
is
shifting
locking this
over.
down.
30
Completely
seconds left.
locked on this position. Smoke will block his line of sight. Recon bolt comes through. Spam for Raccoon. Does a lot of damage to Beeb. No reveal off that recon. Raccoon still getting to work. Pestering this position outside glass. And that will be enough for Evictix to close the door, get through tree, try to put together a post plan. 10 seconds remaining before this round potentially comes to an end, but the spike will go down. D1, a little bit of a reveal. Boomy trying to take away the space at Heaven. Able to find the player that they wanted, but Dre connects onto one. Ray another. Is there a possibility for more? She seems that way, but how about Dynamic back of the site? Able to get it to a 1v1, but the Steel Garden was earned thanks to Ray. And that's enough for Evictix to take the opening advantage in the overtime.
I mean, the trades in that round, in that retake, just going back and forth the entire time, made it go by so fast. You can see that both of these teams are on it. They're ready. They're ready to fight together. But, you know, Evictix just come out on top of that when, you know, it looked kind of doomed. They were all stuck on site. They were, you know, D1 was ready to play into that retake, and they had the early man advantage. It's a tough spot to be in to lose that round for D1, and especially after how the past few rounds have went for them on their attack half.
Wow. Huh.
You know, it is kind of nice, though, to see one of these maps go into OT after having 11-13, 11-13. Like, I will say, it's a little refreshing.
After the staggering amount of swings back and forth, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Why not get a little bit of this round for round action? Maybe it still stays in this stretch of consecutive rounds as Evictix will be on the defensive side. D1 talking about what they want to do in the attack. And look at the setup, at least initially. This could change, but double op Odin for Evictix.
It's insane.
That's a bold call.
Very bold, but they really want to end it here. And as long as they don't get into a retake, it's not that bad. But with how D1 have been playing and playing super kind of exec heavy, it is definitely a bit of a risk for Evictix.
And they're going to swatch off of it. Just the one hero op, Odin for Raccoon. Spraying, nothing there. Careful. Quick play, yeah, good ping here. As a D1 are right up catwalk about halfway forward. Smoke to block off A main, still Thorns there for 299 to play off of. And for now, D1 are still trying to get their setup to possibly execute on A.
Yep. Great crosshearts coming in. Looks like pings for possibly an Omen blind, but even if Jen gets blinded, they're going to have someone holding down each choke point.
First battle. Showcases quite a bit. 299 able to find a first two. Huge dynamic shutdown. Now the transition back in towards site. Ray able to hold their ground. But Foreign, the backside of the site, able to find the trade. Back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed. 2v2. B, back of the site. Almost able to connect onto Dre. Same can be told, though, for the opposite Omen. Foreign with the plan.
We do have Fair coming in with a flank, but with an operator. It could work out because they're both on site. They know that they can't fall back in A main or tree, but they're aware.
On Fair shown on ankle.
Yep.
Will they know that both players are here? It's so difficult to try to peek this. There's the smoke. Fair with the prediction now towards the other side. No one is showing anything, though. Now you got to connect. And the shot lands onto Fair. Oh, and then Dre follows Evictix. Able to pick him apart. It's a long wrap from Fair with an operator that gets the job done. 14-12. And the same storyline of a consecutive stretch of rounds still ends up winning the day for Evictix.
And all of our predictions are wrong.
Yeah.
So that's fun. I love that. No, but they put up a good showing, and I'm not even mad that, you know, we got it all wrong because, hey, they surprised us. They did amazing. Like, every single attack, I'm just so impressed with how slow and, like, disciplined they were. It really was a masterclass for that.
Yeah, and let's be honest, in terms of predictions, you may have all been wrong, but let's be honest, 13-11, 13-11, 14-12, come on. What are we talking about?
Yeah, okay, fair. Yeah. I like the cope.
Oh, I'm here for the cope. So Evictix will tally up a win. Puts a lot of pressure, though, now on towards the other side for D1 as we finally complete our first series of the day. Still one more to go, so don't go far. That's to break down all the action. Second series to get set up right afterwards.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, folks, you remember our predictions. All of us on the desk and the caster said that Division 1 would win, and we were completely wrong. Exactly, Roy, because Team EVX take this map series, 2-1. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Ash on the desk. And that was a very prosperous map because we finally, after 2 maps of 13-11s, we got to an overtime, Ash, but then it promptly ended right after we got to our first overtime.
Yeah, I think Ascent was really back and forth between these two teams. Definitely another one of those like really streaky maps, and heading all the way into that overtime, being a 14-12 win here for the side of EVX, where honestly I feel like towards the later half, the later portion, I think, of that second half, it did feel like Division 1 were starting to come back into it, right? I think that when they started off that second half, there was just a really strong sense of how they wanted to go for a lot of these crunches that we were seeing, with how bursty they could be on those executions. But I think talking a little bit more about that first half, though, really to kick things off in this map in particular, honestly, I was impressed by EVX, especially once they were able to end that streak of 4 rounds that D1 started up with. they were able to really just kind of work their way around the map in that slow fashion that we were expecting, and also being able to, I think, take the right timings on those moments where they're trying to break up those trap setups that Emily was talking about that D1 had on their defensive side.
I'm gonna be honest, I had my doubts coming into this third map in regards to the pacing required to execute on EVX composition, but honestly they played it so well and it felt comfortable. Like it seemed like everyone knew how to get their value. The pacing was mostly on the same page. Like seeing, you know, D1's comp and seeing just how much easier it is to execute with the Phoenix, and just how easy it is to accomplish things on the map with the double duelist in the current meta. I had my doubts and I had my concerns, but EVX completely shut those down, and they shut me up, and honestly it suits them, and I want to see more of it.
Yes, and that's exactly, I think, the point of all of this right now. Bad news for Division 1 is that you are now on the verge of elimination of this Swiss stage. But the good news for Victix, if you want to kind of flip it around, is you finally got that second win, getting those wins that you need. Remember, guys, not points, it is wins. And you want to get those wins sooner rather than later. It's a bit later right now, to be fair, for Victix moving forward in that Swiss stage. And they proving that they can hang, and then the tenacity and just the ability to dig deep when times get tough and you're kind of met with, you know, you are the unstoppable force meets the immovable object sort of thing, is definitely something we want to see more from them, and also what they're going to need to do to move forward in the Swiss stage. And if you're wondering why these highlights are so long, you're going to see it on the timeline in a little bit. This was an overtime map, and I love that for Emily's casting debut. She got a 13-11, 13-11, and a 12-14. Like,
it's a great start to the day for her.
Great start to the day. We have a whole match after this. I mean, but looking at this, I mean, look that aggression they were talking about, Roy. 19 first kills on the side of Evictix.
You know, it didn't feel that one-sided in the moment, I guess, but it seems like Evictix really had a lock on that. That's awesome. And they also got that 30 as well, which certainly helped, you know, make things as close to as it did, and it kind of bought them that extra chance as well. But overall, I do want to say Evictix looked fantastic. We saw so many looks from them, and it wasn't even really one-dimensional either, right? Like, we saw the changes of paces, we saw the like perfectly timed change of paces. We also saw a lot of like the slow play, the grindy play, a lot of the retakes, and kind of everyone on the same page. So I feel like for Evictix, this bodes very well for the beginning of the turning of the ship, right? They've had a bit of a tough start to the split. They were 1-2, now they're 2-2, and this is the beginning of the potential change, right? Of course, for them. So I mean, yeah, let's be honest though. This was such a dominant showing from the duelist overall throughout the series. Like, yeah, the second map was a little bit quiet for the duelist, but and look at Fair, guys, 27 kills, 8 first bloods just on his belt alone. I mean, he was an absolute monster this map.
Dude, he really was. And I think not even just this map, you're talking about how the duelists were such a highlight on Evictix throughout this entire series. And while 299 was going crazy with a lot of the KDs that we were seeing, I think really Fair at being 17-8 over the entire series when it comes to those first bloods is just insane to see, flexing across the Phoenix and the chamber. And Roy, we were talking about this in the green room as well, just watching these matches. Like, it was almost kind of like, we know to expect Fair to be on that chamber, but it's almost kind of crazy to think that he wasn't on the Phoenix on this map of Ascent. And then the dynamicism of a player to be able to go from being a Phoenix into a chamber where the roles are so different and the aggression that you're seeing is so different. You don't have that same kind of like self-support on that chamber to be able to make your own plays is really impressive to see from this player, and the consistency again at which he's able to play at this level.
I think that for me is really the impressive thing, is the change of pace, right? You go from the double duelist compositions, which require a specific kind of tempo, right? Then you go into this like ultra grindy composition and still look so good, still be able to flip the script and kind of play at your own pace and look this good is honestly a huge sign of growth, not only for Fair as an individual player who's a lot more flexible now and a lot more well-rounded as a player, but also for this roster, right? As they look to kind of get things in control and potentially make a play for playoffs. So it's a good start for sure.
And he still got that incredible aim. And for our Phillips Norelco Game Face interview, it is none other than the man of the hour, Fair himself. Sir, come to the front, take a seat, and get comfortable. Good seeing you as always. Hello, congratulations. I mean, thank you. I think let's talk about, I mean, we were talking about it. I don't know if you heard us. We know you can flex into the chamber. We know you have a great Phoenix, but we were, you know, seeing how good you are in Phoenix, seeing you playing at the first 2 maps. Talk to me about moving to that chamber. A completely different agent asks so much of a different skill set of you for the 3rd map of Ascent.
So like, I think overall I just have like incredible aim.
Yes, you
and
do.
We definitely.
I know. You need to know you have.
No, we tried out the Phoenix comp on Ascent, and that didn't really like. It didn't click. And then I saw Lev. They were running the chamber, and at least like for me, I didn't know how to play Phoenix on Ascent, and I like just didn't get the like. I wasn't comfortable on it at all, and so I was like, just let me play the chamber, let me try it out. And I think I just like was dominating, and then we started like pulling out gimmick double up, and it was just like everything clicked. It started working, and we like everybody's just having a good time.
I mean, you can tell. I think you can tell there's a lot of joy when you all play. There's a very good energy. Obviously, we can't hear your comms, but I think I would love to know from you as part of this team. What is the energy like? What is the comms like? Because some teams you say we're very serious. We listen to our IGL. Some folks say we are just kind of free for all, say whatever sort of vibes. What is your comm style and what is the energy like within your team?
I would definitely say we're more fluid. Everybody definitely has fun. I will say that. I think we saw that we had a little too much fun on Pearl. It was like a 6-1. It was like 6-1, and then we ended up losing the game. But we kind of had too much fun, let the game get carried away. I mean, that happens. But I think Rack is always there. I mean, he always like pulls us together when we're like kind of going off script.
Yeah.
So
I mean, something we wanted to bring up is you as a duelist also have 299 on your side, right? Someone who is, I think it is very hard to find someone who is as explosive and accurate as you, and you somehow have managed to find him in the player up 299. How has it been working with someone like 299 who has a very similar playstyle to you, very similar mechanical skill level to you, and working with that?
Honestly, I like the way I see 299 is like he's like my little brother. I can't lie. He's very similar in playstyle to me, and he's just a little kid, and so like you could kind of just he has insane aim. So you just tell him to like do this. He'll listen. He'll somehow kill 4, and we'll win the round. and I'm there, and I'm kind of just baiting him as well. But like, I mean,
you gotta win today. You gotta win today. I have a really random question for you, but I remember one of the last times I interviewed you, you told me that you had recently seen an anime called Blue Lock, and it really inspired you. And it's been a little bit since I've interviewed you since then. And you're talking about, he seems like a little brother to you. When I interviewed you back then, you were pretty still kind of in your rookie era of challengers. And now we see you kind of almost like taking on this mentor role, kind of taking on that senior player role. How do you see yourself as like, looking at these players coming in, these rookie players like 299 who are younger, and someone for you has more experience in VCL? How do you see yourself kind of be that, I don't want to say superior, that's the wrong word, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think Mason or 299, he loves to like have fun and play the game, but then he gets like kind of carried away with it. And so like I'm kind of there, and I help him like rope in, kind of, and just like get locked back in. I feel like I missed the question a little bit.
Like but basically it's like, how do you see yourself kind of like being that leader in that way? And obviously you're not the like not calling, but kind of being like a role model for these younger players.
Yeah, I see him. Okay, so like I take a lot of like inspiration from my idol from Blue Otter, Zostal, who kind of taught me a lot of the stuff that I like know now, and I'm just repeating it, but in a way that he can like, just to like encourage him. Like I tell him to just like think like he's the best player in the game, and to just swing everything and just kill everybody, and like somebody will be there with him.
How old are you? You're 19, correct?
I'm 20.
You're 20, right? So I mean, it's literally been years since we've watched you play and seen you play. And is it odd for you to kind of see yourself as someone who, used to be on that, kind of like rookie sort of style, sort of idea, and now you see yourself as the one who is passing on that knowledge and, helping to make your team make playoffs? Or has it been just a natural progression for you?
It's been a little bit of both. Okay, sorry. Can you say that question one more time? I just spaced out.
No, you're good. I feel that I have ADHD. Has it been interesting for you as someone who has grown up in this scene? Is it a natural occurrence for you to kind of be this role model, or has it been kind of an adjustment for you?
Okay, yeah, it's definitely been a little bit of both. It's like I didn't see myself initially as like a role model or somebody that I guess people look up to. But I do think I am more, I guess, experienced, and so I am there to kind of like throw the torch and like help them and like kind of lead them. And honestly, I've learned a lot from like playing with Winthrop, like Infiltrator, Governor. I mean, like they're great people. They like taught me so much. So I'm only thankful to be where I am right now.
Well, you got your second win on the Swiss stage. Many more to come. Hopefully, I will let you go celebrate your win and let you go on your way.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fair. Great talking to you as always. If anyone sees me as their role model, I beg you to find a different one. I drop things, I spill things, I forget things all the time. But we're gonna get that negative energy out with the Selenite Wand because we have an elimination game next. All right, it is Rose versus Dynamo next. Stay right there.
Trim. Edge. Shade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Well, folks, we are back for our first elimination game of the Swiss stage. Roy, I'm going to you for this. It is Dynamo versus Rise of the Scarlet Empire, otherwise known as Rose.
Yeah, I can't believe we're already at elimination game first and foremost. Second of all, it's really sad that we have to say bye to one of these two rosters, right? I feel like the potential on these rosters has been, at least for the Rose side, the potential has been widely discussed. Even in the beginning of the split, we talked so highly of the player skill and their overall, you know, skill ceiling as a roster, and they just haven't really been able to find their footing. They haven't really been able to find any momentum. And for Dynamo, the story is a little bit different, right? They're not quite the VCL veterans. They're the newcomers. They're actually so new that a lot of their players were too young to compete when they qualified for VCL, and it's kind of cooked their lineup a little bit, and it's forced them to have these, like, you know, growing pains. But yeah, it's really sad to see. Hopefully obviously one of these rosters will extend their lifeline a little bit, so we'll see more of them. But yeah, it's elimination. The roads come to an end, Liz. One of these two teams is their path is going to end here, and the other one's going to extend their lifeline and potentially begin their run towards a playoff spot.
Well, let's start with Dynamo then, now that you have brought them up, coached by none other than Mikol, who I already see in chat. Sir, you have a game. Get to it, sir. I know I'm allowed to be a little bit mean to him. But I think, you know, I mean, Roy hit the nail on the head, Ash, right? This is a team that is new to the scene, right? Is new to the, newer, if you will, to VCL, and now finds themselves, after making it here, on the verge of elimination of a team that wasn't even the team that even got them here.
Yeah, I think it's a crazy journey here for Dynamo, and you can see that they've consistently been grinding in Funhaver tournaments, and unfortunately, obviously it's tough, like, being in this position for the last stage of VCL, right? Especially a team that's just coming into the fray here for stage 3 of Challengers, and knowing that if you want to make it all the way to the end, you've got to win out at that grand finals. But it's a bit of a different storyline for this squad, right? I think overall, though, this is a squad where we've seen them kind of slowly leveling up. It is tough when the Swiss stage can pass you by so quickly, and they are ironing out these kinks that Roy was talking about, and just kind of learning how to gel together as this new core, if you will.
And I think if I'm not mistaken, I think Zanks is going to have his VCL debut as well. So I think they've got one of the young guns back in the lineup. And of course, the coach for Dynamo can't go under the radar. That's Mikol, right? He's worked with tier 1 rosters. He's worked with a lot of the successful rosters in VCL. So there's a lot of experience and a lot of leadership here in that regard. But yeah, I mean, Zanks is here, right? If you're the team, you're probably feeling quite good. Like, you're getting one of your hard hitters back in the lineup, a person that you've had incredible success with in tier 3 events leading up to VCL. So I think for them, this could be the turning of the tide, right? This could be the things where things change. So I'm excited to see Zanks in action, and I'm excited to see this roster have a go at it.
I mean, Zanx is going to be paired with some folks who have been here and we know very well, one of them being XP Mo. I think, you know, also love the quarter turn we got going on with the photo. I love when we see that going on. I love photography anyways. But moving on to talk about, no, but like, it's nice to see, you know, the typical, like, you know, esports, like crossed arms. We love to see it. But here we have XP Mo, someone who is on that the Senti role, but also the Omen, Roy, kind of filling in both for the team.
Oh yeah, this dude's the rock of this roster, right? He's the one that has to make those decisions. He's the one that anchors down sites. He's the one that tries to find gaps and kind of limit tests on the sites and on the lurking as well. We've seen him have being one of the consistent performers for this roster. The firepower is so easy to see. You can tell by these clips. So it's just everything is just clean. He's also a bully in the server as well. He will pull out the, you know, the quote unquote cringe weapons. So he's going to test your mental. He's going to test you mechanically, and he's definitely a key piece for this roster.
I mean, Ash, let's go to you with this kind of I feel like every time we highlight player, it's like we always say they're the key piece of this roster. But I mean, call a spade, XP Mo. If we're gonna talk about, like, I'm gonna say win conditions, if you will, but he is so vital to Dynamo's ability to win today.
Yeah, he really is. I think, again, being one of those consistent players, those are the ones that we see, again, go under the radar a little bit at times with teams that have some of those, like, flashier young gun, especially with, like, the duelists in the current meta that we were seeing and whatnot, with the double dive having been prevalent heading into this meta before it swapped over to, like, the Phoenix stuff going on. So a lot of these more consistent players in quote-unquote roles that I guess maybe some would consider boring. Personally, I love some controller gameplay, but they're a lot of the, like, unsung heroes, right? And to have a player like Mo, who is, again, also one of those controllers that slash sentinels that can be a little bit more aggressive in the right moments. I feel like that's so much of what we're seeing, and what we even highlighted in our last matchup when we were talking about foreign are these players that know those correct moments to step up, even though they're taking on those more supportive roles, to know when those risks are necessary and can absolutely play off. And Mo, for the side of Dynamo, is definitely one of those players.
As an Astra main, we are anything but boring, my dears. But moving on, it is elimination, and Rise of the Scarlet Empire, aka Rose, are looking for their first win and to stay alive. And I think would be remiss, Roy and Ash, I'm gonna go to you for Roy, if we did not mention that we have some GC champs in here with Cher that we'll be highlighting earlier, coming off of that win with them. But also, I mean, that coming down to here, you know, looking for that just survivability of the Swiss stage.
So I think she said you, Ash, first.
I mean, yeah, let's go to Ash. I'll go to you first, Ash. I mean, kind of talking about this roster as a whole, I think when you see these independent parts of the roster, so many, like, literally winners here, etc., but still looking for that win and just first win to keep their lives going.
For sure. I think that Rose is an interesting squad because you have that core that did also play as Swim Track Blue within GC. Unfortunately, Krupp is not in the picture here for Rise of Scarlet Empire, but I think that as we've seen Rose throughout the last couple of stages, there have always been some questions about roles. We do have some really flexible players on this squad within Bob, within Retro, and all of the different agents and types of roles that they can play, just spanning across the entire board. The sky's really their limit when it comes down to what they can pick into. But it feels like we've constantly seen a lot of these players kind of switching role to role and hero and agent to agent, map to map. And with Jinwoo coming into the picture now, being able to be that, like, main duelist alongside Retro, it feels like some of these role issues have kind of leveled themselves out a little bit, allowing Bob to focus in on that initiator and Sherrod to really lock in on that Sentinel gameplay that they've looked so good on.
Oh, let's talk about Sherrod really quickly. You know, coming off of that Swim Track Blue win in GC Grand Finals, a very long Grand Finals, I will say, Roy, as well. But kind of talking about those, like, what Ash is talking about, those kind of wonky agent comps. Sherrod, they have a very interesting agent pool.
Oh, I mean, they're very flexible, and also not only are they bringing the guns in the server, but they're also bringing the guns in the pick as well. So there's guns to be found in all regards. In terms of mechanics, we've seen it before. Sherrod's taken over several matches in several different ways, whether it's on the Omen, whether it's on the Chamber, whether it's on any of those kind of, you know, like, flexible roles. It really has not pulled back any of the performance whatsoever. We've seen a lot of Sherrod pop-offs, and I'm expecting to see another one here for this specific match to keep the dream alive.
Literally keep the dream alive. We are looking for their first win, and I cannot emphasize enough, it is an elimination game. We are looking for that win. But friends, we have our map, or for our Philips Norelco head-to-head, excuse me, we have D-Hawk versus Retro, two folks we wanted to highlight for kind of this duelist sort of, I mean, it says Vise on the side there, Ash, but I mean, we have a Jet on the side of Retro as well. Also kind of talking about those interesting agent comps on this head-to-head.
Yeah, and again, back to what I was saying when we were talking about Rose, Retro is one of those players that can play any agent realistically at any kind of role here for his team, but we've seen him slotting in a little bit more to, yeah, we've seen like the Vice here and there, but like you were saying, being that Jet player here for the side of Rose and being a little bit more like flexible in that regard with what he's willing to play, what he's able to play, and opening up that double duelist dynamic here in more of a divey way here for Rose compared to some of those ISO comps that they were running like previously. Going head to head up against a Diehawk, who I think he has been around the scene for quite a bit, but this is really the first time we're seeing him in this level of Valorant here within tier 2. And he's been honestly frying. Like, he looks great on the duelist, and I think it's going to be really fun to see these two going head to head.
Also, someone I just saw in chat, friends, you have an elimination match to get to.
Lock in.
I'm locked in. We have our maps. Let's look at. Excuse me. We're going to go for our map picks and bans. Ash, I just know I'm going to go to you for this right away. Starting with Lotus and Fracture and the Challengers Classic. Ash, if necessary, Haven.
Yeah, okay. This is an interesting map pool overall. I think that taking a look at the Lotus, it does make sense why Dynamo pick into this map. This is one where they, even though, you know, they are at 0 and 2 on Lotus, it's been one of the closest maps. Like, they've lost 11 to 13 every single time. I think also having the comfort of Zanks being back into the fray here for Dynamo as well is going to be changing things up. And for the side of Rose, it hasn't, I mean, it was a close 11 to 13 up against YFP, but overall I think that Dynamo probably feel very comfortable and confident, especially with how Lotus has gone for them in some of the other events.
I mean, Roy, I'll go to you. I mean, actually, no, I'm not going to go to you. I'm going to skip you. I'm so sorry. I don't care what you have to say about them.
Yeah, it's okay. Honestly, neither do I. You're good.
But we are going to head to our prediction. What is this? Okay, listen here, everyone. I want to say...
Put me on Dynamo. Broadcast.
Roy on Dynamo. Thank you.
Swap me.
I have an ally on the side, but I do think this was a very hard prediction because also elimination games just create different beasts in folks, I feel like. So I feel like any which way could go. And I'm going to, thank you, production.
Here we go.
For switching it, joining me on the side of Dynamo, but everyone else on the side of Rose, Rise of the Scarlet Empire. And I cannot overemphasize enough, this is an elimination game. Things happen, things get crazy. You might see different comps, different, whatever it may be. You have a new roster, for heaven's sake, on the side of Dynamo. Zangs coming in with that age eligibility moving forward as we get into agent select for Lotus. Let's see where Zangs is with that nice little Dynamo on the side, starting on that Neon. I'm gonna go to you. Ash. Yes. Yes.
Sorry.
Hello, Ash.
I'm sorry, Liz. But what the freak is going on?
I hadn't even looked to the right yet. I started my way down.
Things like look relatively normal on the Dynamo side. Rise of Scarlet Empire. Yeah, we're gonna pull out the Sage. We're gonna pull out the Deadlock, and we're gonna pull out the Cypher when we know we're starting on an attack first. I honestly, Roy, I'm at a loss for words. What's good with you?
Okay. I mean, listen, we've seen this comp before. It's the M80 comp, right? We should be kind of used to it by now. We've seen it also in recent Masters London as well. It hasn't been ultra successful, but it's a relatively viable comp, I would say, depending on the execution. And I feel like Rose has had a very unique identity. It makes sense for them to try something different for once. Yes, it's a bit challenging on the attack side in terms of, you know, getting map space and kind of, you know, brute forcing a lot of the util, but they have a lot to work with to stall out the A control. Then once they get into the sites, once they get into the pulse plan, if it's, you know, if they're successful at it, there's so much to work with in the pulse plan for them. So a lot of pressure on Dynamo to actually make sure that Rose can get comfortable on those sites and they can't get on in a comfortable manner. So Dynamo, expect a lot of aggression from them, and you do not want Rose to get into these pulse plans with this comp, and the defense side for them is going to be very comfortable.
The pressure is on for this elimination game at Dynamo versus Rise of the Scarlet Empire. I'm going to send over to your casters, Emily and Shift.
Blood. That's what we're gonna get. We're gonna get blood. I'm here for that. This is gonna be a fun one. I mean, where are your heads? I mean, it's just like the desk was kind of appalled by. It's the compositional differences between these two teams. Where's your headspace at here, Em?
Listen, Rose, but previously we're running a comp that I didn't like either. It was a Clove Omen, no Viper. They lacked that, you know, a lurk potential on attack. They lacked the delay on defense. And now we're like, oh, we need defense. We need delay. So we bring out 3 Sentis, even though we're starting on attack. And I get what the desk was saying. Like, yes, if they get sight, that's great. But we have a Cypher that's going to be playing on one side, locking down a site, adding delay. And then you have a Neon and Raze and Fade taking space on the other side. Like, if they get to site, that would be great, but I need to see it happen before I believe in it, I think, because I'm like kind of speechless.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to create some fun. That much I know for sure. So we'll see if Rose,
we
who
have
boasts
very different takes on fun, I'd
well,
say.
There'll be no fun of any kind. That's I mean, zero fun, sir. Zero fun. So you think Valorant is fun? Let's find out. Rose going to try to approach over towards C immediately. We don't need to watch D-Hawk. There's nothing there. There's nothing there either. Let's go over to this direction. Mo in some trouble. Able to avoid a lot of the decay initially, but Tim's able to convert for a first blood. Follow from Sherrod is good. And I was about to say, like, Rose boasts a roster on paper that you look at the names and say they shouldn't be 0-3, but they are. And they will at least have an opportunity to win this pistol as they've got numbers.
Yep, they got sight. You know, the deadlock wall is a little different. It doesn't really block off spawn or waterfall, but it's still, I guess, good to have.
Well, Max gives you one before the trade comes through. D-Hawk trying to hang while Zanks gets to work knifing the barrier orb. Shots are decent for the opener, but down to 50 HP. Sherrod's going to try to take that away. Doesn't fully work, and Zanks all of a sudden has created an opportunity for a 1v4 moment. Jinwoo. Last one left. Here's the footsteps.
Saw him.
Not going to be bamboozled there. One more shoulder will do it, and Jinwoo will save the pistol, although, let's be honest, Zanks made that more competitive than should have been.
Yeah, great shots coming from Zanks, and I think we kind of got a glimpse of what could happen. That wasn't even like a full buy, right? That was pistol round. So just that util, adding more to it if they're able to get sights like that. And DYNA's really going to have to start fighting a little bit more once they get those guns going after this round to ensure that like that doesn't happen. Because honestly, even though it's not a great comp on paper, it's still a different thing to play against, right? Like you're not expecting it. You don't know how it really works, and you kind of have to figure that out as you go.
Okay. A little bit of forward play here for the defense over towards the C mountain position. Not much to be seen at the moment through this one way, but as soon as it fades, maybe there's an opportunity here, depending on if Jinwoo decides they want to try to peek for info or not. But based on their position elevated, you would have to assume probably not. And yeah, some footsteps come through. D-Hawk, Prowler, we'll see all of that. Bob says, nope, later.
I heard 2 classics there, not really wanting to risk going into a stack like that, but DYNA's already on the move, trying to push forward. Roser's going to choose to turn and fight it, but getting pushed from B as well.
Got to hang on this position, though. You don't want to give these weapons away. Mo, give it a go, but Jinwoo once again saves the round. Got once more a little bit messy considering the pistols that were largely fully in play for the defense, but at the moment, Rose are comfortable. They'll go into a quote-unquote bonus, but they're going to have to purchase quite a bit to get involved.
Yeah, I mean, great damage. They're going to have to purchase guns for sure, but they didn't have to use like any utility or any viable utility that round to secure it. So they're going to have a lot going into this round. Like, I think everyone here has full kits, maybe not full weaponry, but they don't really need it if they can find a way to work their way on a site here.
Spy came out early for Mo. Full purchase, of course. Big note on the outlaw from D-Hawk. Headed over towards Tree. So the defense will have full control of the A side of the map, but a B exit possibly involved here for Rose.
Good call. It's completely open. They're gonna have wall, they're gonna have trips, and the deadlock wall to cut off a lot of these choke points that DYNA might be trying to fight from.
Barrier orb blocks down the top side of B. Dynamo trying to make their way over towards the A link. There is a sensor in the way. Also have traps behind this play, and this is the problem. Running into 2 sentinels in a post plant. Good, slow orb coming through. Is this a little bit too aggressive though from Rose? No. They'll trade that one out. They've already got the res, so Sherrod will be brought back to life. And Dynamo will be red on this rotation in the backside at B, but Mo gets you one. Paranoia is going to come through. Mo, can you get a little bit more than that? D-Hawk still trying to work their way over the top. Able to find one with the outlaw. Second one trying to make their way through. Shorty will come out, but that will be the end of the retake as Retro finishes things off and Rose off to the races early.
Love that little hop, but like even just that utility combo, whether it's that slow and the deadlock trap towards that C peak, that C main, and just the way that they use it in Baby Door there, basically making it where DYNA could not move. They were just kind of forced to sit there and hopefully hit their shots or hit their sprays. That is actually so annoying to play against. Ideally, though, if you're DYNA, you want to kind of put early pressure towards where the group is so that they waste a lot of that utility early on. I'm going to try and do that towards A, but again, Rose are playing so patient, not wanting to really get pushed off by Eagles.
Well, this is opening little play towards C. Largely going to get blocked off yet by the smoke, but with just Sheriffs, Mo's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Here's the pressure on Barrier Orb to elevate. Plus, you also put the barrier mesh down, but that'll over to find a 2-for-1 exchange. Opportunity for Mo to get more, but not going to happen. Annihilation cuts through the backside of the site, does not connect. Defensive, right the way back on. Keep in mind, Zanx has an overdrive, but it's at 10 HP, and Tim will heal up Retro. Small pause here for Rose with the numbers advantage and the weapons advantage. Sloppy shots, though, for Jinwoo. Has them down to 4 HP, but a lot of damage had been dealt. Sensor comes out, Tim finds you one. D-Hawk somehow still alive.
Literally has
and Retro
armor.
finds themselves into a 1v2. Not a lot of ammunition remaining. Barrier Orb gonna break. First contact, not bad, able to line things up, but it's Max who comes forward to find the Thrifty from Dynamo. Huge round.
I'll find you.
And even with all that utility, they were able to kind of have the Omen there. Enzo dodge that towards the elbow side, be able to get a pick or two, and it kind of completely put Rose into a little bit of a stun. Like, they started hesitating. They didn't really take space towards that backside. They were all taking those separate kind of headshot angle fights because they walled off water. They can't push that way. They can only push to the left, but DYNA was there and ready. And also, I don't know how Zanx lived that long. Like, actually, that was plot armor. He was literally 1 HP with like those last 2 kills there.
Yeah.
Finally seeing a bit of that A main brawl here. For all those slows and that deadlock util, you literally cannot take mount control.
Well, now that we're at full purchase, this defense becomes much more formidable, like you start to mention. That's the big key here. Can Dynamo start to put together a couple of rounds? Rose trying to make their way over. Not going to work there. Shirad's up to give you one. Neural theft earned off of that. Enzo going to value their life by playing the backside of the site and then get a little bit further away by teleporting to safety. So site is open. Post plant potential to come through. Nightfall, though, on the way for Max, potentially. Had it queued up. Prowler first. Sherrod somehow able to find Enzo. And maybe Max is second guessing. Maybe I should have hit that Nightfall a little bit sooner. Neural theft for Mo now in the response to this 3v2. You get the reveal. Nightfall will cut across. But Bob's able to find 2 somehow. A miracle. Just down to D-Hawk with an operator. You don't want that. But if you find one, you get a showstopper, maybe a chance. So here comes the commitment. Paint shells, well bounced. Puts Bob under some pressure, but it pulls Jinwoo in to find another final elimination in the round.
Yeah, I mean, them just lining up in heaven there really was the knife in that round. But again, even in that late round, in that 1v2, you see how that wall just being placed there really didn't allow for the Rays there to have options in that retake or in that clutch.
Wow.
It's really just going to be about adapting for DYNA, right? Because they're used to being able, with this comp, like, you should be able to win the A fight a lot of the time, if not all the time. You have the stuns, you have the nade, you have the suck even, or the omen blind. But all of that util denies, or even with all that utility, you still can't take it because there's slows, because there's the deadlock trap. Like, you can't get past all of that. So I think DYNA are going to have to find a way to either kind of play back from that and go into some sort of a refight with the Omen Blind and Fade Eye combo, or, you know, have to really rely on their retakes and being able to break a lot of that walls. But even once you break those walls, there's all the trips you have to account for. And it's looking to be really annoying to play against for DYNA. Like, well, dealing with that many walls and trips, like, I think I'd lose my mind a little.
I hear you. Oh, man.
See, but these are the kind of comps that, like, my teammates in ranked will pull out and we'll still lose. So, I don't know.
Hear you. We're about to find out, maybe. Not in this round. Dynamo's back to pistols. One Bucky, though, makes the way into Mo's hands. That's going to lead to a bit of a setup over the top at B, but Rose are predicting some aggression from Dynamo's defense. They won't find it fully yet, but Jinwoo is alerted that as the only one standing over towards A main, they have to make sure that no one pushes through this position.
Playing super slow. I mean, it's good that they're pushed up. They don't really have... They have one dog and an eye left on the side of Rose to try and clear out these forward positions. But even then, the gun disadvantage is so hard. Or they omen ult for info. That works too. That works too.
Find you.
Well, here comes the counter utility as Rose make their way on towards A main. Defense will respect that. Reset to play a setup on the backside of the site. It's going to be desperate, though. I'll tell you that much, friends. Especially with Tim earning the resurrection. The second one this half through 5 rounds into round number 6. Slower placed. Nice paint shell combination, but Sherrod still is able to find a first blood. Reveal was there as well for the defense, just not able to connect. So now you're a bit desperate. Yeah, D-Hawk tried to time the exposure of that dark cover for a pick. Not going to work. And Bob will plant. This round should be pretty comfortable from here on out. Unless Max does something crazy. No, not going to happen. And Enzo should be known for playing up top at drop. And that will be a clean round. Sherrod, another 3-piece off to the races early for Rose.
I mean, even though it is a pretty recent change from Rose, it looks like they've done their homework. They have lineups for every single main that they've gone to so far. And even for sites, it just feels like they're a lot more comfortable in this comp than their previous one, where it was that Clove Omen and they weren't finding success on either side. Like, it was, they struggled a lot, but the fact that they're finding this much success on attack and Dyna's not really able to adapt by either, you know, going for these refights or reclears, or maybe going for a heavy flank, or just something different to try and catch Rose off guard and dodge all of that early utility.
Yeah. So far, the offense is having a whale of a time. Full purchase, though, for Dynamo here, and D-Hawk in particular. Showstopper with the operator, but Sherrod again. The Prowler is just a mere distraction. You peek with it, you find the headshot, get a quick shutdown. And now the B side is wide open, although the defense is in position to try to contest this a little while longer. Max on the backside of this dark cover has to be careful. Defense rotating in over towards the A link, largely at least. What do they have for a retake? The answer is not much, as Tim finds another shutdown. Zanks is stuck behind this barrier mesh. And it just feels like everyone is completely isolated. You just focus point A to point B, back over to point C, and Dynamo will fall, and it'll be a 6-1 count, save on the way.
I mean, all this utility is forcing Dyna to not be on the same page. You saw them rush that retake just based off of the Omen blind through B link there, but they didn't break the wall ceiling. They didn't break the wall heaven. So none of the the whole team couldn't actually participate in it together. They were split up, they were divided, and it did not work out in their favor. I think Rose were ready for that because they knew that their walls were broken. They could only come from one way.
And that's just the power of the double sentinel again in a post plant, especially on sites that look like this, where you're blocking off 2 of the 3 choke points. You can just focus your energy on the one that's quote unquote open. And then as soon as you start to see those breaks, you rotate and change your focus back. And it's just, I won't say too simple, but it's very well thought out and well designed.
And we're seeing the same thing every round so far, right? You see on gun rounds, Rose are a little bit more forward. They take that early space either towards C or towards A with that utility that they have. And then on their ecos, they're just sitting patient, waiting for Dyna to make the first move. That so far it hasn't worked out for them, but a little bit of a different look. They're going to have to use some sort of utility here to clear out this B trap that they have with the Omen blind here.
Well, aggressive defensive setup here for Dynamo. There's the blind, as you call. Everyone stays alive, though, for Rose. Sakes eventually able to find one, but it comes to the cost of the rest of the hit on the way here for Rose, and that is about as good as it gets. Slower will be a small nuisance, but post-plant setup should be established. And you also still have, yep, Sherrod holding D-Hawk away from the play. Mo, nothing. This has been about as good as it gets. And honestly, this feels more like the Rose that we expected to probably see at the beginning of this stage. Oh,
for sure. Yeah, I think just based off their performance last stage, and You know, seeing what a couple of these players have done in GC, winning out stage 2, I believe. Stage 1, stage 2, something like that. You know, it was very unexpected seeing Rose's run so far in VCL, but I think even with weird comps like this, they're slowly starting to find their identity, starting to find their team chemistry that's kind of been lacking there for a while. And you can really tell that they're putting in a lot more work this time around, and it's paying off.
Well, important round here for Dynamo. You just gotta get something going. You've been sitting on this showstopper for a while.
My territory, my rules.
Instead, the proactivity comes by way of the annihilation being queued out. Sent over, does not land, but the space is already gained. And look how deep this barrier mesh is. Though it is deleted very quickly, so maybe a little bit more fragile is this potential post plant, as Bob will commit for the plant. Defense has a chance, again, to reopen this site by way of the showstopper, which is going to make its way over through the C connector. Waiting outside the play is Jinwoo, though, for Rose. And now, all of a sudden, here comes that showstopper. It does connect onto Bob.
I know exactly.
Trade initially there for Sherrod. Max follows, but Rose's setup is just too good. Last one standing is Mo. Jinwoo trying to look for another final elimination, and that's what, 9 rounds? Maybe 5 of those final eliminations have come to Jinwoo.
I mean, even there, DYNA was trying to set up for a little bit of a flank. They're pushing through door to try and take that B main space, but Jinwoo kind of shutting that down immediately. It feels like no matter what DYNA's trying to do here, even though they're adapting quite late into it, Rose are expecting it, predicting it, and are ready for it at any moment. And again, DYNA's on an eco. We're sitting in spawn, waiting to see what info they just feed us for the side of Rose. A bit more aggressive this time around, though. Making a lot of noise, allowing Rose to kind of speed up towards that A site, but...
Yeah. Unsure if they'll hear that the paranoia was committed here for Dynamo, but it may not make much of a difference. Mo blocked off through stairs. Spike makes its way on. Zank's red behind this barrier mesh. And that's just too simple.
Yeah, the lifeline gets shut down by the Neon dying. Gonna find value off the alt, and now Mo's kind of just like in a Hail Mary and gets shut down instantly. I just feel like there's so much utility covering every single base that you can't really sit anywhere on site safely, because they still have some utility to throw off of like a fade dog if you're sitting in an off angle or something like that.
I just like, for me, I'm looking at how this stage has unfolded to this point, and I'm sitting here wondering, how has Rose only won 37 rounds and they haven't won a single map yet?
I mean, yeah, I was going to shout that out. Like, you look at Rose, they haven't won a single map all VCL. You look at DYNA, they've won 1 map, but this feels like a complete 180 for Rose.
Yeah. I mean, they were getting bullied.
Yeah, they were. But I feel like I do remember, and I think it was like a GC interview where one of the players from Rose said that they are putting a lot more time and effort into their VCL run ever since they won Game Changers. So I think that's why I'm saying, like, I'm really seeing it pay off, because you see this comp getting pulled out. I honestly didn't think they would have enough time to prep it from the last time they played Lotus, but they have. They have everything down to a T with it.
Mm-hmm. And to be fair, like, to set up like the caliber of opponent that Roses play, they played M80, YFB, Evil Geniuses. Like,
it's a tough run.
3 very tough teams that you just get unfortunate matchups. Like EG at 0-2 is just not something you would have predicted.
Mm-hmm.
So, tough schedule, and Rose are taking advantage of what seems to be a bit of a mismatch early. Now, we've seen long stretches come together, though, so far on the day. The teams that find themselves near the bottom of the standings, but this is a must-win round for Dynamo. It just is, flat out.
Yeah. I do like this, playing a little bit further back. Hopefully they'll be able to punish a lot of the plays that we've seen them do time and time again on this C site.
D-Hawk, Mark, Decade, Boombot trying to create some space. Zanks on the flank. Good read
They're
from
where?
Bob. But Sherrod does get stunned. Now you're trapped. Which side do you want to fight against? And honestly, for Dynamo, you don't have to move right now. Don't make a mistake. Don't get lined up.
Trades.
Yep.
That's going to be key here and how this round plays out.
maybe a little bit of an exit over towards B. There is a trap in the way.
They still have a dog to kind of get some sort of info towards this mound to see if they did actually commit towards that beat, but there's also a trip set up.
Retro has to create a distraction here. Aunt about to be back up for Bob. And wow, the route for Retro is insane. We're going to teleport away and we'll move over to A. It's going to give you a post plant, but it's still a 2v5. It would have to be Retro on this rotation position to do some damage.
Here.
Getting spotted out, knowing that they can't be too close. Making sure you don't waste too much time on the rotates here for DYNA.
Oh, Jinwoo steps up into cover. Backside steps. Prowler not going to see too much, but it gets you through tree if you're Dynamo. Sensor put behind the play. Retro still has a grab net to toss, but Zanx is able to find the connection before that could be in play. Jinwoo now would have to do it all. Good for the first two. Here comes the full push behind that, though, and D-Hawk will not drop that one. Second round, now the table now for Dynamo.
Nice shots from Jinwoo. Literally on one. 12. I mean, the entire team is on one.
Correct,
Look at that stat line. But I really did like what DYNA did. They were playing a little bit further back on C-side, being able to avoid a lot of that utility and break some of the walls there that we saw, the deadlock wall, and punish the Sage kind of peeking on top of the wall and going for a full flank. I think that's exactly what they have to kind of rinse and repeat here to at least secure this last round.
There, I'm out of here.
Excited to see this bit of an A brawl. They're gonna have to be aware of the utility that they saw last time they faced up against this. Otherwise, they're gonna be very well caught off guard again.
Well, is there an opportunity here? Try to get something early. Tim's able to find the first blood. Defense still holding strong as Zanx is on the corner, but read by Retro. Second will fall. And now it's an early 5v3, and the defense is completely scattered. Desperate nightfall to try to get some information, but Rose has so much clock left to play with. They really don't care about that.
Yeah, and that early utility from Rose just creates constant gaps in DYNA's plans. You see the Omen taking that 1v1, getting picked off, and then Fade having to bail out on Zanx there, leaving him in a 1v4 in a really bad spot. And even now, you're right, they have so much time to work with, and they're at such a numbers advantage here that even if they were able to get a pick and get that trade-off, they have Sage Res to immediately bring it back to a 5v2. What is happening?
Looks like we're going to go over to B. I'm a little bit surprised by it, but we've got numbers and we've got Retro blocking space, so this post plant for Rose will be able to isolate kind of one side of the site or the other. It is a little surprising they don't just try to take their weapons onto A, but a lot of space for Retro. He's just going to read info, be a nuisance. Help is on the way over towards the link, and unless Bo finds some success from the front entry point, this post plant should hold. D-Hawk will eventually get a trade, but it costs so much time. You got a crossfire set up here at the breakthrough. Boombot into the corner. Easy trade. No problems. 10-2 half. That's about as easy as it gets.
That's exactly how you want your attack have to go. And now with this comp, you even on pistol, like if you went pistol, it's kind of over for DYNA here, right? You have so much utility that will be able to stall. You win out your gun round. You're on a bonus. But if it's anything like their last bonus where they saved up that much utility, it's a really hard run for DYNA here if they want to make a comeback. Interested to see how they want to play towards this A setup, because like I said, with DYNA's comp, they are pretty early A main heavy, right? They have all the utility and kit to kind of take that space and run with it, but we're getting a bit of a stack here for Rose.
Well, this pistol is insanely important for Dynamo on their map pick, mind you. We haven't mentioned that yet.
Yep.
That's not fun with Fracture
this is such
looming.
a cool setup. Off the trip, they're gonna stage wall up, and I think Omen blind here. A little bit dismantled though.
Max gets you one, slips by. Tim staying alive. Barrier orb will be broken. Slow orb to possess that space. Oh, nice shots from Tim. Now back to the side of the site. Jinwoo right there. Keeps Tree in the possession of the defense, and Dynamo are looking to pull that back. Jinwoo through the dark cover. Whoa, caught pulling utility out. That gives a little bit of space now for Dynamo to reset, but they have no spike. 50 seconds on the clock. Retro repositioning on the opposite side of the site has help. Straight up 2v2. Bob, first contact. This is the shot. That activates Retro, though. Easy follow-up. Good timing on the 3-2-1 play. Zank's able to get one, but nothing more. And how about Rose? 11-2 up.
Even though they were starting to fall out of that little trap setup, they were still able to come out with even numbers, and just the way they played that 2v2 and Juno being able to keep Street for that long and just be a nuisance to the players that, got sight. They're just, oh my gosh, it just feels so difficult to kind of come out with anything. Util aside, they're just playing so well together.
Yeah, they really
their
are.
chemistry is leveled up here.
Well, opening utility coming out of Dynamo will have the defense playing a little bit of early respect. Spy Cam's trading info over the top of Mount. But Jinwoo is able to get some damage in, cannot quite track onto Zanks, but Gerard's there for the trade, backs up in towards the site, keeps the position in lock for the defense. Prowler, paint shells, respect given. Rose will back away.
There.
Battle for Waterfall. Spike will be planted here by Max.
Spike planted.
The post plant will have to play on site here. Max is able to at least get the Guardian back into hand. But
Playing on site is so scary when you have that full fade kit. You have the stage slows. It really limits on what you can do on site. They're gonna have to group up and take some sort of aggression here, and they're pushing towards Waterfall. They need to get that pick.
They do.
They did.
Follow-up is good through the smoke. Sherrod gives you one in response. Off the reload, 2v3 situation. Sherrod is low. Enzo on the cross. Not going to be necessarily needed as Bob was the last one standing, and that's a good follow-up there from Dynamo to keep themselves in the map.
No, great follow-up. I was honestly, from Rose, I wasn't expecting, Jinwoo to kind of lock down Mound like that and just try and go for all those fights. But I mean, with the shots that I was hitting previously, or with the shots that Jinwoo was hitting previously, I would do that too. Yes, give me my ecos, increase my stats.
I need this.
But a little bit of hope for DYNA here. Let's just see if they're going to be as patient as Rose was on their anti-ecos. So the last thing you want is getting caught off guard and,
No, but actually,
losing this gun advantage round this late in the game.
nice shot from D-Hawk. Pressure still mounting, though, here for the defense of Rose. Paint shells will hold that back. Good fade utility to stop it in its tracks. And around that was largely just a couple of pistol upgrades. This one is exactly what you need for Dynamo. Everyone gets involved. No one drops. 11-4. Dynamo now starting to build bank.
Now we're looking at Rose to have their first actual full gun round, full utility. What their setup's gonna look like with this 3 Sentinel comp. Just I cannot believe all that utility on B site. That is absurd.
Actually.
It looks crazy, but looks like they're going for some sort of a main contest.
We're good.
Well, here comes the initial aggression. Rose are kind of playing for a secondary set of contact here. Holding forward, but gonna get punished. D-Hawk's able to give you one, and the follow-up is Rose are trapped. It's pretty perfect. Jinwoo, no. Prowler chomps right on top of your forehead. Easy follow-up, and Sherrod is into retreat territory here. It's 1v5.
I mean, that's so bold trying to contest it against a neon wall, Fade Eye. They have potential to get to rubble no matter what you throw at them. They have the Omi TPs. They have the Raze satchels. I feel like it's almost better if you go for a little bit of a reclear and kind of catch them out in slows and the deadlock utility when they're out in the open and in uncomfortable spots where they can't really hide. But I feel like Rose still aren't sweating yet. 4-11, that's a great lead to still have, But the last 2 rounds are always the hardest, as they say. And DYNA are kind of waking up a bit here. We see them comboing their utility a lot more on this attack and starting to build up that confidence again.
Sherrod, you get one? Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. But 5-11 the count. Dynamo is starting to work for a couple of really key ultimates. The Showstopper online. The overdrive is close. Not that we're going to see that unless they're onto some sort of a save or some desperate situations. But on the flip side, Nightfall close, Resurrection ready, but the purchase is limited here. Yeah, Sheriffs with one extra Vandal brought to the mix to meet Sherrod off that Phantom save.
Yeah, and it looks like they're doing a similar A setup, but DYNA are playing a little more back, a little more spread out. Seeing what info they can gather. They heard at least 3 towards that A side, so they're going to immediately turn and speed up towards C, which isn't a bad call at all, but as long as they don't get caught off guard, they still use a lot of their utility just to be on the safe side.
And Rose get this information as well on the flip side. So, I mean, Sherrod's got all that sound cue coming through, plus the spy cam is going to reveal all the information you could possibly want in terms of who's on site. But getting in yourself is the big problem. Although Bob gives you the opener, Sherrod another, no way. That's on the spike planner as well. The spike is down. Now you can finesse a little bit longer if you're Rose. You're going to call the Nightfall in, trying to re-clear that space. And Zanks will drop. What a shot out of Tim's Sheriff. Mo in some trouble, just hoping and praying someone makes a mistake and lines up for him. But he's been thefted, and that is an insane retake.
I mean, just getting those early picks coming in from Bob and the Cypher is insane. That opens up the round completely. And I'm sorry, but that waterfall setup where they were doing up-downs on the stage wall is actually crazy. Like, that was too much. I would be so mad if I'm swinging to the Avenger squad on that.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are supposed to be on eco, bro.
Such a good shout.
Yeah, I mean, that brings them to match point. It's really just do or die here. Try and regain for Fracture next, but there's still hope.
Well, quick Showstopper play. Shut down. No way. Well, that'll do it. Oh, gosh. I mean, initially, you look at the setup, you looked at the call, you think that the Showstopper will guarantee you one. But not the case. Mo now the last one left. Neural Theft to give you some info, but you've got no spike, and you're stuck into the teeth of all of this Rose defense. Annihilation trying to put it together, but Mo gives himself a lifeline. 1:07 on the clock to play, though.
But they walled off the flank. They know Mo can only come from one way, and they're setting up for it. They have an up-down rubble. They're clearing that B so that they can really focus their sights towards a site there. Mo's best bet is for the smoke to fade and try and start jiggling to get a lot of these ones.
Prowler confirms it. Tim will fall. Paranoia is out. 30 seconds to play. Did you get isolation here? No, Mo's low. Easy finish for Jinwoo, who finds another final elimination. Just constantly closing out rounds. And that is a statement for Rose. In an elimination match, on your opponent's map pick, when your map delta is -41, they have been beaten to death this stage. And now finally, a moment to return to sender.
I mean, just what a night and day difference coming in from Rose. They really look like a completely new team than the last, 3 best of 3s that we've seen out of them. Not even just, you know, the unique comp, but the way that they actually played it and how well they just played together. Because I feel like early on in their first couple of games, I felt like there was a disconnect. You know, there was a lot of solo hero plays, and here was completely different. We saw them going for those trades. We saw them playing as a team, which is kind of what I think a lot of us were expecting from the get-go.
It's just finding the pieces to make the right puzzle. Feels like everyone had an idea maybe early. Again, tough schedule to get things kicked off. But here, all business, no problems. And now Rose's map pick comes up next. Take a break. That's the return. Don't go far.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Cute.
Massive in these D1
Put it in chilling,
rounds.
okay?
Now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Ash on the desk. If you're just joining us, it was a stolen map pick, and not only that, it was a convincing stolen map pick. Rose stealing Lotus away from Dynamo, 13-5, Roy. Nonetheless, a very, if there was any doubt you had about Rose's Lotus, chat, wherever you may be, please have no fear.
Chat is on this desk, by the way, just so everyone in chat actually knows. Y'all doubted the composition. Actually, we have to give credit where credit is due. Rose took the composition. Rose executed it extremely well on their attack side, and they got Dynamo to play exactly how they needed them to play, right? As soon as the comps go passive against the Rose composition, let's just call it the M80 comp, okay? As soon as the M80 comp, as soon as you go like passive against the M80 comp, that's typically where they find a lot of value. They're able to mid-round, they're able to work the map slow, which is exactly what they want, and they were able to hit sites against two or like one or two people defending from Dynamo who seem to lack a lot of information throughout that first half, right? And that's exactly what this comp wants. They want to get on these sites. They want to overwhelm with their limited utility. So as soon as they get on that site in that post plant, that's when the reinforcements arrive, right? The walls, the slows. It makes it so awkward to regain space in those post plants, and that's exactly what Rose did throughout that entire first half.
It really is, and I think that, okay, hear me out. It wasn't that I was stun locked by the composition because I wasn't expecting it from Rose. Yep. It wasn't that I was necessarily a doubter, but honestly, as this map went on, it made more sense as to why Rose picked it. Yeah, I think that you think about these players on Rose and how they've historically kind of had their identity as this team that does also like to be, you know, like very brawly. Typically, we see them running the double duelist. They have a little bit more of that utility to work with in these situations. But going into the triple sentinel composition, they still do have utility to work with. It is a little bit of a different style and tempo because you can't dive as heavily, but it does make sense when we see how Rose likes to play together as a unit. And I think that's the only reason why you see this composition working out so well for them. Not just Rose taking advantage of the mistakes that they're forcing out of the hands of Dynamo, but also the fact that playstyle wise, their spacing is always so good when it comes down to those trades, and they can genuinely capitalize on a lot of these like lineups, these just like util combo situations that you have in like these micro moments that some teams wouldn't necessarily be able to do because Rose has that kind of style and identity from the get-go.
And I think a part of the allure of the Rose comp, guys, is the fact that you kind of force the enemy team to having to problem solve against things they're not really used to scrimming or practicing against, right? Like you have to figure out where all the util is, and you have to figure out what their default looks like, you know, and how are we going to approach the pulse plant? And there's just so many factors to consider that it's so easy to like blue screen your opponent when you're running this comp, right? Because they're having to problem solve, and I have to compute this and I have to compute that, and it's like you're just crashing their brains throughout the match, right? It gets overwhelming, especially when things start to work and you're losing these important scenarios. So credit where credit is due. Rose looked phenomenal in this first map.
They really did. I think they did such a good job at making Dynamo uncomfortable and just not having those answers that you're talking about there, Roy. And then when we were taking a look even at that first blood situation, it's kind of crazy to look at. I think it was what, like 10 on the side of Dynamo, only able to walk away with 5 of these rounds as a whole, though. And it says so much, I think, about how clutch Rose were in certain situations. I think Bob and Jinwoo both won a couple of 1v1s, but not just that, but again, how Rose are able to kind of recalibrate in those moments. Even when Dynamo is finding that advantage, Rose were able to leverage the utility that they had to work with in those moments and be able to find the swift trades as well as just absolutely lock things down in those post plants to start off really strong with the 10-2 half.
And honestly, on the flip side as well, like we kind of did see glimpses of Dynamo heating up towards the very end, right? Like they're starting to get into the groove of things, and you know, maybe it's nerves or maybe people, you know, they haven't really been playing with this roster, and we've got Zanks in the mix now as well. So you know, there's moving pieces, but it feels like Dynamo was able to shed at least a little bit of that pressure towards the very end of that first map. So I'm hoping to see that continue, and kind of hoping to see them, you know, start strong in the second map, because I haven't lost faith in Dynamo just yet, despite this harsh loss in this first map. I still see the vision. I still think they could pop off. They just need to get that momentum rolling, then to get things, you know, in check ASAP.
I do think you bring up 2 points I've heard repeatedly from players. Map warm up every single time. We just needed a map to warm up. We were just not feeling the first map. Baby, it's always the quote, but it's always the one they say after when they're like, oh, we were not coming together, or whatever it may be after their first map. But also the comp kind of anecdote, if you will, that you were bringing up, Roy. It is hard for these teams, especially when you are not prepared and practiced for these very, I don't want to call it gimmicky comps, but comps that are so uncommon or even just like not believed in. Like these comps, why would kind of the anecdote, like why would someone pick that comp? Moving on from Lotus to Fracture, though. Rose looking pretty, 13-5, stealing the map pick, Ash, and moving to their map pick of Fracture.
Yeah, heading into a Fracture that I think is going to be really interesting to see when it comes down to stage 3. We haven't seen either of these teams play on this map in particular, but they both have run it recently in third-party tournaments. Not too much footage as far as it goes on that, but both squads, I do believe... No, wait, no, I'm definitely lying. But I know that Dynamo, for sure, they do like to run that Phoenix Waylay composition heading into this map. I think that overall, personally, I like the Phoenix on Fracture. Like, you have so many orbs that you can farm, and not a lot of teams are taking advantage of the Phoenix Fracture pick just yet either. And I feel like for Dynamo, this is a good map for them to be going to, especially having Zanks back into the picture here and bringing one of those slightly altered, a little bit fresher looks here at Fracture.
Yeah, this second map is really interesting, right? Because you kind of mentioned it, but both of these teams don't have that much reps on this map, so it's kind of peculiar. But we are seeing the compositional swap come out from Rose. I honestly was about to say I'm a breach denier. I was hoping they were going to swap off the breach, but it's still, alas, it's still here. The KO is here as well. KO obviously being a relatively strong pick on this map, but there's no info, guys. No Cypher to compensate. It has to be very clean for Rose. They're going to have to get really brawly, and that breach and the KO util to set up Jinwoo needs to be on point. Otherwise, they could easily get overrun by the Phoenix ult getting farmed up by Zanks and Diehawk diving into their faces.
I am thinking, though, that Bob being on that KO could also be a huge portion of shutting down any aggression from Dynamo there, especially being able to split Diehawk up from the team and deny that ability to refract if it does come down to one of those moments. We'll have to see how the head-to-head goes, though. I think Dynamo have great util to try and bait out Retro's breach util on early. You do have two breach haters on Fracture on this desk in particular, but I just think that the Phoenix is really strong, and the ability to recharge into those curveballs as well with how mechanically good Zanks is going to be a huge boon here from what we can expect out of Dynamo.
Well, you haven't played with my breach, Ash and Roy. That's why you're haters, because you have not been turned into a believer by me. But I also believe in Retro's breach. Rise of Scholar Empire now one map away from eliminating Dynamo from this Swiss stage. I'm sent over to your casters, Emily and Shift.
Thank you, friends. Yeah, I mean, the setup just based on how map number 1 went, I think lives pretty rent-free in our heads at the moment. We look at Fracture overall. I mean, it just kind of feels like, based on the comps, you just have to point the spotlight at Zanks and D-Hawk to create space, get the space, hold the space. I think is the most important things looking at what rows are running.
Hello. I know there's a lot of breach haters on the desk today, but I personally don't mind it as long as it's not a solo breach. And in this case, we have the KO, and I could see a lot of good combos here, really shutting down Dynamo. I think, like Ash was kind of mentioning, you have a Waylay that's going to be really prioritizing getting a lot of that space on the attack half. Meanwhile, if you get knifed, you can't really TP back. You have a stun to continue fighting with. And Bob, the way that she plays KO is actually like a battle KO. Like, she has... I swear she has some sort of CS experience, just how aggressive she is with that, with her flashes, and with how willing she is to kind of take those fights. And that alongside Jinwoo on the Neon being supported by all that breach utility, I think it could be a great combo.
I mean, just looking at Jinwoo's general success in map number 1, now you're getting away from finding the final elimination and putting them into the position of, can you find the opening? Just based on the role swap overall, but it just based on what they looked like mechanically, you feel pretty confident that they're going to be a force. So, yeah, it feels like there needs to be some sort of a match here as Dynamo will be on the opening attack, looking over towards Arcade to start. Power position being held. There's the dive from the Waylay. First couple eliminations are good for Dynamo. Jinwoo will trade. And Bob is a little bit stuck right now top tower and has to predict the timing correctly as her teammates are coming over from the backside of Arcade. We cannot isolate and give 2 freebies, and Bob will eventually fall.
And we do have 2 of our remaining players here on the side of Rose taking this tower space, getting spotted out, but we do have full breach kit to kind of make something out of this round. We're gonna have to use it wisely though here to try and at least find a way to even out numbers and just fight a way back into the round. And it's a huge stun.
But Enzo's able to slip away, stay safe from the aftershock, and get a little bit of help from Mo. Perfect peel. Well done. Dynamo will take the pistol, starting things off nicely after the abusive map number 1 affair.
Yeah, I mean, already for DYNA, a great start, a great new look coming into map 2. And one thing that I'm thinking about for Rose specifically is if DYNA continue, I know it's just pistol, but it's like more, it's a prediction, okay? If DYNA continue to show their cards early on and show presence right away, I think we should start prioritizing the knife early on to kind of use that as a way to delay rather than early info that might not really get a lot of value here. But I mean,
very true.
Going into round 2, they're going into a stack here towards A side, which is kind of the right read. Hopefully Chamber getting pushed off, kind of baiting Rose into the stack. We might just get a full draw here.
Flash.
Double stuns coming in.
Wow, really well done. That's the first blood coming through. Plus you get full effect onto the rest of the members that are here. And that's the power right there of the breach. You set yourself up to try to play for orbs and you're in the right spot. You contest. There's the flash point. Enzo only gets 1.
I mean, the double stuns there. The double stuns there are killer. And also Tarad getting spotted by that eye, kind of baiting that, hey guys, it's only me here. You guys should push me. And DYNA immediately fall for that. And it looked like a great start for them winning that pistol, but getting immediately ecoed is a little troublesome, especially after, you know, the mental toll that map 1 might have taken on them.
Wow. Early statement. Eco will switch hands. Rose now the benefactors of essentially full rifles and an outlaw. Pistols will be all that can be into play here for Dynamo.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dynamo, all you want to do is try and work the map a little bit, farm orbs as much as possible, so you have ults online for next half, but Rose are taking it into their own hands.
That kind of fits the same identity that we saw in map number 1 too. Just Rose taking things into their own hands.
Yep.
Or at least like kind of spinning up a web that they set up the moment in their name, whether it's aggressive or not. It just feels like everything is covered right now. So
yeah,
we'll go down though for Dynamo, but the weapons will start to make its way over to the defensive spawn, and that's where we'll get our 5v4.
And again, look how disciplined. Retro just taking a step back, taking a beat, waiting for the team to regroup before doing anything.
Flash, Retro will find too. That's the other power of bringing a breach. It's not just the vault line, it's the double flash potential. Trades are fluid, and Rose are right back into their winning ways now, 2-1 up, and Dynamo will finally be able to purchase here in round 4.
Just feeling so confident on the side of Rose, and I mean, why wouldn't they after being able to pull out? I know Liz said it's not a gimmicky comp, but it's kind of a gimmicky comp. You know what I mean? Running a triple Senti on Lotus, and you know, having so much success in it. And now going on to Fracture, a map that neither of these teams have played in this stage so far. And I heard a little bit of the comp changes and already feeling confident on it. It's looking really good for Rose.
Yeah, it really is. It's just everything is clicking. And it just kind of, you know, if you hadn't watched any of the early Rose games, you're looking at what's happening right here and you're sitting here saying like, what do you mean Rose is 0-3 with the worst map record or round record? Like, everything has been so perfect, but this time, wandering a little bit too far is Sherrod. Retro in some trouble. Smoke will play up top towards ropes, and Retro will respect that. Here's a lot of footsteps. Looking for timing. Oh, it doesn't poke, but a couple of spray shots will connect, and the defense will rotate over to their spawn.
I mean, honestly, great decision to not take that risk when you have double flashes and aftershock. But DYNA are doing a full push towards the spawn here and getting away with it.
Yeah, really nice from Dioc. Jinwoo able to take at least one trade. Orbital Strike was called in on top of that from Tim. But in a 2v4, yeah, I mean, you've got smokes and a molly. That's all that you could really play off of.
Yeah,
Tim
and
isolates, doesn't win the Vastal versus Max, and Jinwoo will have to respect that there's no way you win this 1v4 and back away.
Great call from DYNA for taking space, realizing how much utility that, you know, Rose would have in a retake, that they would get overwhelmed by it, and really just shutting it down before they even have a chance to throw anything. And I think that's going to be a common factor here, is that they're going to have to constantly be keeping or taking and keeping space to not really allow Rose to use all of that util on them in retakes.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, I like that call a lot, just in terms of like the utility war, the chess game that happens outside of the kill feed. When do you spend what? How much do you actually invest? And can you find value by taking positions to make this map feel a little bit more stable. I think that's probably the best word that I can come up with right now. And we might get a look at that here. I mean, we've got really just the Nightfall in play, although Jinwoo does have the chance to go Stinger Overdrive if they want to. And Rose are pretty heavy stacked, looking they want to try to challenge over towards Tree. What?
Oh.
At extreme range, Jinwoo gets the first. The spike is now down, and Zanks had already called in to run it back on the opposite side. So you really can only go so far here because the teleport comes all the way back to the B site, and all of a sudden Rose are dominating the map.
Yeah, I don't think Zanks was expecting a full south side crunch here coming from them and use that ult a little bit preemptively, but finding picks to try and work their way back in. 3v4 is not impossible.
It's just so tough.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot to break up the Rose's hold right now. But one Phoenix Splash can go, never mind.
Yeah, Sherrod one, Tim another. You can't play through the smoke for free. 3-2, scoreboard a little bit tighter than maybe the game feels at the moment, but that is some of the benefit of playing off of the pistol switch. Dynamo winning their first gun round, which they'll have a chance to find a second here.
Yeah, I mean, I love Rose kind of fighting back with that aggression. You know, they got pushed last round in their spawn, and now they're doing the exact same thing to DYNA to shut them down before they even really get a chance to explore the round. And it looks like we are going to be running a lot more of these 4-1s and just kind of forcing aggression and taking space so that they have some sort of info here.
Oh,
nice.
And that's just the power of Sherrod, like in a nutshell. Like, all it is just stepping out, finding a calm first blood. And now what do you do at A? You don't have drop control. You've got Retro and Tim blocking the spawn, and the round is over. I mean, granted, it's not great weapons, but that's just the power of first bloods that look like that in a map like Fracture. Let it be fair, we also saw it on map number 1 on Lotus, so Sherrod's just getting it done right now.
Yeah, and also that push towards spawn was a little bit early. It didn't even give Rose some time to get a little bit closer and have a little bit more favorable fights with the weaponry that they had, but like I said, it's going to be a common thing for DYNA to try and push that, and I think Rose have recognized that early on. Taking a timeout, but now it's kind of a gamble because do they try and just do like a counter call to what Rose is doing, or they try and force something with a lot of the ults that they have here and try and convert it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just when things look like this, where you win a pistol and then you get one gun round win, but everything else has really gone away from you quickly and convincingly, it plays with your mind in terms of what our playbook actually looks like here. I mean, look at the assists right now on the bottom 3 players for Rose. I mean, it's not often we point to that stat line, but we're talking about 19 assists through 7 rounds between the 3 either initiators or controllers. That's insane.
Yeah, and also good math there. Quick math.
Thank you.
Very
I've
proud.
thought about it for a minute.
There you go.
Not a must win, but the ultimates that are available, you would figure that Dynamo have something designed.
Yeah, it kind of looks like they're heading for some sort of full B exec with these ults. Maybe a tower trap play with Brim, but you really don't want to use these ults lightly.
No. You don't want to use them blindly either.
And that's exactly what we're seeing, but
well, Bob
working out in their favor here, yeah?
Yeah. Tower control is good. A little bit of spray coming from the Rose defense on top of the site, trying to push back some of this play. Tim just laying down the trigger. What a follow-up for Jinwoo, but it doesn't find anything. Dynamo able to find the couple of eliminations they need. And how about this? Finally, we get a very convincing gun round for Dynamo, and they're going to set up what should be a free post plant.
Yeah, I mean, but look at where they all died. At first, it looked like they were doing some sort of B main aggression, right? But then you see Bob fall back into that tower, get rinsed by the ults, and then instead of trying to let DYNA kind of flood out to site and take fights from there, they just force a tower fight. And honestly, that's a tough one to do. The angle is so narrow.
Yeah. And it's just one of those, like, yeah, you spend a ton to get that space at tower, but I think it's just Rose feeling maybe not overconfident, but definitely confident, saying we can help them, we can fight this back and not give away that space. And we're gunning them, so why not give it a try? Doesn't really work out, but again, the economy's fine. Overdrive is close, or pardon me, That's the tour de force. Why am I talking about overdrives?
And it kind of looks like we're gonna get a run it back from DYNA here, just a little bit with different ults here, trying to convert the round again. But that knife does put a stint in their plans, make them rethink where they want to go to here.
That was the combat stim tossed right there too, Em. So I think you're right. They're looking for aggression to tower again, this time thwarted by a knife.
Yeah, and they're just doing a full pivot towards this A site. I mean, they still have good ults here for the exec, but...
Oh no.
That stun was huge.
Tons of damage, able to shut down Zank, but Jinwoo, other defender on the side, is able to do too much. But Tim, what a recovery. Looked like he was going to be late to the party, but was able to at least tally a couple, giving Bob a chance. But on the opposite side of the map, Zank's not going to be fully aware of that, but Mo should be able to jump in and get the neural theft just to confirm the round here if you're Dynamo.
I know exactly. Spike planted.
Interesting all coming out. All they really have to do here is play the crossfire. The only thing they need to be worried about is this flash that Bob has in the kit, but otherwise, should just be easy trades here.
Although, that's
they're taking
free.
2-1s.
Fragment into the corner, not intended to where Zanks is fully playing on this post plant. Flash out, Bob avoids, now a flash of their own, doesn't fully get around the corner, but Zanks is able to stay safe. Now it's just down to timing, Zanks is playing for the clock. Bob taking away the space, try to guess, it's a rock, paper, scissors, and Bob wins the 1v2, an unexcusable round loss there for Dynamo into the neural theft 2v1, and Rose are up 5-3.
I mean, that round should have gone DYNA's way. They got the trades that they needed towards that A site, but in that last 2v1, just by Bob going through the door there and making that door sound, they started to kind of like hesitate and hold two separate angles. I feel like the way you play that is have Phoenix kind of reposition towards where bomb is planted so that you're still kind of holding a similar angle and can fight off each other, but that's kind of very in the moment thinking and in the moment repositioning. It's all hindsight now.
Yeah. That's such a punish.
Yeah.
And a map that had started to feel like it was coming back into the grips of Dynamo, how they were executing, how they were getting their numbers, situations built. And now all of a sudden it's 5-3 and you're fighting not backs against the wall here. You've got plenty of cash. Nightfall as well, kind of in the bank. But it's just one of those rounds that you just need to see hit the back of the net.
And no matter where DYNA end up going here, if they're able to get the bomb down on B, they're gonna have such a killer combo with that Brimwall and the Breach Stun coming in. But it just barely misses.
Yeah. Really not even much damage tallied on top of that. I mean, Jinwoo was looking to try to play with some forward aggression. The early pick from Dynamo is incredible, plus the survival techniques. So now you can set up your flash, try to play in. Bob once again gives you the opener. A second. I mean, our timings on these peaks are just not right for Dynamo. It feels a little bit too 3-2-1. Where are you guys? Why is no one behind me? Max now, 1v2 situation. Nenzo giving them a chance. Spike in hand. But the smoke will fade. No shoulder seen there on Tim. It looks like Rose will just wait, and oh man, this read could be everything if Tim is able to pull the trigger first. Max, the connects. On in the corner, deleted. 24 seconds on the clock. Max has the option to run A, but instead is going to try to play this close for the 1v1 at B-Link. Now over to Jens. The reposition out of Retro is perfect. Should see the cross. Shot come through. Wait, Retro's pulling utility out. Fault line is there, and that's the easy finish. Retro clutches up the round.
I mean, the way that they played that, or the way that the Fade played that 1v2 there was kind of perfect. You push spawn, you know that they're going to be playing together in some sort of capacity, and you make the right call, take the 1v1. But unfortunately, the Breach is just too strong, and this is why everyone should run Breach on Fracture. This is why.
Tell him, Em. Tell him.
No, but Retro played that perfectly towards the end there. I mean, even if they didn't get that kill off right away, time was running low and there's a lot of pressure. Still had a flash in the inventory to use to try and bait Max to get off bomb. It was played perfect. And even the way that they played the crossfire on site, the Phoenix flash, I mean, DYNA waited out that entire KO ult, gave Rose enough time to set up in these crossfires towards that front site there and towards Jen. And no matter what, they always had someone playing anti to kind of try and punish all the Phoenix flashes coming out of the smoke. It was so clean.
Yeah. It's just everything is combining right. And that just, I hate to keep going back to the same point I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but everyone is helping everyone. There are no more solo missions, except for Sherrod, who's getting away with it. Everyone is in a position to follow up and essentially quarterback these plays that we're seeing. Even in the face of low number situations, Rose are putting themselves in positions to win back rounds that they have no business winning. Some of it is individual skill, don't get me wrong, but I mean, the combination of utility has been fantastic through these two maps.
And DYNA has done a lot of like stop and go here, but we haven't seen a lot of push pull. And they have the Fade utility to kind of get some info and regroup elsewhere, take control of more space before ending and leave Rose gambling a little, but they seem to really like just grouping and going for these XX and trying to trust that they'll get the trade here.
And that, to be fair, is something we do see with, you know, lesser experienced squads, teams that are struggling to put things together. The names on paper are, again, a bit of a mismatch. I hate to sound rude about it, but like we know pretty much the entire story of what Rose has been able to put together career-wise. Still learning about this Dynamo squad. Sherrod able to get one tag, but not the kill. So first pistol shot comes through, and that will leave Dynamo a free sight.
And again, for DYNA, you're stuck in a weird position where you try and bank crossfires and hopes that some of Rose's utility gets misused, or you have to take some sort of aggression, and looks like they're choosing to try and play into crossfires here.
Well, Rolling Thunder is out for the defense. Jinwoo shut down. Nice shot from Zanks. The reveal is starting to help out just a touch, but now Dynamo are starting to be pressured. All these choke points are starting to come through, and Zanks can only do so much damage. Now it's just down to what Max and Enzo can do from tower. Smoke and a fade here in a moment. Bob gonna put some pressure on towards the spike. Commit forward, but does get tagged by the tendrils. Damage out, shots are perfect. Retro putting together a masterclass. 4 in the round. Rose up 7-3 late.
Again, just like it feels like a lose-lose situation. You try and hold that crossfire as they have utility to break that up. You try and push and they're all holding and ready for you. It's like, it's not like DYNA's not trying a bunch of different things, but it's just Rose always feels one step ahead in this case.
Yeah. I think that's a really good call. And it's just another one of those things that, again, like even though you get a couple of nice picks from Zanks, yes, you're on lower weaponry, but it's just the utility play and how the coordination is for Rose is just so poetic. It's so good.
Joke's over.
Run it back out for Zanks, trying to create some solo space towards B. Hit is not here, though. And Rose are going to realize that. I mean, you only see the Phoenix. You don't see any other utility, and Jinwoo still punishes Zanks from finding an exit. Now you got a 5v4 post-plant retake likely to come through.
And because it was just that Phoenix utility, we still have so much util in the pockets of Rose to use on this retake. I don't think that Phoenix ult was enough pressure for them to expend any more than they already did. So going to this is going to be really hard. And they're all playing so split. You have a little bit of a crossfire here for tower, but will it be enough?
Well, trade out. Sherrod. I mean, come on. It just looks like Dynamo's about to hold this post plan, and then all of a sudden a second elimination comes through. Oh, nice though from Max. Slips out from the aftershock. Bob now left the 1v2, but they find the first cleanly. Putting a pressure on towards the spike. Mo not going to peek initially. Spy Cam will do it for him. And that will be enough to get a 4th round for Dynamo.
I mean, that cam there was crazy. I didn't even know they still had cam going into that. Well, a little bit of hope here. 7-4 going to 7-5. It's not bad at all, actually.
Oh, this is a nice
but I think the thing that I'm looking forward to is seeing if DYNA will be able to kind of carry over on that second half and make adaptations a lot earlier than what they've done here on attack so far.
And a 5th round would go a long way here as well for Dynamo, just not putting so much pressure on the pistol.
Exactly, yeah.
Overdrive out for Jinwoo, clearing space at Arcade. Defense is going to rely on Trademark and Sherrod, which has been nearly a guarantee. You'll like the way you feel. Oh my gosh, I'm telling you.
Hearing.
I mean, it's just automatic.
As soon as that bomb gets popped, you know there's going to be a lot of util following that.
Oh, man. It's just, you cannot get your feet underneath you if you're Dynamo right now. Enzo, okay.
Good start. Great
traded.
start.
Null Commando keeps Diok a little bit isolated, but has a chance to plant. Maybe give themselves a window for a 1v3. But Rose were not born yesterday. Shoulders trying to find a sort of peek. Nice stun. Doesn't check it. Knife comes through. Now we just double peek. Should be easy,
30 seconds left.
but not quite. Retro, another one. You've got the ult ready if you're Diok with the plant also played. Retro. Affected. Stays his ground. Hits
Nice
the
shot.
shot. And it's a 7-4. Make it 8-4 half for Rose as Retro appreciates his work.
I mean, that was a really nice shot. You saw the thought process going to Retro. It's like, I'm going to get hit by this anyways. I just need to hit this headshot. I need to lock in. And they were able to pull it off there.
Switching sides.
And this was just so nice. They were caught off guard immediately.
One enemy remaining. My ultimate is ready. 30.
Man, I don't even know what you say. It's just been so clean. It really has. Where has this been?
It's a great question. That's a great question. Now I'm looking at this attack. They have so much utility to do a lot of that push-pull I was talking about, but I don't even know if they'll need it if DYNA are going to be running a lot of these 4-1s. It's not like they don't really have any like heavy utility to put a damper in Rose's plans here. They have a lot of close-up utility, but it's still going to be hard to get a whole lot of value out of it in my eyes.
I'm out of here.
Though the way that they're working right now, Breach is so far away from the pack that there could be a timing here if they hurry it up a little bit.
All right, well, quick hit for Rose. The only thing about this for Dynamo is that they may get the jump on Sherrod, who's low on health. And for Sherrod, that's all you need. Info is good. You recollect your teleport. Now you're trying to feel something else out. Ooh, through Link. Shot lands, but not for the kill. Now here comes the crash. Dynamo's on their way in. Bob trying to flash to stop this, but it's Jinwoo up top who goes unnoticed. Able to stay 2 before falling.
I mean, this post plan is really unbeatable, right? You have the Brimstone Molly buying you time. You're gonna have the stun and aftershock coming in, and then you have flashes from Bob to fight with. I feel like this should be around close out to Rose if they don't
Man,
or
the fragment.
anything like that.
I mean, there's
And
no
there's
time.
still the aftershock. No.
Flash. No time. I mean, ugh.
One enemy remaining.
I don't know. It just...
Wow.
Retro just posturing.
Yeah. Now the pressure's a little bit more on for DYNA. They're gonna... I don't know. As soon as you hit that gun round, you're gonna need to have answers quick. You're gonna need to not be getting caught off guard, have a good read on what Rose's ideas are going into it.
I'm out of here.
But this was such a good setup. I mean, having Neon play on site, solo fighting, and trying to just buy time or get any picks, and 3 going back in main early. A little bit scary though.
Well, back and forth we go. Jinwoo turns the tides. And, well, I mean, that round kind of goes a little bit as expected. Dynamo is just trying to play for some aggression, catch someone off guard, pick up a weapon.
If we're able to get that
work.
gun,
Yep.
it could change things.
Don't get shot. Human brains are hard to replace.
And even now, going into this gun round, Rose still have such a good buy. They have full KO kit. They have full breach kit and 3 rifles going into it, especially on Jinwoo. Like, it's gonna be a hard one. It doesn't even really feel like a bonus for them, just with how much utility they have to set up their weapons.
Yeah, that's another point kind of in the fiscal category going into a round 3, but it's just I don't know. It's just the problems become multifaceted so quickly when you're down this tally on the scoreboard and you drop the pistol and you're trying to force a little bit into an anti-eco. I mean, it's just, at least by strategy, I should say, not necessarily by weapon. It's just, it's so tough to think that you have a chance to pull back 10 rounds, or not 10 rounds, 8 rounds in a row.
Yeah, no, exactly. And again, just the fact that they're able to get these first kills a lot of the time and get accidented. If I was Ziggs, I'd be mad.
Oh my gosh. Now Jinwoo's got the space. Oh my gosh. Where was this Rose in the first 3 weeks? I mean, Bob looks like, I mean, a 10, 10, and 10, is that like the equivalent of a Valorant hat trick? Because what are we talking about? A 10, 11, and 18 for Tim? I mean, the assists are out of this world for Rose.
Yeah, and I think that also just shows like how much more they're playing together. It's not even just the utility, it's the fact that they're gaining so much value off of it every single time. It feels like no util is being wasted. It all has a purpose, and a lot of times you will see, like in Challengers at least, I feel like when you run heavy util comps, there's not always a purpose with every piece of utility, but here you can tell that they're really trying to do whatever they can with what they have.
Man, 11-4, round 16. Weapons are in force by territory, it feels like, from here on out if you're Dynamo. And Bob could do Bob things with this Outlaw.
Oh, for sure. Weird, they also don't really have space. They're kind of just gambling.
Ooh.
But it works out.
Okay, Max, I see you. C's still at the ready. In case you need to back up into tower, you can create some space. Tim and Rose not done with this round yet. Smokes to at least queue up, essentially block Canteen and main. All will fall. And now it's down to isolating onto Max, who gets 3. What a hold, what a stand from Max. Follow-up not to fully be there. Response from Tim is perfect. They know that Enzo's playing up top of the tower, and they may know that they are by themselves. But you have to be cautious. You don't know what weapon that Enzo has, and as you run this corner, you run the risk of running into the shotgun, but Tim finds a 3rd. There's no way they pull this back. And Mo may have given them the chance, but now it's down to Retro again. 1v1, but does not tally where D-Hawk was, and Dynamo get a 5th.
I mean, the fact that it got that close after Max getting, what, 3 kills there is insane. But Max really stepped it up there, kind of keeping them alive, just peeking on a timing. Like, this was huge. Huge, and they need to find a way to ride on this momentum, even though it got as close as it did, going from a 5v3 to a 1v1. They got to find some sort of positive in it.
Yeah, I agree. And it's, is there enough of a spark there? Because it's essentially just a solo player finding 3 eliminations that give you the round, because otherwise Rose fight that back perfectly.
Yeah, they have to use it as a little bit of a wake-up call to show that, like, they need to start playing off each other more, and this could be a start here. This A main hold.
A main was not anticipated by Rose, and the counter flash is perfect beyond the orbital strike and a little bit more. Although, no way. M, what are we talking about? I was gonna say, there's no chance we're in another 2v5 and we get to a 2v2. It just cannot happen. And luckily, Max is able to get the lineup to put the round back into the bag of Dynamo.
Even there, they got the man advantage, and they saw that Rose was using a lot of utility to get back into it. But in my eyes, they just overstayed their welcome. They shouldn't have kept fighting. They should have took a step back, let them waste that util, and then regroup from there and come up with a secondary plan, whether that's just anchoring sites at that point or getting some sort of info after there's a moment of silence. I think continuing to fight there and try and close out the round early is a little bit greedy there.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And it's just like, I get it. You're up big. You're trying to catch Dynamo in something, and that could potentially put you into win condition. But now instead, we're going to get Nightfall out. That's from Max of the defense, who are still a little bit staggered on their purchase. But the same can be said for Rose, although they do have Tour de Force and the Overdrive out inactive behind these rifles. Plant is on the way. Run it back and to be called. D-Hawk, do you try to get set up here as the attention gets pulled? But Zanx honestly doesn't really see much. That's good information. I mean, seeing nothing is also seeing something, but problem is Tour de Force in this position is so hard to swing. Off, and Sherrod is not missing. Now over to D-Hawk, able to get a couple of toe tags in. Try to use that headhunter to put the round to rest, but Bob will finish things off, and it's match point for Rose.
I mean, that KO ult coming in from Bob, yes, delayed a lot of that retake utility, but the Phoenix ult pathing, seeing nothing towards Sands and kind of giving their team reassurance that, hey, it's okay, we can kind of take this space towards Sands just to run into an op. And I think it's very unfortunate there was no utility there as a follow-up or any flood coming in from spawn to try and overwhelm that. Like, I don't know why they decided to, just because Sand was clear, all go towards that side. I feel like, again, we got a little bit tunnel vision on the objective there.
Yeah, I agree. And it's part of the way through, but what we often see in terms of struggle on teams at this level is getting the second, the third, the fourth layer involved. Waylay all spent. Sherrod able to find 3 again. How absolutely incredible has Sherrod been in this series? Oh.
Insane. Absolutely insane. And it looked a little doomed there once that Waylay all hit as many as it did. And now we're in a 3v2 for DYNA, and they just have so much utility again on the side of Rose. They have that breach ult. They have the full KO kit to kind of work with to buy info, but they're not even going to need it here.
Nope. I mean, you still can use it because why not? Rolling Thunder called out.
One enemy remaining.
No problem. Max, do or literally die. Not gonna happen. And Retro says, hey, Roy, remember me? I played pretty solid breach. Stop the hate, stop the slander.
Yeah, I'd say breach was pretty impactful there, guys.
I will.
I don't know about you, but that looks pretty good to me. But unfortunately, Max couldn't kind of keep them in it again for the second time. I mean, I'm just actually in awe of, you know, how quickly Rose was able to turn things around. I want to know really what was put into it, what was put into their team talks, what was put into their prep and their scrim and their prac time to kind of go from where they were a couple of weeks ago to where they are now. Because like I said early on, from map 1, a complete 180 from the Rose that we're used to seeing. And it's just so impressive, and props to every single one of them for clearly putting in so much work to get to where they are today.
Roy's salty.
Is he?
I can see him in the chat. He's salty. Retro's your boy. Don't forget about it. Clean series from Rose. They stave off elimination. A long path, though, in front of them. And for Dynamo, they are done, dusted, and eliminated. Will have to go through the qualification process next time. Gonna go to break. That's to finish off the day. We'll come back.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
For the final time, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Ash on the desk. And I know the World Cup just had something great happen. Look at us. Look at us. We're not done yet. Okay, because Rose staved off eliminating Dynamo, but keeping their Swiss stage dreams alive. Roy, I'm gonna go to you. I'm actually gonna go to you because you switched your prediction live on the broadcast. You said, no, not Rose, the Dynamo. And then Rose said, Roy, you silly, ridiculous fool.
How could you do that to Retro, bro?
Yeah, that's like, ooh, I mean,
I was gonna attack this right now.
I've abandoned my boy. I've abandoned my boy. I mean, it is what it is. Life hits you hard. I made mistakes. Mistakes have been made. I own up to it. That's just part of life. I hold accountability to my mistake. Honestly, I really believed in the underdog. You know, call me crazy. I'm an optimist, and I wanted to believe, and I believed to the very end. And honestly, that's such a crime. But that being said, credit where credit is due for Rose. They look fantastic. I mean, Jinwoo's addition to this roster, we briefly got to see it in their last match versus EG Academy for the first time in VCL at the very least. And I mean, it looked decent against EG, but this is a whole different look. I mean, this is a revitalized Rose. We're seeing gameplay, we're seeing cohesion, we're seeing the confidence and the clutch ability from this roster. I mean, we kind of got to see everything, Ash.
We really did get to see a little bit of everything. And I think that this Rose that both Shift and Emily were praising so highly on the broadcast really has like come into their own. And I think that this addition of Jinwoo, that like you were talking about, Roy, we haven't been able to touch on that much realistically, has been a big part of that. Again, I think I opened up this matchup talking a little bit about how Rose had gone through, you know, some like role struggles where everybody was playing a little bit of everything at one point. And I think Jinwoo being added to this roster really helped fix and solidify what they were looking for when it came down to those compositions and allowing certain players to more so focus on their dedicated roles, like Sherrod being on that dedicated Sentinel, something we had seen them on beforehand, but also saw them flexing on a couple of things here and there previously as well. And then just being able to look a lot more comfortable here for the Rose camp of things. I think it is heartbreaking for Dynamo to be going out in an 0-4 fashion, but again, this team has also had a little bit of that growth. They didn't get to play with their core player of Zanks until this final matchup of today, which is a lot of pressure to have on one young player's shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, actually, a part of me really, that's where my heart breaks for Dynamos. I really wanted to see them at full strength. Unfortunately, we never really got to see it. We saw glimpses of it here and there for sure. But I mean, yeah, this is how the cookie crumbles. It's unfortunate, but even all these things in consideration, right? There's still a lot of moments, a lot of scenarios that were completely winnable for Dynamo. We saw a lot of man advantages situations. We saw a lot of clutches lost. We saw a lot of, 2v1s lost as well. Like, it definitely was no lack of opportunities for Dynamo. And of course, getting thrifted after that first pistol hurts a lot. But yeah, we're sad. I'm happy to see these players, pop up for the first time in VCL. I'm glad to see their names entering the mix in all things, especially going into next year. So I'm excited to see the remaining of these players, and I won't be surprised if we see a lot of the Dynamo players pop up again over the next year or so.
Yeah, and I think it's great for you to highlight those mechanics there for the Dynamo players, because I think where we really did see them shine across the entirety of this series did come to those first blood engagements. I think the whole entire team had a total of like 19 across both maps, which says a lot when you think about the score lines at which these maps ended on, right? Like, you're getting nearly 10 first bloods per map. Sure, you end up losing it 5-13, 6-13, but it does highlight, I think, the mechanics there, and also highlights Rose and their experience to be able to close the gaps in those rounds where Dynamo has been able to find those advantages. Rose are so good when it came down to finding those trades in key moments. Like, even if one player would fall, there's always someone to follow up with a 2K so swiftly afterwards. And even if it wasn't directly after, the clutch factor for these Rose players was such a highlight, I think, throughout the entire series.
Sure.
And it's been so exciting to see. Like, I mean, we've been highlighting Jinwoo, who, I think one of his last tweets was, debut time, talking about him debuting with Rose. Excuse me, I have a frog in my throat. Excuse me. Which is so exciting to see. Then you have kind of the mainstays like Sherrod there on the 21-15 chamber, kind of the old guard meeting the new guard, keeping the dream alive. And clearly, Roy, they have found the recipe, and it is beautiful. It is baked. It is working.
And sometimes that's all it is. Sometimes all these teams are lacking is just like one person to fit into the puzzle piece and just make things flow nicely, right? That sometimes it's really just a matter of that. And that seems like for Rose, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Obviously, they still have a long way to go to clinch the spot for playoffs, but this is a good start. This is a good showing, and they just got to keep things going from here.
Well, I mentioned him, and for our Phillips Norelco Game Face interview, it is none other than Jinwoo from Rose. Friend, come to the front, take a seat, and get comfortable. Welcome. It's always good to see someone from kind of coming from a game like this that is coming from elimination point. And I'm going to go to my first question with that. Do you think, can you talk to me about the emotions with the team, Eben, about how you guys were feeling about going into this elimination game today?
I mean, to be honest, we practiced 3 times a week. It was pretty hard because most of my teammates played for the GC Stage 1. But during the time that we did, we took it very serious and we worked really hard. And I think it paid off. We pulled up some gimmick comps that a lot of teams can't really prepare for, which is, I think, another strong part of what we just did and how we won. And I think that everyone being dedicated and wanting to win is what helped us win here.
I mean, that's something we talked about on the desk is some of the comps you came up with, you cannot prep for, right? Yeah. They're so hard to counter, but they are hard to, stick with because they're so off meta, et cetera. How do you, as someone who has to work with these comps and, play around these comps, how do you feel about being a part of these comps that are hard to counter, but also maybe sometimes hard to play in?
To be honest, this was my first ever Omen game. So I was pretty nervous. I didn't really know what I was doing, but it felt pretty comfortable considering that I didn't have to go into the site ever. My team just relies on me to just stay and win the rounds. And I was fortunately shooting today and I was feeling it. So I was able to clutch out a lot of the rounds that we were in a 1v1 on. So I think that really helped me. I was just able to do my own game, play my own game with the team, and yeah.
Your first Omen game, and I believe, at least according to VLR, you are the best performer on the team, which is, I mean, what was, I guess, your mindset going into Omen? Why Omen? What was that discussion like? And how did you feel like you found your success on Omen today, on Lotus?
I mean, I just did what I was asked, to be honest. I didn't really have the option, but I wanted to play Omen the most, I think, out of all the characters that we were choosing on. Because Omen is, pretty similar to a duelist. I could play it pretty similar to a duelist in this comp, which is my main role and what I find most comfortable. So I was able to just perform because of how much trust the team had in me.
I mean, I'm looking at your cast right now. You had an 89% cast on Lotus, which is remarkable, especially for, you said you were nervous being a part of those fights and that moment. Now that you have your first win under your belt, you're technically still facing elimination every match you play the rest of the Swiss stage. How does this win affect your confidence? How does this win affect your game plan moving forward?
I think this affects our confidence a lot. A lot of us were really happy because of the win. Because we're a team that's been always struggling with promo relegation. I think that getting a win against a team such as Dynamo is pretty good for us, and we're going to continue with this momentum and hopefully continue winning.
Do you think because of your Swiss stage results, people are going to underestimate you?
Honestly, I do think a lot of teams might come underprepared for us, which I don't think would be a wise choice considering if we continue practicing as hard and wanting to win. So I think that a lot of teams should be on the lookout.
I mean, my last question is for you, just kind of looking at your competitive history, looking at kind of how you literally have burst onto the scene late 2025, moving into VCL, finding your home with Rose. I think I would love for you to kind of talk about your journey as a competitor and now how you think you've gotten here, what it means to you to have gotten here in the Swiss stage, fighting for it and continuing to fight well.
Like you said, I didn't start competing too long ago. It's been pretty recent. And I've been wanting to go pro for a while now. And I was finally given the chance after falling short in a lot of different trials. And during my debut, I was really nervous and it showed in my performance. And then after I got rid of those first game jitters, I was able to just be myself And the team was also helping that with like just the vibes. We were honestly just singing Drake the entire time, just having fun. And I think that's why I was able to perform so well, because we're just all being ourselves, you know? Like there was nothing uncomfortable for any of us, and we're just being friends playing the game.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I mean, my actual last question for you is, how do you think you would describe yourself as a player? You know, you said you falling short in those trials. You were nervous your first game. Now that you are here, kind of your sea legs are wet, if you will. How do you think that you would, you know, if you could put pen to paper, how would you describe Jinwoo?
Once I get comfortable, it's kind of dangerous. So the team should be on the lookout once I'm able to just get my engine starting.
Well, sir, you certainly got them started today. Congratulations, and rooting for the best for you for the Swiss stage.
All right, thank you very much.
Have a good one. I love that confidence. Just like, hey, don't underprepare for us. Don't do the dumb thing and think that you're gonna think it's gonna be easy. You know who did that? Italy, when they found out they're facing Bosnia in the World Cup qualification match. And guess who isn't here? They were clapped when they found out they were facing Bosnia. And guess who's not here? Anyways, let's talk about the Swiss stage and how the Swiss stage is shaping up to be. We do have to say goodbye to DYNA. You will see them in the eliminated column down there. But friends, you can see over here, I wasn't paying attention to Alliance Guardians. They defeated Pigeons, Roy. We quickly looked at that game in the green room, but also FlyQuest, who had that roster change, Roy, that maybe people are unaware that Slow and is now the head coach, and Net is out, Leo is in, losing to EG.
I mean, that one was honestly up for grabs, right? A lot of moving pieces. EG kind of has been on a little bit of a come up, so you know, a little not as surprising, but yeah, I mean, this is shaping up to be crazy, right? We talk a lot about the fact that there are clear leaders in terms of points. A lot of the win cons here, a lot of the ability to continue their people's journeys in this split is to win. There's really no other way to put it. So everyone's fighting for it. It seems like some of the top dogs are still kind of comfortable sitting at the top, looking to qualify for playoffs nice and comfortable as well. So yeah, I mean, it's shaping up to be exciting. I think the next week or 2 weeks of matches are going to be absolute bangers, ladies and gents. So color me excited. I'm ready to go. I'm seated. I'm here, and it's going to be an exciting remaining of the split. That's for sure.
Oh God, it's crazy to think after this is you said it right. This is our last ride. This is our last split, and this is how it's shaping up to be. Looking at the Swiss stage, if you told me Evil Geniuses Academy in the same round 5 as ever, like, it's so crazy how it's so dramatic. A very fitting end for Challengers North America.
It really is. I think it's just insane how quickly the end of this season is just culminating overall. And I know you guys are probably like, okay, like relax, like it's Swiss stage or whatever. We saw playoffs ahead of us and everything like that. But realistically, Swiss stage passes us by so quickly. Like, we always talk about how fast the regular stage finishes before we even head into that playoffs and call half of the teams here within a stage as a whole. But overall, yeah, it is insane to look at that round 5 and forgetting those 2-2 games, like those 1-3 games, seeing teams like Division 1 there, like Rose there, as well as EG Academy. Like, it is honestly just so wild. I feel like we have talked about how things have leveled out a little bit, how the top teams we're expecting to be at the top are mostly at the top, but then you still have like those underdogs that are competing, and seeing a Rose perform the way that they performed today makes them definitely a scary contender, especially with the confidence that Jinwoo said he was coming out with on an agent that he had never played in an official before, and be able to perform like that. There's someone to keep your eyes out on for sure.
I also want to know that part of the interview just aired on stream for y'all, and they're all eating it up. They love the confidence. They love to see it. And that's what you need. Again, it is not points. You need the wins to try to make it, to even to get a chance to qualify for champions with a tier 1 team. But friends, that's it for us today. So on behalf of the casters, the desk, production, everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions. And hey, if you're going to any World Cup watch parties, stay hydrated and stay safe, all right? See you back here tomorrow.
This quick route, from Calamity. Ray's trying to watch it, but gets beat. Now it's down to Fair inside the site, able to find the sound cues of the footsteps and gets the response. Numbers will hold here for Victic, but here come D1 from the front. Moving over the top. Does not expect that. Fair's going to shell that. And Fair is taking care of business here. Follow-up flash gives him a chance, and Fair will find 4 in the round to give the Victic their first. But it's going to recognize that now to get to play their life as long as humanly possible. But not going to happen. It's not initially the pitch and the... Wait, hold on a second. This is looking pretty decent, but the overdrive is called to the flip side, and Calamity will step up to deal with another last blood in that affair. Goes all the way back over towards the defensive spawn. Where
It's blinded. They're gonna have someone holding down each choke point.
first battle showcases quite a bit. 299 able to find the first two. Huge dynamic shutdown. Now the transition back in towards site. Ray able to hold their ground. But forward to the backside of the site, able to find the trade. Back and forth. Pinstripe kill. 50 defensive center here for Dynamo. There's the blind, as you call. No one stays alive though for Rose. Saints eventually will find one, but it comes to the cost of the rest of the hit on the way here for Rose, and that is about as good as it gets. Slower will be a small nuisance, but post mistakes. Reveal is starting to help out just a touch, but now Dynamo are starting to be pressured. All these choke points are starting to come through, and Zanks can only do so much damage. Now it's just down to what Max and Enzo can do from Tower. Spoken to Fade here in a moment. Bob gonna put some pressure on towards the spike. Mid forward, but does get tagged by the tendrils. Damage out. Shots are perfect. Retro put together a mixed